And here we are, Charles Moscowitz. Thanks for joining me, everyone. It is a great honor and privilege and pleasure to welcome Mel K, the host of the Mel K Show. I've been listening for quite a while. This is cutting edge stuff available in all platforms. I listen to it on Apple. Mel, thanks for joining me.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be here.
Well, Mel, before we get into the issues, I would like to, if you don't mind, get a little background on you and how it is that you have become this powerhouse of a host. I mean, a patriot, like who's stepping out and you're taking on the false flag of January 6th in a way that I've never seen. I mean, it's really
Thank you.
unbelievable. So
Well, for me, I started out like I told you off air. I grew up, my dad, a huge Rush Limbaugh fan. And I think subconsciously, even when I was a very little kid and didn't know what I was listening to, it kind of went into my brain and into my blood and made me a fighter for this country, for what is right. I am a very astute student of history. I see history as a lesson for what we're dealing with now. And for me, I ended up going to NYU studying journalism. Then I switched to film, and I used both and became a screenwriter that was basically, I would go and dig into history really deep, and then I would turn that into fiction, and I was a historical drama screenwriter. So for me, it was always about finding the facts, and especially facts and history that was not being taught or told, and putting together not just that, but also the finances behind it. And when you follow the money, over the years, I had written a screenplay about Eichmann in Jerusalem. I wrote a screenplay about Vietnam. I wrote a screenplay about the expatriates in Paris. And the one thing I knew was that the same money kept flowing around, and I would find the same characters. And it continued to this day. I've worked on a project about the JFK assassination and other things. And there's just so much. And there's a lot to be learned from our history all the way back to the founders. And that has been my focus. And then I was in Hollywood for 20 years, and I saw a lot of things there that happened. A lot of people think this BLM and the Marxist revolution and all that is new. Well, frankly, it's not new. And it actually was fomented and came out of California and Hollywood, especially through the culture, pretty boldly in the 2000s, and has just
mhm.
bubbled up since then. And I've been following that, and I started speaking out about things I saw, and then it blew up, and we started to see it everywhere. And I've just been following that. And then when the lockdowns came, I was still working in TV. Everything was shut down, and on March 15th, 2020, basically the next day I started the Mel K Show, and I've been just connecting the dots between past and present, and where we are and how we can get to a better place.
You've done a great job of covering let's just say the events of the 2020 election, something that I've covered and that I've been kicked off YouTube for covering, as
Yeah,
I
me
think
too.
you have. But yet, I don't think they expected all of us, including President Trump,
Right.
to find these alternative media markets and build our programs on those. And still, we're out here and we're interconnecting and building an audience. The events around that, preceding that, you had, as you say, this sudden emergence of this BLM Antifa, which is not new. I mean, Antifa goes back to Nazi Germany. It's not,
Yep.
it was just as bad as the street Nazis. And they basically affected what I would call a Kristallnacht on right after the George Floyd death, where they started to loot black businesses and burn black neighborhoods and kill black children around the country. And this, they, was setting the stage for their election. I don't want to I use that word quite loosely in this case, of 2020, and the installation of President Biden after the events
Yeah.
of January 6th. Now we have hundreds of men in prison and women being held in prison, being tortured, not even being charged. You've done a lot in terms of covering that, Mel. I've listened to you. It's a very powerful testimony. You've interviewed people on this topic. So I just want to touch on that. I mean,
Yeah.
where these, in some cases, some of these men were convicted of crimes and are serving decades long sentences, and they weren't even in Washington at that day. I'm thinking particularly about Enrico Tarrio, the head of the Proud Boys. What's going on with that at this point?
Well, I think anyone that's fair and honest and looking at it directly, and it's kind of a litmus test for where we are and where people are in this nation right now, is how they look at January 6th. I mean, there's been so much evidence, the newer evidence that has come out. Darren Beatty's followed the pipe
Oh
bomber
yeah.
nation.
Hmm.
This is a very, very interesting part of the story, because at
Yes.
any other time in history, if we had a bomber, say the Unabomber, they had a task force of hundreds of people. This was so important to find the bomber, because you would think that if there's a bomber, the bomber's not going to stop at just putting two bombs there, and then everything that's unfolded from that. We're at a place where it was like 100% some kind of inside job. But more than that, I think the January 6th committee and everything that happened after that kind of tells you what the story was. The story was, I believe, and there's many other people that believe this. Now, there was violence that day. It was obviously on both sides. There was all kinds of stuff. There was obviously many, many infiltrators. But what really I believe this was all about was the election, what happened at the election, the truth about the election, all of the election fraud, and you brought up Kristallnacht, and this was kind of the Reichstag side of it too, which is they
Yes.
wanted to make an example of, do not question this government, do not question what happened at the election, do not stand together in any kind of protest of this installed regime, or you will be crushed and you will be vilified. And a lot of this also had to do with setting up Donald Trump for a to never come back. Of course, that was not going to happen. So they've done everything else that they could, and it's a small group of people. I mean, people have to understand that though we have, we have Fannie Willis out there, we have Jack Smith, we have Letitia James, all of that. There really is a lawfare group that is above them, and they are the exact same people that were involved in Crossfire Hurricane, the same people involved in the phony Ukraine impeachment, and the other Weissman and Eisen and all these guys. And they are still running this Get Trump campaign above
Mm.
the DAs and the AGs. They're not the ones writing this. They call it novel legal theory, things that were never used before. This is really not about, it has nothing to do with Donald Trump. In fact, I believe that our country, left and right, Republican and Democrat, is fully captured by a globalist billionaire oligarchy. Many of them, the American wing of it, the Soros, the Omadar, the Arabella partners, there's so many more, Gates, others, that they are kind of post-America. America is not their what they want in the future, and by any means necessary. So they keep throwing out that we have a democracy when we have a constitutional republic. The reason we have a constitutional republic, if people don't know, it's because during the Federalist Papers times and the people that were arguing against the federal government and all of that, they looked at every form of government, our founders, from all the way back to biblical times to Plato and Aristotle and Socrates, all the way to the Roman Empire, to Athens, to Westphalia, to all of this stuff. And they realized that a democracy was the quickest way. A straight democracy was the quickest way to another monarchy or dictatorship. That would be 51% ruling over 49%. And the people that actually have been orchestrating everything, I believe, including January 6th, would prefer a one-party system in this country. And then that would then lead into who I believe they really work for, which are the people that fund them, which are aligned with the global governance concept that was created a long time ago with Rockefeller and the Crown and Kissinger and Brzezinski and all these people that believe that an elite educated class of oligarchs is a better plan for ruling the world than the nation state. So the stated goal is to get rid of the nation state. And in order to do that, you have to crush resistance. You have to make sure that there are no people willing to step up or stand up against authoritarian rule and what they've shown us. And I believe January 6th was really just that. It was an operation to make sure that the American people were so beat down and felt so demoralized and dehumanized that they would never stand up against the government as they walk us into Agenda 2030 and the end of the nation state known as the United States, which will never happen. But they tried. And so many people's lives were ruined. As you know, many of the people that did riot and loot, I was in New York City at the time. I saw it firsthand.
Mm-hmm.
We were locked down and you could see it from the roof, and you'd look out and you'd see all these people, no masks, marching, Black Lives Matter, right during COVID, and nothing happened to them. In fact, many of them I just saw yesterday, the Chaz people of Seattle, they all got a $10 million settlement. The people that were in Antifa and doing that, and it's happened all over the country in every city. So that just tells you it's not just about January 6th, it's also about the demoralization and the rules for me and not for thee. and really subjugating the people. And I believe all people. I don't think they care about the Democrats either. The people that are really running our country want the entire country to destroy itself. And they are helping to facilitate that. And January 6th was a big way of making people scared to stand up against the government.
It's a an informal conspiracy that goes way back. This
Yeah.
country was founded as a way to counter that conspiracy by basically acknowledging that sovereignty comes from God and not the state, and that the individual has a limited grant of sovereignty in this lifetime, and that they then basically elect governments to serve within the confines of a constitution. And we could trace it back. It's an interesting subject, but we know that it really did not grab the high ground in the United States in terms of our politics and culture. I don't know. Some people say around the Wilson administration. I think
Yeah,
that's true.
me too.
In the Anglo-American establishment of that was discussed by Professor Carroll Quigley in The
Yes,
Tragedy and Hope, which I think documents that he was a whistleblower and he was part of that establishment. He was
exactly.
a mentor to Bill Clinton, but they gave birth to all of these secretive organizations like the Council on Foreign Relations and the Chatham House in London that implemented a policy of perpetual war for perpetual peace as a way to keep the entire world off balance. President Trump was the first politician to step in and go out against that.
Yeah.
He ended international wars. He began to withdraw from those. At the same time, he wasn't an isolationist. He crushed ISIS. He also got NATO to finally pay their dues, which successive administrations, both Democrat and Republican, had given lip service to that. And he brought about the Abraham Accords because he's a businessman and he was
Yep.
able to do the unthinkable with regard to Israel and the Arab states. That has all been tossed into the garbage now by a return to the internationalist perpetual war for perpetual peace by this new regime. They basically gave billions of dollars over to Iran, which is now using it to fund Hezbollah and the attack American bases in Syria and Iraq and the Houthis. And they gave $1 billion to UNRWA, which launched the Hamas invasion, where they slaughtered over 1,000 Israelis. So we have this return to instability, not to mention the invasion of Ukraine, which would never have happened under Trump. And now the surrender in Afghanistan, which was the worst military defeat probably in world history, with umpteen billions of dollars of materiel turned over to the communist Chinese, and the complete betrayal of our allies. So we have instability around the world now,
Yep.
and because of the sense that most Americans have that the election of 2020 was not kosher, even though most people are afraid to say it to pollsters because they're afraid their name might end up on the same FBI list that's put people in prison.
Yeah.
There is genuinely a move toward reelecting President Trump to a third term, and that includes increasing numbers of minorities are waking up. They're being red pilled, as we like to say. Younger people, women. I mean, there's a growing groundswell of support, but yet you have, as you say, these same players in place
Yep.
who first cooked up the crazy conspiracy theory that Putin had conspired with, or as they say, colluded with Trump to steal the 2016 election. They worked on that for 3 years. And then, of course, the perfect phone call impeachment, and finally the J6 event, which they thought would be the final nail in the coffin. And they even impeached Trump again while he was already out of office. These same people, and you mentioned some names there, Eisen,
Weissman.
Weissman. I mean, these I follow them on Twitter, and I sometimes send them notes. I mean, that they are openly conspiring to use the criminal system, the criminal justice system, to further change laws and prosecute Trump and any of his supporters, including the nation's mayor, Rudy Giuliani, whom they sent to bankruptcy, and destroy other people, Steve Bannon, a lot of people who are speaking up, using that system to put them in jail and to twist things around. I mean, this recent crazy case brought by this weird woman making these accusations against Trump. She couldn't remember the year. The likelihood of that is extremely slim. And yet she was given $80 million because Trump publicly,
Denied it.
yeah, and criticized her, his accuser. I
Yeah.
mean, that's how bad our system has become, and it was so corrupt the way the judge handled that, and his collusion with the chief prosecutor, and it's really rotten. So I guess that given the fact that these people are still in place and this big money is still in place, as you say, that crooked billionaire from Hungary, we know who
Yeah.
I mean, and
Hansberg Weiss.
yeah,
Hansberg Weiss.
and
Yeah.
Omidar and all the rest of these
Yeah.
people, their money is pouring out of their pockets.
Yep.
What do you think is going to happen? I mean, God forbid. I mean, I'm afraid that they're going to decide on the Kennedy solution, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do. I don't think that's going to be possible. And frankly, I think a lot of these cases are falling apart. What I have found is that the people you're talking about through the Brookings Institute, again, they were involved in Crossfire Hurricane and everything else. And also, they have two new groups, Just Security and another one, United States for Democracy. We have Norm Eisen writing, yet another big document about the crisis democracy faces in 2024. We have all these different
Mm,
characters from Newland's husband Kagan of formerly of NATO and the Center for New American Century, and we have all these different people writing op-eds about Trump will be a dictator, Trump will be all about revenge, all this stuff, and at the same time they are using tremendous they call them novel legal theories, which are not legal theories. They're twisting the law to make it fit to get Trump in any way possible. Frankly, I think that they've also what I do know is that they wrote a lot of the legal theories and ways to prosecute Trump, and then handed them down to these Soros-backed prosecutors and DAs that are now trying the cases. What we're finding is that these people have no moral or integrity of any kind, and so they are picking these prosecutors to go prosecute these cases that do not have the level of expertise. This is a lot of what I see is going on with foreign policy as well. That we don't have Kissingers and Brzezinskis anymore. While they dumbed down our children, they dumbed down their own. While they made the Poison Ivy League become a lowbrow club of Marxists, basically, and communists, they stopped teaching them strategy and critical thinking and Sun Tzu type war. So we don't have those people in power anymore that are strategic, that know how to do. They're not good risk players. And so
mm,
what we have right now, I think, is a time for people in the United States to realize two things. One is, the old meme of Trump being, they're not after me, they're after you, but I'm in the way. I really have changed it to, they're not after America, they're after the world, and America is in the way. And what is in the way are we, the people of America. Our Constitution and our Bill of Rights are standing in the path and in the way of the Great Reset or any of the global governance goals that they put out there. Obama signed on to Agenda 2030 in 2015 without
yeah,
telling the people of the United States exactly what that meant. Agenda 2030's end goal is to have no nation states. It goes back to, which I say is the biggest fraud pulled on all of us in the last 100 years, which is the United Nations, which was really started by Rockefeller and the Crown and Kissinger and Brzezinski on his left and right, Council of Foreign Relations and Trilateral Commission. The long game goal was to undermine America's sovereignty and to really turn this world into like a Hunger Games situation. And the global public-private partnership of the World Economic Forum, which is one and the same. People don't realize this. They have many agreements with the UN. They are the same thing. And what they are is they function as if they are the parent company of planet Earth. And they decide, and all the videos of Klaus Schwab, how he infiltrated in all his different groups, and then they spread them out all over the place. And I think what we're dealing with on a bigger picture is the disruption of the end goal of destroying America from within, and thus then kicking into this pattern, this whole thing that they laid out a long time ago, where we were just a cog in a globalist wheel. And honestly, I think that they're greatly underestimating the people of the United States. I think it's becoming very clear that we are a nation that is standing right up for the world. Our Second Amendment is a gift from God that was thought about because of what our founders faced. And I really believe that the American people are seeing through this. Every time that they do this to Trump, especially this woman, and I lived in Manhattan. Her story is implausible. It's not even possible what she's saying
of
happened
course,
at
it's
Bergdorf.
crazy.
Yeah, but the truth is I had to leave New York City not that long ago. I hung in as long as I could, but I'll tell you, that Southern District of New York and the DC federal court, these are not, these are operatives of this globalist oligarch regime. They
Yeah.
are not working for the people. And the good news is, I believe the American people, regardless of skin color or preferences of any kind or religion, are all seeing for the first time at the same time exactly what we're dealing with, which is a totally captured government that cannot be reformed from within. It has to actually be we the people demanding it, state by state, county by county. People are getting involved. Yeah, the truth is that this is a long term game to them, and their end game, I believe, at this point with what they're doing is more about them justice coming for them, because like I said, the same people, when you trace back all of the Trump lawsuits, they're all written by the same people involved in Crossfire Hurricane.
Indeed.
So if you really look at that, you wonder, so they're willing to destroy, tear America apart. I guess they signed in blood that Agenda 2030, and then Kamala Harris and Biden in September of 2023 re-up that they are halfway to achieving the 17 global development goals. And in that meeting that they had, and then the paper that they put out, which is still on the White House website, if you read their commitment to the global goals and you go past the top and you start going down, you're going to see that they have 17 goals listed, and all of about probably 3 trillion worth of dollars all going into globalist funds, which is the World Health Organization is a global money laundering scheme, the climate change global money laundering scheme to centralize the money into this globalist oligarchy that believes that they're the parent company of the planet. And I just think the American people, one way or another, slowly but surely, are getting to a place where we're probably 15% left of center, 15% right of center, agree on almost everything. And at this point, we have to align. I am a Trump person. I will be voting for Trump. And I believe that he will be the nominee. I don't believe these cases will make it. A couple of them will fall apart. I believe that there's some evidence that has come out, Brady evidence for the Jack Smith documents case. Obviously, he didn't do an insurrection, so that's not going to go anywhere. The New York cases will be appealed. The Fannie Willis case, obviously, she's more corrupt than he could ever be. So what we're dealing with is none of these cases, I don't think, will make it before the election. And honestly, I think these people are so evil and so self-centered. They believe that they are supra class. They are above all of us. I believe that they're more scared of themselves being prosecuted, because the truth of the matter is, during Crossfire Hurricane, that was treason and sedition committed by the Obama team and by all of these characters. And then they continued it, spying on Cash and Nunes, and then continuing to spy on Trump apparently the whole time, conspiring during the pandemic. I do think that these people are more worried about themselves and the 2024 election, as much as the stakes for the United States are between, will we remain America and American citizens, or become a cog in a globalist wheel and be globalist citizens, is really what we're voting for. But bigger than that, these people are willing to do whatever they need to do to not go to jail themselves. And I really believe that they've overplayed their hand, and most people see that. And that's why I believe the Black community, you brought that up before, it's really important to understand. Black Lives Matter, first of all, was funded by the same globalist billionaire oligarchs. All of these uprisings are, just like the ceasefire now is funded by the same people as Black Lives Matter, as was the Women's March, as was the LGBTQ March, as will be the Demand Citizen March planned for March. So I just want to say, I think people see it. I think that they did not. Their current group of conspirators are not very smart. They also can't keep their mouths shut. They put out papers and documents to show how smart they are, just telling you what they're doing, and people see it. And like I said, Black Lives Matter, everything that came out of that, defund the police, no bail, no jail, a lot of the DEI, CRT, this is hurting the Black community the most, and the Black community knows it. And that's a big difference right now, is that as they persecute Donald Trump, the Black community is looking at this every single time and saying, look, we told you so. We told you that this is what's going on with the justice system, that this is what's happening here and there. We also have the legal immigrant community that is outraged by what's going on, especially if they came from communist nations and see exactly what's happening to this country. So it's my belief that in the next, they already have the apparatus set up. You know, Zuckerberg said the 20 states banned his Zuckerbucks, so he just rebranded as the U.S. Alliance for Election Excellence. You know, and you know,
he's going to probably he'll write another check for $420
oh, he
million
already did. Oh,
in
they
order
already
in
did.
order to grease a few palms on the street, so they
Yeah.
can start to go to nursing homes and harvest ballots. And you
Yeah.
have the electronic voting. I don't know if you're following this trial in
Sure.
Atlanta,
Yeah.
which originally was brought by Stacey Abrams. It's finally made it into a courtroom where the prosecutor showed that he could alter an electronic voting machine with a Bic pen. So,
Yeah.
I think that, as you say, Mel, people are beginning to wake up.
Yeah.
You very succinctly have illustrated the international order and what their agenda is
Yeah.
and their financial backers. I mean, you talk about the ceasefire movement. I'm in Boston, huge money being spent, billboards
Oh
on all the highways. Those things cost $10,000 a week. I mean, that's not cheap, and they're everywhere. So yeah, the money is there. They're going to try to pull some other intersectional agenda,
yeah. They
probably
have a
several
plan.
of them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I've gotten information.
one after the other,
Yeah.
and so you have, but yet people are seeing very strange developments in our culture and in our life right now. You've got, an open border, which they cannot explain. You have 4 million people rushing over the border, getting checks for $2,000 and being housed in these fancy hotels. Even our liberal governor here is, upset and trying to say something about it. You've got hamburger at McDonald's, $15.
I know.
A family of three, it costs $75 to go to McDonald's. I mean, working people are noticing that. You've
Yeah.
got 30% of young people now consider themselves to be non-binary. Where did that come from? Who ever heard of it 5 years ago? This was an agenda that suddenly popped out of nowhere, but we know it didn't pop out of
Right.
nowhere. These things have been in the works for decades, and now it's all out in the open.
Yeah.
I just hope that people can see this clearly and take action because it's becoming more obvious every day.
Yeah, and I think people are, but what people really have to understand is they have to stop. They have to shut off MSNBC, CNN, even Fox News, but certainly Washington Post, New York Times, Politico, and don't forget they've gone into deals with Google. So now when you Google anything, the first 6 pages are just their chosen sources.
Yeah.
We are in an information war more than anything, a cognitive war. I actually on my show went through a document from NATO, which I believe to be the one world military. Not a, it is in no way what NATO was supposed to be. And don't forget Reagan and had made it a pact with Russia to dismantle it. But NATO put out a document about cognitive warfare, brain warfare, and really about turning people into weapons against each other. And that is what
Oh
they've
yeah.
done here. We've been in a color revolution. Of course, Eisen is one of the architects of many of them around the world, including here. And the truth of the matter is that until the people of the United States realize that their neighbor and the people that vote for the illusion of the other party, as you brought up tragedy and hope, there are not two parties. It is just for us to believe that we have an illusion of choice here, which we should and we can take back. But I really believe that we are at a place where everyone understands something is very wrong, and what is very wrong is us. It is not the government. It is we, the people, individually. People have to understand their individual liberty, their individual sovereignty, their desire and God-given right to auto-determine their future themselves and to choose their own path and their own course is in danger. The Agenda 2030, which is what I believe is on the ballot in 2024, and Donald Trump has said so himself. You brought up he started to dismantle that without people really realizing it wasn't just NATO. He pulled out of the very vile and toxic UNESCO, which is where a lot of this LGBTQ education and critical race theory, all that is coming from. He pulled us out of the World Health Organization. He was looking at the money in NATO, I think maybe to say, if you can't pay it, then we're not going to be in this thing. I hope that he goes after and pulls out of the United Nations. It's the biggest fraud. We're the biggest funders. They're funding everything at the border. In fact, a woman that came through Obama's administration, Amy Pope, is running the immigration division for 5 years. The Biden administration put her up for that in the United Nations, working hand in hand with Mayorkas to give out billions of dollars to 200 NGOs. And I think the biggest issue here is that there are NGOs, think tanks, and lobbying firms. Lobbying should be totally illegal. It is legalized bribery for the so-called elite class working there in DC. That's got to be dismantled. No taxpayer dollars or grants should go to NGOs. If you want to have a non-government organization, you fund it yourself. And on top of that, a lot of these think tanks are they're funded by foreign money or these oligarch billionaires. And I think the big misconception is that these people are American. Larry Fink and his friends, he also not only runs BlackRock that owns most of the country basically, but Larry, he also is on the board of the World Economic Forum, one of the architects of the Great Reset. He is also on the board of the Council of Foreign Relations. And BlackRock is the only company, apparently, financial services firm that can freely work in CCP China. So you look at some of these different players, Gates, Soros, Omadar, Reid Hoffman, some of these different people that are aligned with the World Economic Forum. It's not hard to see that they are not for America. They are for the global governance. They are part of that global government movement. It's hard to look at now, but I believe both Bushes, Clinton, Obama, and Biden all are for the global governance movement and
That's
the
true.
people below them. But the truth is, the American people are not. And we don't like bullies here. It's in our DNA to fight bullies. And whatever happened in 1776, everyone should take out their Declaration of Independence, read it right now, and analyze where we are, because we're in the exact same place. And I believe that's happening. I believe people are standing up from the inside and they're getting it one way or another. And by the time the election comes around, no matter what they do, they won't be able to steal it. That's what I think.
It has to be very overwhelming. All the people you just mentioned, all those former presidents, either were blackmailed or they got very rich
Yeah.
as a result of being in office. Whereas Trump, he was already rich.
Right.
He's already famous. He doesn't need anything. So he's able to go out and say, hey, I want to give something back to my country. I really think that that's the driving force. And that's why they fear him. And that's why they despise him. He's not owned by this amorphous, illuminated, internationalist, amoral establishment that has really is behind all of these agendas that people are waking up to. Uh,
Yep.
Mel K, what do we do with the people in our lives who are still normies, who still get their news from Lester Holt? They don't watch us. They're still like, vulnerable to you know, these hatched hoaxes that are going to mobilize people. There might be between now and November, there's probably going to be another George Floyd type thing. Maybe they might even do something worse, like have another pandemic, God forbid,
Yep.
or a war, or even a nuclear event. I just think these are very, very perilous times between now and November.
Yep.
What can we say to those people in a way that doesn't shake their cage too much, and that puts into perspective the fact that they are well-meaning but ignorant, and introduce some of these realities to them.
Yeah, well, for me, I like to meet people where they are. I've been traveling all over the country. I speak a lot to small groups and large groups. And what I can tell you is that everywhere I've gone, wherever I go, I stay. Wherever I stay, I go to the front desk. I ask for what is the local hangout here. I don't want to go to the best restaurant. I want to go where the people that live here hang out regularly. And I go eat at
Mm.
the bar, and I talk to as many people as possible. I will tell you, regardless of where people lie in their mind, in the illusion of a two-party system, most people are pretty honest that our country seems to be a disaster on many, many fronts. I try to figure out where people are and where I can meet them. And instead of telling them what's going on, I like to pose critical thinking questions that force them to think critically. Because one of the big parts of this whole NATO mind control cognitive warfare that we are in an information war. It is a serious military grade. If you look back at Michael Aquino's Mind Wars, fast forward 50 years of technology and honing it, I always say Goebbels and Hitler are looking up from hell thinking, wow, they're really, really good. So you got to knock people out of the mind war space where they no longer control what they think, which is what the
Mhm.
goal was, right out of the NATO documents, right out of Mind Wars. It is, and there's documents in between by NASA and other about brain mind control. And
Sure.
I've had on people involved in that. And the truth is, you have to knock people out where they are and ask them critical thinking questions that affect them, and wait for them to answer. And once they answer something, then you ask another one. I think the best thing to do is to find people what they're passionate about, what's bothering them. Because right now there's plenty of things, especially we're starting to see something that I'm getting a lot of information about is our school system is being inundated with people that are not only illiterate in English, but also have had no education whatsoever, and they're putting them into school at the age level of the grade. So there's a lot of parents out there that maybe
Uh,
didn't care about the agenda before, but now they see, like, the whole they're bringing down everyone, and they're putting these kids in there that shouldn't be in there, that are hurting their kids, especially if they have special needs. So there's that. Then there's all the other things that are happening overseas, which are terrible. You brought up the ceasefire now movement. All I would say is, who are they asking a ceasefire from? Because it's certainly not Israel that is running
No.
this. That is not
And
who's funding it.
and
So
by the way,
again,
I asked them when they say, well, we want a ceasefire now. My question to them is, well, what's going to happen if Hamas starts firing missiles again? There won't be any more ceasefire, will there? I
well, I
mean,
think it's even
yeah,
bigger than that. The ceasefire now movement. I'm just curious who they're asking to have a ceasefire. Because in
right.
my opinion, there's a lot more going on in Israel right now than the traditional. I do think that this is another part of the color revolution, another part of the
Yes,
manipulation. There's a bigger picture in Israel because of where the land is in Israel. That it connects directly to Ukraine, connects directly to Taiwan, connects directly to Yemen and everywhere else. I still believe that it's this billionaire globalist oligarchy that is hell bent on the Great Reset, that is really funding and financing and causing chaos worldwide, because to them, they are at the bottom line. I think they're Aleister Crowley level Satanists that
indeed.
order out of chaos, and the more chaos they
That's
can
right.
control. But right now, we're in a color revolution in America, and the best thing to do is to find the people that you think are on the other side and meet them where they are and get talking. Don't fear that. And another thing I'd like to say too, because I am a Trump person, but I have a lot of friends that I know are voting for RFK Jr. They support RFK Jr. Well, right
Yes.
now, the best thing
Hmm.
we can do is to forget about the presidential election and align with the RFK Jr. voters on election integrity, on fighting together, teaming up, stop attacking each other. So what? You want to vote for RFK? I want to vote for Trump. Well, let's at least make sure both our votes count. And I think that
That's
that's
right.
another place people can get started, is get involved there. And also a lot of these Zuckerberg groups, you can go to any of their websites, Democracy Alliance, this new excellent in elections group, and all of them. They have groups all over the country that claim to be bipartisan. The reason that they're allowed to have these groups is because they have to claim that they're bipartisan. So
That's
start going
fine.
to their meetings. Just start getting out there and be brave. Being brave is the best thing, and don't worry about what anyone says. Everyone right now is getting to a place where it's pretty clear that we're being run by a criminal organization that has no concern for the American people or our future. And honestly, Donald Trump's MAGA, Make America Great Again, was his economic plan. It had nothing to do with the people. It was economic. And most people can get on board with that. We really do need to reinvest in America. And the people that want to destroy us want to leave America out. So, there's many places to meet people. And I think it's best to just make people think for themselves and pop them out of this group think. And that's where you can actually make some headway. And again, I think the Black community, the legal immigrant community, white, Black, gay, straight, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, everyone is seeing right now something is very wrong. And they're starting to realize the enemy is not the other guy. The enemy is actually above us and can be taken down because it's small compared to 300 million people. We're talking about probably 10 to 15,000 that are involved in what I would call the billionaire globalist oligarchy and their minions. And that's not that many people if we just start to align together and forget the differences they're creating and actually look at the real enemy, because it's not your neighbor. It is actually a very definable group of people that are more worried about themselves going to prison than saving this nation.
Indeed. And they control a lot of the levers of communication. Like Karl Marx said, the means of production, the means of communication, and the means of distribution, which is the definition of socialism. And that's probably the greatest modern hoax in history. The idea that this socialist agenda is somehow going to be good for people. It's going to be good for
Right.
the little guy. No, it's going to create a central authority in the hands of these very same elitists.
Yeah.
And it's just it's kind of scary to contemplate, but that is exactly what we're looking at. I think you brought up a great issue, Mel, and I've heard you do it on your podcast with regard to voter suppression, because that's what
Yep.
we have. Every fake vote that's cast suppresses a real vote, and that
Right.
includes Black people in the urban areas. Their votes are suppressed
Yep.
by machine created votes and votes that are imported from other states, like they were. I don't want to get into this, but in 2020, I mean, I've talked about this with many guests, as of you. It's a
Yep.
huge issue, and that you do accurately identify it as a satanic agenda. It is goes back to the illuminated secret societies, goes back to the Sabadians and the Frankists. Great subject to go
Yeah.
into, probably too much right now, but the point
Yeah, but
is
I want to say
that
something about what you're saying because this is really important. Because I've done a lot of, the biggest thing I do, which I find is the easiest way to identify who the real enemy, who's running the controlled demolition of America and why. And a lot of these corporations, they're multinational corporations. Their main money does not come from America consumers anymore. It comes from Chinese consumers and Indian consumers and other places. So they are post-America. A lot of the people that people look up to that are the oligarchy that are running the NGOs that are running the get out to vote, voter suppression groups like, all these people. But I have to tell you, I honestly believe they don't think the people that I'm talking about, they're supra, they're above, they're senior executive service. They're the people that Trump wanted to put in Schedule F to be able to fire. They're the people that have been in place since the JFK murder and have covered up one crime after another by their friends and been blackmailed or whatever. And they are still in office and they stay there no matter who the president is. And we got to gut them. But the truth about all of this is that I have been looking into these many get out the vote groups, from Obama's group to Zuckerberg's group to all the ones, open society funds. They don't think anyone deserves a vote. When I tell you right now that they don't care about Democrat votes, Republican votes, libertarian votes, independent votes, they don't believe that the American people should be allowed to vote. Okay,
oh
so
yeah,
go
no.
back to Rockefeller when he said that it's high time that a world government be determined, and also that the voting of the past to auto determination by the people should not be the case. It should be the bankers and the elite educated class should decide for the people who runs the countries. And that is what they believe. So when they have all these pushes for marginalized voters and get out the vote and everyone should vote, what it's really about is that nobody should vote. Everything that they say
Oh
is
yeah,
inverted
no. Well,
language.
and Rush Limbaugh in some of his last broadcasts said that the Democratic Party was to abolish elections. They
Totally.
want to just it's just a formality. There's like there'll be like a public kind of coronation, and
Right.
people will have these phony arguments, but underneath there'll be really nothing going on. It's all an
Right.
algorithm that's set in advance to only give certain people this number of votes here and there, and switch them around with if somebody needs a few extra over there. I mean,
Yeah.
this is a fascinating subject, one that needs to be exposed. And to do so is very difficult because these people don't suffer fools gladly. I mean, they want to, they'll suppress you in every way they can.
Oh, I know. Don't I know it?
Oh, sure, as do I. But Mel, I like your positive energy. You're on the good side, obviously. You're on the side of truth, of God, of
Yeah.
justice, and that everybody can make a contribution. As you say, you make your contribution with your incredible broadcast. I try to do it with mine.
Yeah.
Anybody can make a
Right.
contribution in some way toward, I know it's a word that we like to use, but I think it's a good one, red pilling America.
Yeah.
Having people essentially wake up and see what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
So Mel K, let my listeners and viewers know where they can listen to your excellent broadcast
Thank you.
and all of the other information you'd like to share.
Great. I want to say one thing about what you just said, because here's a great side of what we're dealing with right now, especially when I said that they're not after America, they're after the world and America's in the way. That should empower every American to dig inside and really look at what they want, their life and their legacy, and what they're going to say to their grandchildren or great grandchildren. And when somebody looks back and says, that guy, this, like, what did you do right now when tyranny and totalitarianism and freedom is being threatened in America? What did you do? And to me, I think this is a tremendous opportunity. And I keep saying, I don't care if you were a drunk, you were a cheat, you were a liar, you were a doctor, a nurse, a great person, a hero, a business CEO that hired thousands of people. Whatever your past was, right now in this time in history is going to be so crucial for not just America but the world. You can redefine and be anything you want right now. There's plenty of opportunity to be a hero, to be a leader, to redefine your path, to choose a new future. This is a time of great rebirth for everything, including every single individual in the United States. Every citizen can redefine who and what they are and their purpose in life. So people should be excited and get really involved wherever they see fit. and find their gifts and find their skills. It could be anything from the arts to podcasting to everything you're saying to whatever it is. Everyone right now should see the opportunity of the tremendous period of time we are living through and seize it for themselves to recreate and to refocus their life wherever they see fit. It is a time of great change, and people should take advantage of that in the most positive ways. And you can follow me at themelkshow.com. I have a great resource page that anything I'm talking about, I put receipts on there, including lots of information about everything from the global government and Agenda 2030 to what's going on in our schools, to who's running and what their past votes are, to the WikiLeaks documents, FBI D-class. So the melkshow.com resource page is a great place to go to start your journey on picking what your purpose will be in this battle. And on top of that, the Mel K Show is everywhere except for I was kicked off of YouTube and I will never censor myself. So I decided to never go back. So I am on every night live at 7:30 on Rumble and on everywhere free speech lives. My audio podcast is all over the place as well. And other than that, I am on Instagram, the Mel K Show, and I got kicked off of Twitter, but I'm back on there because it is one of the fronts. Be brave, stand up, speak up. Don't care what people say about you. That's not going to matter. When people look back, they're going to know that you stood up for what was right when it was hard. And that's what matters the most. So themelkshow.com and Rumble, the Mel K Show, please subscribe there.
Excellent. Mel K, thanks so much.
Thank you, sir.
Been really, really great. I really appreciate it, Mel.
Thank you. You too. And keep up the great work yourself. Really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. You as well. God
Thanks.
bless. All right, welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Thanks for joining me. Michael D. Shaw is my guest. Mike, how are you?
Just great. What about you? How's your vegan diet?
It's going well. You know, I really feel like I'm having like some kind of an eye irritation today. I don't know what that's about, but I wonder if it's after 60 plus years of toxicity. Maybe I'm leaching out all those toxins. I don't know. But
There may be something to that, actually.
yeah. Oh, I don't doubt it. I mean, I feel like, you know, kind of something's lifting off my shoulders.
And you've lost what, like 30 pounds?
No, I've lost about 5 pounds so far. But that's
good.
a lot, you know. That's good, and that's a lot. And I'm totally on board with it. And I'm not finding it to be too difficult. It's a lot of, I've realized that a lot of like what we eat and what we do, a lot of these things are, you know, it's more just by habit. It's more like psychological. I mean, like, you know, I'm going along and I'm thinking, gee, why don't I have something that's not particularly healthy? And then I stop myself and say, well, why? I mean, it's like, you know, it's like, why am I doing this? It's like, it's an unawareness. And I'm finding that it's actually working out pretty well. And I feel like I'm grateful to my dear daughter for getting me into this. And I feel like I'm going to be healthy. I'll save my life.
Well, good.
So.
Good news.
Yeah. So, but I want to talk a little bit about this whole dust up between Candace Owens and Rabbi Shmuley Bayotek. What a character. I don't know if you're following the story, but he...
Not so much between Candace and Shmuley, but between Candace and your friend Ben Shapiro, who I never really liked. By the way.
No, and I think he's really stepped in it by firing her, and she did nothing wrong. She's not anti-Semitic. It's like a witch hunt. She was defending what's his face, you know, the rapper, I forget his name now, Kanye.
Right.
Who did, I mean, it said some stupid comment. I mean, it's like, and this is what gives, I mean, it's sort of a complete abuse of anti-Semitism, as I get into, by the way, in my book. And by the way, speaking of which, I want to thank the guys over at the Jew Function for interviewing me yesterday. What a great interview. They have a pretty big YouTube show, and it's going to be up, I think, in a few days after they finish editing it. And, you know, I get into the fact that the idea of anti-Semitism is, and by the way, Dr. E. Michael Jones is quite right about this, even though his motives are bad, in that... It's, you know, he comes at it from a different standpoint than I am, but it is used as a vehicle by scoundrels to try to win an argument. And yeah, this has nothing to do with that. I mean, it's like and it does apply for groups like the ADL to liberal causes. If you're against abortion, you're an anti-Semite. If you're
Well,
against
what
gay
it's come down
marriage,
to, and you probably know this, I forgot the name of the guy. Apparently, a Holocaust survivor said it's very sad that the definition of anti-Semitism changed from someone who hates Jews to somebody that Jews don't like.
exactly. And by Jews, we're not talking your regular garden variety Jew here. We're talking
Yeah.
about ultra liberal Jews,
Yeah.
like for example Merrick Garland, who disgustingly attacked questions I think it was Ted Cruz by saying, "Did you know I survived the Holocaust?" It had
What?
nothing to
Him?
do. Yeah, I mean, and I think that Mayorkas has intoned this. It's scoundrelous, and it makes my stomach turn
Oh,
that
wait,
they would do that.
you're saying that Garland actually said that he
No,
personally.
no, that his parents or his relatives were Holocaust survivors. Fine, had nothing to do with what they were talking about. He's, he was being asked about why it is he's sending spies into Catholic churches and
Yeah.
to school board meetings, and to as a way to dodge those questions, he intones this piece of biography which is completely irrelevant, and which
It
implies
may
that
not
anyone
even be
who
true, by the way.
probably
I
not.
mean, it's the old thing that if all these people were related to Holocaust survivors, there would have been 10 times as many in the camp. I mean, you don't want to make light of it.
No, I know what you mean. There'd be a lot more surviving, but or Holocaust victims, I should say. By
Yeah.
the way, just to be more precise. But the point is that it's not relevant to what they were talking about, and it's scoundrelous that he would intone that at a time like that. And Mayorkas is the most disgusting of all. He makes my skin crawl anyway. That he would intone this. Oh, I had family members who were victims of the Nazi Holocaust. I don't
So
really
what?
care. Yeah, I mean,
So
I don't give a damn what he has. I'm interested in the fact that he's swung open the border of the United States. But the point is that that's that's what I think that Ben Shapiro has done to Candace Owens. Now I understand these are sensitive times. Israel was invaded. These are Israel had to confront a genocidal attack, and yes, that's all true. And these are it's kind of a time when I think Jews are super sensitive, and there's sort of a sense of cohesion that we're all in this together. But and I feel that. But the point is that she did nothing wrong. I mean, she's questioning whether Israel has been overly zealous in its prosecution of the war in Gaza. That's a legitimate political question. I would argue they're not, but the point is
I
there
would
are
agree with
people. Yeah, I mean, there are people that can. This is a war. I mean, you have to question everything that goes on, and we don't know everything that's going on because anytime there's a war, there's a lot of narrative and a lot of censorship and a lot of each side pushing their own stories. And I mean, but anyway, she then brought up Rabbi Shmuley and attacked him because she said that he's selling sex toys. That his daughter has a sex toy business where she sells dildos and other sex paraphernalia, and that he's claiming that this is kosher, that he's speaking as a Jew. And so I looked him up, and his website, his
Well,
website.
hang on. How would the laws of kosher apply to a sex toy?
Well, no, this is outrageous. It's a preposterous that as a rabbi, and not only is he a rabbi, but he claims to be. He goes his website, Rabbi Shmuley Beotek, America's rabbi. Really? Where did he come up with that? He's America's rabbi? Boy, have we fallen low. If
Well,
that's
I'm kind of obsessive on this. I'm sorry. I mean, maybe you can help me with this. So if you have a dildo based on a bull, that would be kosher, but on a pig would not be?
I mean, the whole thing is disgusting and ridiculous. There's nothing kosher about sex toys. This is like, and that he's using his authority not only as a rabbi, and he claims to speak for at least indirectly for the Jewish people, but he's claiming to be, quote, America's rabbi, whom the Washington Post and Newsweek called, quote, the most famous rabbi in America, is for many the face of Judaism, he tells us, in the modern world. What kind of a grandiloquent, arrogant person is this? I mean, I can think of a lot more rabbis in this country who are much more scholarly and much more Torah true and much more aware of the intricacies of Jewish law and Jewish life, and but aren't they blowing their horn like this and sending out press releases? I'm America's rabbi, and then
I had heard of the guy. He's obviously a big self-promoter, but
right.
Why did it bother Shapiro that Candace deigned to attack this guy?
Well, that's a big question. I mean, he sided with Shmuley, and Shmuley is there selling sex gadgets and butt plugs, apparently, through his daughter's business. It's disgusting. And not only that, but then Shmuley responded by putting up a video on his own Facebook page of a Purim celebration. Now, in Purim, you're supposed to put on costumes, and it's kind of like the Jewish version of the Mardi Gras. Or the Irish version of St. Patrick's Day, where you kind of let loose and you get a little drunk and you kind of have these funny skits and all that sort of thing. Well, the thing that he put up was so utterly disgusting. With his, he portrayed himself. You have to see this. I mean, it's awful, as like the worst stereotype of a Jew. He put on this big thick nose with pimples on it. And he's a weird and rather unpleasant looking guy anyway, but he made himself so hideous. And then he's there twerking with his young son, sitting on his lap. And then he grabbed the nipples of his young daughter. Oh, these are grandchildren, actually. And he's shaking his ass all over the place. It was the most disgusting display. And it's bad enough that he's doing this, and it's kind of inexplicable. But then he's America's rabbi. I mean, this is it plays right into the hands of people like Dr. Jones and like Stu Peters, who, by the way, I admire as a talk show host, but I think he's wrong on Jewish issues. But I think he's sincere. He never lies, unlike Dr. Jones. He's actually an honest guy. But the point is that for Shmuley to get up there like that, it's repulsive to me, and I feel embarrassed. I feel like I have to explain this. It goes into the worst stereotypes of Jews that are held by anti-Semites.
So was Shapiro defending this or what?
I don't know if Shapiro just sort of said that Candace, after a number of instances, he felt that she was, anti-Semitic mainly because of her criticism of the state of Israel, which I think he's dead wrong about. He talks about being a great libertarian who has different points of view on his broadcast, but obviously he doesn't tolerate anyone that doesn't genuflect to his view of the state of Israel. Now, I would say that I happen to agree with him, probably. I don't want to agree with anybody totally, but nevertheless, I mean, I would have people on who don't agree. I mean, that's not the way to go. It's bad enough that you get these very prominent Jews in organizations like the ADL pushing censorship and claiming that people are, engaging in misinformation. But to have Shapiro do that, it's really not good. I don't think it's a good look for him. I think it's going to probably jeopardize his whole business, I would imagine.
Well, there was that, and Andrew Klavan, who's also on Daily Wire.
Right, who actually said
convoluted explanation of what Candace did wrong, and Klavan's trying to come across like he's a Christian, which I really doubt.
Well, he claims that he was baptized Christian. He's one of these guys. It's like those lawyers who work they're great guys. I mean, they work with Trump. I'm trying to think of their name. But they're like Jews who convert to Christianity. That's fine. That's their business. But the point is, he said something about that the term Christ is king is an anti-Semitic term. That's ridiculous.
No.
That's crazy stuff.
Well, in seeing that video, I almost felt like someone put him up to it.
Yeah, probably
Because,
Shapiro.
yeah, because there's nothing anti-Semitic about it at all.
No, I've never heard that. I
Yeah,
mean, that's
well,
absurd. I mean, are they going to try to say that anything Christian is anti-Semitic? I mean, that's
there are people that
and by
will
the way,
say,
even if it is tough noogies, I mean, that's part of their
yeah,
faith. Look, I do think there's some anti-Semitism in the Christian doctrines, and that's fine. I'm not going to try to change Christian doctrine. I mean, it's like get over it. We have to kind of, tolerate differences. That's why we have different religions. I mean, it's just crazy stuff.
yeah. So no, I think he's hurting his brand. But then again, he's had a lot of chances, Shapiro, because he was violently anti-Trump 2016 election.
Yeah,
Uh, for no apparent reason other that I could ever figure out, other than Trump did not fit his sort of lace curtain
yeah, exactly. Him
rhino.
and the one at Blaze, I forget his name now, but also was violently anti-Trump. Then he took a 180-degree turn. Who's you know who I mean at
Oh, Glenn
Blaze?
Beck.
Glenn Beck, yeah. They
Well,
went they were viciously anti-Trump, and then he went 180 when Trump won.
well, what
Uh,
they
uh,
what they didn't realize is, and we talked about this before, that this represented, you talk about Wendell Willkie, but I
yes,
prefer referring to Nelson Rockefeller as the quintessential lace curtain Republican. We don't want to be around these smelly blue collar people. So we're going to be in this country club Republican setup.
yeah,
And Trump was this, let's be honest, this guy from Queens who was not
yes,
so genteel. And that's
exactly.
not how a Republican is supposed to be. A Republican is supposed to have manicured fingernails and perfect clothing and whatnot. And Shapiro, I always thought, was like the luckiest guy in the world, in that he
Yeah,
came, when I first saw this guy, there was a video when he was going by the name Benjamin Shapiro, uh, and he was a teenager, playing
there's a
some violin concerto.
right,
And, he was just this kind of poindexterous sort
right,
of figure.
a real geek. When he was at Harvard, he was
Yeah.
like that too.
And then he goes to Harvard, whatever. And then starts becoming some sort of conservative commentator. Uh, but the other shtick that I hate that he does, which is so phony, is this idea of talking fast, which makes you sound smarter
Yeah,
somehow.
I know he rattles along. Him and this
And
guy Destiny, they just rattle
yeah,
away.
so I think they blew it with this. I'm not sure if Jeremy Boring, what a name, agrees with
Uh,
Shapiro, or Shapiro's his boy and he just has to support him all the time. I don't
right.
know. Not a good look.
No, and there were some good people over there too. I mean, I like Michael Knowles. I like Matt Walsh. They're going to end up having they'll end up having a little bit of a taint on them by staying with this whole ship that as it goes down. I don't know if it will, but it's I mean I think that he just really stepped in it with this. Candace
Well, now
Owens
that
is a
you mention
tremendous
it, I
thinker.
mean, and you may not agree with this, but I think that Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles are a little bit gelded by the platform. No, seriously, because when Matt Walsh was doing that thing, What is a Woman? I
Tremendous,
think he was far too polite
really.
with the
Okay.
people he was interviewing.
Well, he was no, he did. I thought that he was doing a classic journalist thing, where he let people be who they were, and he
Bury
just would set.
themselves.
Yeah, I mean, he set the stage. I no, to me, that's tremendous work. I mean, he didn't impose his own opinion on it. He allowed everyone to make up their own mind, and he got these people to talk and expose themselves and how hideous they are, and particularly these professors that he interviewed and these doctors, and he just allowed them to rattle on. I mean, that to me is great journalism, and I think that's what he did.
Well, don't you think it could have improved if fine, he lets him speak, but then maybe attack them a little bit. Do the sort of Mike Wallace approach. Yeah, let them speak, but then,
Maybe.
those two professors and it's the two that we're thinking of.
Maybe.
Well,
I know what you mean. I was kind of waiting for him to take the gloves off a little bit, but
yeah.
he, yeah, I do think that's an important piece, though, and he did.
Oh,
It
yeah.
made a huge difference in our culture. It exposed something that most people had no idea was going on, and it really he was able to like get to the root of the problem. I mean, he
Oh, yeah.
showed.
Full marks for that.
Oh yeah, I mean, doctors were talking about, basically, hysterectomies for like preteen girls and
Yeah.
castration, and they were doing it as if it's something virtuous. And I don't think he could have gotten people to talk about that if he'd come on with, a little bit of a heavier hand. So that's journalism, and I think that it's almost like, I mean, it's like what James O'Keefe does, I suppose. You go in and you kind of don't, you hold the cards close to the vest and you get people to reveal themselves. Larry King, I know you're not a fan, but he actually was pretty good at that, right? I mean, first of all, it's because he was so ignorant. He never read a book, but putting that aside, he
Oh,
would
that was
get
it.
people, yeah, but the point is he would get people to reveal a lot more of what was going on with them
That is
than he
true.
than he would have if he had come in like maybe I would come in, blazing with fists. Then it turns into nothing but a shouting match, and you don't learn anything. So,
Yeah, I mean, there were times where that didn't work too well for Larry King.
oh, I know, and then he
That
would be
infamous
embarrassed.
interview with Jerry Seinfeld,
It was very bad. Yeah,
but it's a matter of style, of course.
right. I mean, another master of that is well, before he went on the dark side was Howard Stern. I mean, he's completely gone into the, I don't know why. He certainly made a few bucks in his day. What does he need to? But he used to be able to get people to talk about the most amazing personal things that you wouldn't even talk about with your own spouse.
Yeah,
I mean, and it was like you felt like almost like you're like an eavesdropper on a phone call. I mean, it almost had a voyeuristic sense. You feel like a peeping in someone's window, the way he
yeah,
would get people to talk about their sex life or just personal stuff. And he was very good at it because he would disarm someone. He would make them feel so they would forget where they were. They would forget that they were talking to his millions of people. They would just be sitting there hanging out with him at a bar. And he
yeah.
would get, and it was amazing. He was very skilled at that. Anyway, but this whole kerfuffle is interesting in that I find myself siding with people who I normally would not side with on the business of Shmuley, and I think that he's an absolute disgrace to, as a rabbi, to have to go out with this stuff and to be there selling sex toys with his daughter. I mean, it's just it's to say it's creepy is an understatement. And then I heard him on with Alex Jones. Oh, it's all good because it helps marriages, and I'm fine. Why is he? He should. It's not for a rabbi to be involved. I mean, if he wants to promote that kind of thing, open a storefront with tinted windows or something. I don't know. It's not really the role of somebody who claims to be representing Judaism. Judaism does not condone sex toys. I mean, is that what he wants people to think? It sort of plays into the hands of people that we don't want to encourage.
Well, it certainly enforces stereotypes that people would have,
Yeah.
and yeah,
But what do you think of the? I mean, it appears, speaking of lace curtain Republicans and rhinos, they do appear to have a strategy of stopping Trump at this point because, barring, God forbid, an assassination, and I am saying that because I do think that's the only thing that can stop Trump now. They are trying to set it up so that they are resigning from Congress early, but so there won't be a special election, as in the case of this guy Buck and this guy Gallagher. They're following, apparently, they're conversing with McCarthy, who wants them to do this, think it's out of spite. I think he wants revenge. And if they vacate those seats and there's no special election, then the Congress is going to go to the Democrats. They're now down to just one, I think, once this guy Gallagher leaves, if he does this. And he's being pressured not to do it. But I would imagine there's a lot of forces encouraging him, including moneyed forces, frankly. I don't know that, but, there's some money there's some awards for him for doing this. And I think that what's going to happen is if the Congress goes to the Democrats and Jeffries, and Trump then wins, they're not going to confirm the election. They're going to start with insurrection legislation. They're going to say we can't, certify this election because of the 14th Amendment. And then if that doesn't work and he's not inaugurated, they're going to launch impeachment immediately, probably within minutes of his taking the oath of office. I think that's what's going on. What do you think?
Yeah, I would have to agree. And of course, you and I don't need any more reinforcement of how corrupt things are.
Right.
And how the rhinos were all bad news from the beginning. We'll never know. And maybe it'll come out in 50, 100 years, how Trump in his first term succumbed to these rhinos. I believe that he was getting some conventional political advice.
Well, I think that he's learned his lesson. I mean, it's a little late, but apparently Lara Trump, his daughter-in-law, heading the RNC, is insisting that people take a loyalty oath to join the staff, including and she sends out a questionnaire that asks, one of the questions is, do you believe that the 2020 election was stolen? Yes or no? Yeah. So, I mean, that tells me, and the left is their heads are blowing up over this. Oh my God, it's authoritarian, it's fascist. No, it shows that he wants loyalists near him. He's learned that he was surrounded by people who were stabbing him in the back. They were leaking, they were bugging his phone, they were, reporting. I mean, all of those stories we heard throughout his presidency where he would say something stupid or something embarrassing and then suddenly would be on the front of all the big newspapers. They got that because somebody was bugging his phone. They got that because someone was spying on him, which, by the way, is a felony. And nobody ever talked about how they got these. There was always some unnamed source. Nobody ever faced the music on that. Nobody was ever prosecuted for that. Those are crimes. So I think that Trump learned, and he's going to be very careful now. It's too late in the day to save the first term, but I don't think he's going to make that mistake again. He's going to get people around him who are going to be loyal to him, as anyone should.
Well, you're right. I think what this exposes, I mean, the fact that these rhinos are quitting left and right. The good news, if that's the term, is that now they don't care anymore. They're not even trying to fool anybody about how corrupt this is. But, after living in the D.C. area for nearly 20 years, it was pretty clear to see what's going on. There is no, quote, opposition.
Right.
It's just they're all part of the same swamp. And the easiest argument that the swamp exists, which I've used in numerous articles one way or the other, is that we proved that money does not cure poverty, right? There was over $20 trillion spent on the, quote, war on poverty through the years.
And then we lost it.
Still have poor people, right?
Sure.
Well, this money went to this endless cadre of lobbyists, beltway bandits, consultants, and whatever. And it's destroying the country, this whole parasitic class. And I've met over those years far too many of these people.
Oh yeah, I mean it's the whole cottage industry. I mean they'll knock a few crumbs off the table after they have they feast on all of the funds. I mean one example that comes up recently is the Clinton Foundation raised $14 billion to help relieve Haiti. I think Haiti got maybe a few $1 million out of that.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
mean, and now that we see that gangs have taken over that country and it's horrible, I think they could have used those funds perhaps. Maybe if the Clintons actually had invested in that country instead of putting it in their fat pockets, maybe there would be some. Maybe they wouldn't have this kind of instability.
Well, and that's why they're afraid of Trump, because
Well, that's right. That's right.
he's the exact archetypal guy of what they don't want.
And
Self-made
and not only
billionaire.
that, but if Trump gets in there, he's going to expose these people, and they're not going to go down easy. They're going to try to stop Trump. I mean, I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that they will resort to, having him murdered. I do think, I pray for his safety. I mean, they're going to do whatever they have to do.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time, but
No, it wouldn't.
I think that he's savvy enough. And as I said, the good part of this is they're so desperate that they're not even trying to hide it anymore.
Yeah.
And um, the light is exposing all the cockroaches as they're scurrying around. It's unfortunate because there have been way too many true believers in this corrupt system, and it's gone on for far too long.
And there's
So
some honest people in there
it-
because they're losing all of these cases. I mean, the Tish James thing is gone basically. That's been thrown out. Trump is not. Oh, I love the way they were celebrating the night before last Sunday on MSNBC. Trump is going to lose Trump Tower. Oh, it was almost like, Castro entering Havana. We're going to take this. We're going to grab that, and that's over. That's not going anywhere. Trump is going to appeal it, and it'll be thrown out. It's obviously fake. And now the Hooker case is falling apart. The last thing to come out is that there's a whistleblower near Michael Cohen, the corrupt, rotten lawyer and perjurer, and convicted felon, that he had shaken down the Trump company. Trump knew nothing about it, and that he was having an affair with a hooker. So that's coming out. And then you have Jack Smith. He's not even in the country. I think he's in the Balkans. And the whole business of the documents raiding Melania's underwear drawer, I think that's fallen apart because of the Biden papers. I mean, the Biden special prosecutor has now said that there are still some documents that he wasn't able to get his hands on because they think it might have something to do with Tara Reade and her complaint against Biden. So that story is continuing to percolate, and that kind of cancels out the story against Trump. Plus, he was illegally using classified information and giving it to his biographer and whatnot. And I think, and obviously, Fannie in Atlanta, that doesn't have much credibility anymore, does it? So I think that all of it hasn't really flown. It hasn't worked for them.
Well,
What are they
here
going to
again,
do?
if you're going to create this conspiracy to get Donald Trump, maybe you should try to find people who are competent to carry it out.
Yeah.
So this raises the question, do they have any competent people on their side? It's one thing to talk about Mark Elias, but he's
Right.
not the prosecutor that's, on the ground doing this. So all they could come up with was this disgusting woman in Fulton County.
It
who-
didn't fly.
And she did not come across well.
No.
She didn't know enough, by the way, to get rid of this stupid ghetto attitude that she was trying to put up there. It didn't help that she had her dress on backwards.
Yeah, it embarrassed black people.
Just weird. Who knows what that was about? This idea with the cash, which was absurd. None of this made
It's
any
ridiculous, and it's. By the way,
And
I
by
mean,
the way, how is Tish James worth $14 million? Where did that
that's a
come
good question.
from, being a civil servant in New York State,
Oh yeah, I mean they're all very corrupt, all of these people. So, what do you think about the collapse of the bridge in Baltimore, the Francis Scott Key Bridge? It's very suspicious, I think.
Well, the thing that makes it not 100% suspicious is that if you look at the size of these super freighters, there's not a whole lot of clearance between the piers on
Right.
that bridge. I mean, that doesn't mean you should hit it.
Yeah, but the freighter was going
You should,
right for it.
yeah. I
And,
mean,
and apparently there was blackouts, and then,
yeah.
and this is like a weird thing. I didn't actually see this, but I keep hearing this, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating something here without full knowledge, but there was the film that Obama made, this dystopian film. The Obamas, their station
Yes.
sponsored it. That one of the scenes in that film is the collapse of a bridge that was hit by a cargo ship,
Yeah.
and it looks apparently uncannily like the Baltimore Bridge, and it shows this. They keep showing that video over and over again. I don't know how to read into that, but that movie seems to have some predictive elements to it.
The
We have,
suspicious part of it for me is if you're having all these power issues,
yeah.
um, why do you keep going? Was it sabotage? What's happening?
Was it
Uh,
like a cyber attack? Was it like, did they scramble somehow the cyber system? I know that I just read that, for example, in the Baltic states, near Russia, airplanes are being scrambled with this confusing GPS malfunction while they're in the air. And I think that cyber attacks, I would argue, and I can't prove this, it might have something to do with the computer machines of the 2020 election. I don't know that, but we know that they were online, and we know that there was some algorithm issues. I mean, the thing that seems to be uniquely beneficial with cyber attacks is that there are no fingerprints. It's hard to prove it. It's hard for people to even know it. Even experts in the field, people who have high level degrees in technology, in computer technology, can't detect. I think I had on Captain what was his name, Captain Seth Keschel, who's an expert on this, who talked about this. That even those people don't know what's going on. It's very difficult to get your handle on it.
well,
And
remember one thing that when you have, I mean, the fact that we're even asking these questions
yeah,
means there's a shade of doubt in what's going on. So a related sort of thing is, are professional sports rigged? Now, how do you know when that wide receiver drops that pass, whether he legitimately dropped it or whether he purposely dropped it?
yes,
You
exactly.
really don't know. So the fact that you're even thinking about that is interesting, because all I can say is look at past experience. How often do these cargo ships hit bridges? Not too damn often.
No. And there's
Now,
that, and
over,
there's all these derailments around the country, and
yeah,
these food plants that are being burned. I mean, it's just, I mean, I do think about these things in a conspiratorial context. And I wonder if this isn't America under attack. Our infrastructure, our supply chains. I mean, that bridge that goes over there in Baltimore, that is a very important artery that connects the North and the South. That's the Mason-Dixon line has been
right.
reestablished in a way. These aren't trivial things. I mean, this is like, yeah, this could be an outright, this is almost, it's not the same as 9/11, but unfortunately there weren't a lot of innocent people there. There was about 8 people there, 6 of whom have disappeared. And they did it at night. It wasn't like during rush hour. But so, I mean, at least we could be grateful for that. But it's just I'm sorry, but it just seems awfully calculated to me. Why now? I mean,
Yeah, I would agree. And
Lieutenant
of course,
General Michael Flynn has said that we can expect these black swan events between now and election day. Is this part of
yeah, I
that?
would agree with him. Um,
Yeah.
you reach a point where does something pass the smell test here?
Yes.
And it if nothing else, just comes across, it just feels off. It feels off. All right.
It does.
Maybe it's really calculated. It's not, strictly speaking, a terrorist attack in that you didn't kill 1,000 people,
Right.
but you did a hell of a lot of damage
Oh, the
to a major
damage to that
artery.
is enormous. I mean, that could really affect the entire supply line for the East Coast.
Yeah.
I don't think that we really are grasping the seriousness of that. I mean, that's like it's like really a major break. It's something that would be a military target if we were at war.
And yet, the media is trying to
Oh well,
dismiss everything.
they're already going to
Seriously.
start in by saying anybody that questions that nothing happened is involved with wild conspiracy theories, and it's the same sort of line of attack that's been going on since the assassination of Kennedy. I
Yeah.
mean, I think at that point, the CIA deliberately concocted this idea that anybody that questioned the official narrative of that was a quote conspiracy theorist.
Well, they invented the term
They did.
conspiracy.
They did, and they invented it as a negative. Now, of course, they've got their own conspiracy theories that are horrible. You know, like Putin conspired with or quote colluded with Trump to steal the 2016 election, or the perfect phone call and all those other crap. I mean, those are conspiracy theories. But anyway,
I think what's happening now, if you want to compare the Kennedy assassination, is
yeah,
and let me relate your friend Judith Reisman,
yes,
where an article appeared. I think Peter Bregan and his daughter have a Substack, and they published essentially Judith Reisman's work reinterpreted on Alfred Kinsey. All right, so someone posted on there, why did people accept this crap? And I posted a comment in reply to that, which actually the Bregans liked, and it's very hard for us to believe now in 2024. But in the late 1940s, early 1950s, people trusted academia. This was some professor, he was
right,
the authority, and you,
yes.
little man, are going to believe what this guy says. All right. Now,
Plus,
fast forward to
I mean, Time
1963.
Magazine put him up on the front cover,
Oh yeah. Now,
and they were a known CIA enabler. I mean, I mean that's part of an agenda.
well, right. Now, use those eyes to look at November 1963. All right.
Yes,
How do you find some loser with a mail order gun climbing up to the top of this building and shooting the president?
right, and obvious. Look, I mean, I'm having Dr. Jerome Corsi on. He's just come out with another book about the assassination,
Oh,
where he shows it completely and unequivocally that there were 4 shots fired, that 3 of them came in from the front and 1 of them came in from the back. And it would have been impossible to have one person do that. I mean, Oswald was aimed from the back. Maybe he might have gotten off 1 shot, but, it's just, I mean, everyone knows. They did that in broad daylight, right on downtown Dallas. I mean, that's what worries me now, because they didn't care. I mean, it was so blatant. I mean,
well,
Roger Stone
it was
seems to.
blatant. It was blatant then, but they had the advantage that you have to admit, people in 1963 didn't, or most of them, didn't think like this.
That's right. So maybe that's a good thing, because back then people just accepted it and they mourned and they moved on. Nobody believed that there could have been this bigger agenda going on, this bigger conspiracy. Never mind that the whole country changed. I mean, I wrote a book about this called Assassination in America, where I look at a lot of assassinations. You have to look at them as a conspiracy, especially if it's someone who's powerful and who is in a position of influence. Of course, they're being assassinated. That's just it's the nature of power. If there's a lot of at stake in a particular situation and someone's standing in the way, or they may affect it, and someone is going to lose something because of that. Of course, that they could be assassinated. Yeah, obviously. I mean, anytime a president dies under mysterious circumstances, of course you have to look into that. I mean, I show historically cases like Zachary Taylor, William Henry Harrison. I mean, these people, there were reasons why they might have been killed. There were people who were needed to get rid of them because they were standing in the way of a particular agenda. And you can look at what happened after they died. There was a sudden shift. They were about to do certain things and they didn't happen.
Sure.
James Garfield, William McKinley. I mean, I'm not saying that things just don't happen out of the blue, but you have to examine these things and say, who gained, as the Latin saying, cui bono, who gained, who benefits? And what happened afterwards? I mean, after the Kennedy assassination, there were major changes in the way we govern this country. The Vietnam War probably, I don't think Kennedy would have done that. He got rid of he was issuing silver certificates. That was stopped the next day. The war on poverty, all that stuff. Kennedy wasn't into any of that.
No.
Kennedy was actually a conservative. He was a patriot.
By today's standards, oh yeah.
Yeah, I think by any standard. And I think Kennedy stood in the way of this whole agenda.
Well, I mean, the other thing too is that too many people are mired into this stuff happens concept of history. In other words, on May 1st, 1915, this happened and that happened, and the Lusitania sank, and so just a series of dates and events.
Right.
And it's almost never that you would talk about the Lusitania, for example. Why was it sunk? What the heck went on? But history is basically, it happened in 1915, and so it was just never the thing back then to go into any depth on this stuff.
Right.
Now I must unfortunately leave early.
Okay.
And wish everybody
all right, Mike.
Easter Triduum.
Same here.
We will see you next week.
Next week. You bet. Okay, Charles Moscowitz here. Thanks for joining everyone. Michael D. Shaw is with me live. Mike, thanks for joining me today. How are you?
In the house early, and here we are.
Indeed. I headlined the show with regard claiming there's a threat to Israel, and I say that only because there's a lot of chatter out there that there's an imminent attack emanating from Iran in revenge for the Israelis hitting the terrorists in, I think, in Lebanon, possibly in South Syria recently.
Right.
And, first of all, it wouldn't be happening had not Biden released all those tens of billions of dollars to the Iranians. Under Trump, Iran was bottled up. The administration was moving forward with peace in terms of the Abraham Accords. You had a bunch of the Gulf states on board. You had, in the very final months of the Trump administration, Morocco signed on to transfer their embassy to Jerusalem. You had negotiations with Saudi Arabia, which is huge. And everything seemed to be moving in that direction. You had, regardless of what you think of them, you have the Kushner plan, which was being presented to the Palestinian Authority, and which was the best and most comprehensive plan that they could possibly hope for. Another plan for them of so many that go back really to the 1930s, where they would get a sovereign Palestinian state and land swaps, including areas actually within Israel itself, and Israel, of course, annexing the suburbs of Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, which are high concentrations of Israeli cities and towns, and a corridor connecting Judea and Samaria to Gaza. I mean, how much more could they possibly want? The point I'm making is, had Trump been reelected or been allowed to serve his second term, there's a good likelihood that that would have gone forward, because Israel was operating from a position of strength. Trump was 100% behind them. And the one thing that the Arabs and Muslims understand is strength. That's why Egypt made peace with Israel. After 2 wars, they realized that they're not going to be able to destroy Israel. There's just no way. So they made peace, not because they like Israel, but because they appreciate power and they understand force. Same thing with Jordan. And same thing really with the Abraham Accords countries. They've recognized that Israel isn't going anywhere, that it was solidly backed. It was a solid nation that was willing to step out and do what it had to do to preserve its sovereignty and the lives and property of its people. And all of that was turned on its head when Biden came in and opened the floodgates to money to Iran. They then cranked up their surrogates in Hezbollah and Hamas, and the whole region has become destabilized.
Well, that's a pretty good stuff.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened. It was the sickness of the left coming in and stupid politics dominating reality yet again, right? So you can trace back, and you probably know better than I do because you wrote the book on anti-Semitism, why the left has always been anti-Semitic. But the giving of money to Iran, I'm sure Biden personally got something for that.
Probably.
He just said, people, I guess, are in this comfort zone in the United States where they just refuse to accept how evil these forces are, how corrupt and despicable Biden and the rest of his cronies are. It's not so much they're anti-Israel, they're just pro themselves and pro the left. And every single cause of the left is destructive. It's been that way since the Russian Revolution. There's no exceptions. What have they ever built? Never, nothing.
Well, it's been that way since the French Revolution, but everything they touch is torn down. So you have, I think, also the Biden administration signed on to a color revolution in Israel, just like they had done, just like Obama did in Ukraine, which led to the present crisis there. And that meant undermining Netanyahu by helping George Soros, who's one of the most evil individuals in the world today, basically fund opposition and agitate and get people riled up on this phony issue of the Israeli judiciary, which is like a dictatorship over there. And also, there are some pretty rotten elements within the Israeli society. Maybe you might even call it the Israeli deep state, that were on board with this, including people in the Israeli military who really got flat-footed on October 6th. Now, I'm not saying they're responsible for what happened. What happened was the responsibility is with Hamas. But there was some complicity in that. There is this, we're not going to find out about this until after the war. And even then, who knows? But there's this one case that still bothers me, where you had these Israeli soldiers, women actually, on the border of Gaza, contacting their superior officers and saying, we got problems here. This is in the days leading up. There's weaknesses on the border. We see activities going on. It looks like there's something going on. And according to many sources, these higher ups in the IDF told them that they had to shut up or they might face court-martial. I don't know if it's that bad, but they at least told them to be quiet, and they ignored them. And these women, by the way, were slaughtered at the time of the incursion. So
why should we find that surprising? I mean, there have been similar stories, again, at the time, about the Pearl Harbor attack, where the warnings, they were told them to ignore it. There's no doubt. And of course, what happens in all these things, let's not forget 9/11, for God's sake. How do you have some major thing with all these intelligence, quote unquote, agencies, how did they miss that? You know?
Not to mention the January 6th incursion, which we now know, based on recent videos dropped by James O'Keefe, again confirming what we've been talking about for years, which is that the whole thing was a setup by insiders and agents who were the ringleaders who have never been charged. But just to finish up the Israeli piece, I don't think that I don't think that Netanyahu was in on this. I don't think it was at the top of the IDF either. I think that from what I understand, there was some specific people in the military who these young women answered to, who were change agents. They were left wingers, and it's a possibility that they wanted to see some little dust up on the border because they want to discredit Netanyahu. I mean, George Soros, let's not forget, there's still this color revolution. They could not take down Netanyahu. They'd been trying for years. There was 4 elections. They couldn't do it. And he keeps coming back. Now, I'm not here to defend him. That's an Israeli internal question. I'm simply noting that there was strong motivation to change the government over there. And perhaps they felt that allowing some little incursion at the border would be enough to get him removed from office. I don't think that I would point a finger and say that they expected what happened, where 1,000 people would be murdered, and there would be the worst slaughter of Israelis since the Holocaust, or Jews and non-Jews. But I think there's some complicity, and again, we're not going to get to the bottom of it until after the war. I think that at this point, I hope and I pray that this won't happen again for Israel, because they are facing another major, major threat from Iran, which is seeking revenge for the killing of their terrorist leaders. And I think at this point, even these rotten elements within the IDF, they're not going to let that happen. I mean, they have families, they have lives. I mean, do they want to destroy the whole country just to get Netanyahu? I don't think it could possibly be that bad.
Well, I don't know that it's that bad, but there were political motivations for all this stuff. Let's say COVID. I mean, yeah, the people behind it didn't really expect there were going to be 6 million deaths or whatever it ended up being.
Right.
So I get weary of the excuse, well, we didn't want to, we didn't mean for it to go that far. I mean,
Okay.
the fact that these machinations were going on
Is horrible,
it just
yeah.
shows the sick individuals involved. And I don't know that you're ever going to, quote, get to the bottom of it, because the
No.
bottom for me seems to be there are a whole lot of corrupt agents. It almost always comes back to the left. And short of exterminating all these people, these kind of things are going to go on till the end of time. Because remember, that plays against a backdrop of people simply not wanting to accept how corrupt the authority is. It just goes against
Exactly.
the grain, because from the first day that you went to school, the very first thing you learned was to keep your mouth shut and follow instructions.
Yeah, and
So,
also that there's not going to be ultimately much, if any, accountability for any of this. I
right,
mean, certainly,
right.
whether it be in Israel for these people who might have been traitors and who were political, or whether it be here for people like Fauci and them, and there's more coming out about pre-knowledge of the Wuhan lab. I don't think that's even questioned. Even the New York Times admits that the virus came from there. And the fact that now the CDC recognizes and has normalized the use of ivermectin, when in fact ivermectin probably would have saved the lives of 80% of the people who died as a result of that virus.
Well,
There'll be no
you're exactly
accountability.
right. Yeah, well, you're exactly right. There's no accountability. And it's sort of the other side of that as life goes on. So we get to whatever the next thing is, and the CDC is out there recommending. Um, it's pathetic, but as we've said so many times on this program, it's a direct consequence of an atheist society. You simply find some other idol god, and that happens to be the government. And believe me, you can have these conversations, and you know better than I am sure. You can talk till you're blue in the face, and people don't want to get to that point. I can't tell you how many discourses I've been involved with abuses in the healthcare system that all ultimately relate to the fact that the feds are involved. So if you go back to the feds got involved in the healthcare with Medicare, complete disaster. But all you'll hear from most people is, well, no, Medicare paid XYZ on my wife's hip replacement or whatever the heck it is, without realizing that that is just the tip of the iceberg. Okay. Here's a little fact, and I'm speaking as an older guy. Take a guess, my friend, what the hardware cost was billed out to Medicare, the hardware cost only of the hip joint that my wife got. Take a what, whatever you're guessing, you're going to be low by a factor of 5. But go ahead.
I mean, probably the real hardware cost would have been maybe $100, but the government got like probably 10,000. I don't know.
All right. Are you sitting down?
Yeah.
$92,000.
Oh my God.
For the titanium hip joint. All right. Now, I didn't pay for that out of my direct pocket, but obviously I pay taxes. Medicare costs a couple of $100 a month. I have other insurance, but it's pretty clear that this is all a result of the destruction of the healthcare system, albeit she got good care. But again, that's not the point.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, if we had a horrible dictator running everything, maybe the trains would arrive on time, you know. So
well, it's 10 times worse than even in the private sector. Like if you want to put a battery in your car, you could go to a like an ADAP and buy the battery for $50, or you could go to your auto dealer and they'll put it in. They'll charge you $300. The point is that the government is all of that 10 times over.
Yeah,
because there's no option. I mean, it's just you're in the system.
Well, so what's happening is maybe some people are getting, to use the term, converted and seeing this. One of the constant themes that's on the American Council of Science and Health virtually every week is how the government screwed up pain medication, because a chronic pain patient now has a very, very tough time getting sufficient meds because of all the opioid restrictions. It's an unbelievable mess. And many of them are resorting to heroin or whatever they can get. All right. How did this happen? Well, the DEA. And here again, you know, people are finally waking up, some people, but maybe it's too late. How many Project Veritas or James O'Keefe videos are there going to have to be where people say, you know, the whole damn thing is corrupt, but yet there's this one, that one. And
you know, he's done a couple of really sensational videos recently. Wow. And you can see them on the Gateway Pundit and on his own website. I'll mention 2. One of them, he gets this undercover CIA guy of what he calls a contractor, an independent contractor, noting that how they went after people that the CIA wanted to target, and they mentioned specifically by name Alex Jones, and how they cut his legs off, as the guy said, by making him go broke, taking away his money. He said they didn't hurt him, but they rendered him ineffective by doing a number on them, and that they could do this to anyone. You know, just by finding things, literally planting things and inventing things. And the whole thing against Alex Jones was a setup. And now Alex Jones is talking about bringing a lawsuit. I hope he does. But how many, that's frightening to anyone. I mean, they can do that to anyone. They have the system rigged. And then the second one is this economist who's a high level guy at the Federal Reserve. I don't know if you saw this,
Oh yeah,
right? He's saying,
yeah.
well, Chairman Powell wants to make his legacy as having taken down Trump, and that they're all liberals. They all hate Trump because Trump is crazy, and that they want to fix things in a way that are going to damage Trump. Now, this isn't an idle conversation here. This is a guy who wrote a portion of Powell's last presentation to Congress. He's a high level economist, and that the Federal Reserve, they could and they probably will lower interest rates sometime between now and maybe September as a way to create an artificial bubble in order to help rescue Biden, right? I mean, this is highly political. And I think that the fix is in over there. Now, the fact that O'Keefe exposed this, it's not going to get covered in the media. They're not going to talk about this. They're going to suppress it. There's a whistleblower right now, not that he's saying anything we don't know, about NPR, how bad they've become, right? He was interviewed by Barry Weiss. I haven't listened to it. I'm looking forward to it. I'm not a big fan of hers, but nevertheless, she does do some pretty good interviews in which he notes that 100% of the reporters at NPR are Democrats, and that after Trump, they became openly hostile about covering any story that could help Trump, and doing this usual routine of like bugging him and spying on him and then taking the information and running it with it, the most embarrassing and stupid thing they could do. And then the next day recanting, but it's already too late. I mean, this is how they did it for the 4 years. And they're still there. Nothing has been happening. I don't hear anyone. I mean, is there going to be a congressional investigation? I mean, this Congress is horrible. This guy Johnson, I think that Marjorie Taylor Greene is right. He's probably being blackmailed. I mean, he's turned out to be a complete empty suit. There's no
Of course,
opposition.
I don't know what he's being blackmailed about, but it's
Who
like,
knows?
open your eyes. This guy starts off as a fire breather and then all of a sudden turns into this meek individual. What else could it be? Again, it's the old story.
Everything that the Republicans are supposed to be against. And I'm not just talking about passing this crazy budget, but he's supporting funding abortion. I mean, what happened with his Christian moral, stand on that? I was expecting a Christian to come in there. I mean, what happened?
Well, I think what happens to a lot of these guys is they get ruined by the system. He was threatened in some way. It's obvious. Again, it's the old story. You're never going to prove it. But one of my best analogies is, are football games rigged? Well, did that receiver actually drop the pass on purpose? Or did he, make a human mistake and not catch it? I don't know.
We won't know.
Yeah. So and of course it becomes a conspiracy theory unless you had proof that what they have on him and so on. But again, this came out with Chief Justice Roberts, how he was being blackmailed because of the weird adoption setup that was created. But this is why politics destroys everything, right? It doesn't matter. You could lay this out chapter and verse, but if you're a good leftist, you don't care. And by the way, on that, related to that, how are people like Blinken, who's allegedly Jewish, right? How does he go along with this Israel policy? What?
Well, there seems to be a split even within the American Judaism, then that you get people like Schumer and them who are just backsliding and stabbing Israel in the back. I mean, they think it's all for strictly for politics. They think that they're going to save Biden by securing the Michigan vote in Dearborn, where you just had rallies on Ramadan with people calling for death to America. It's a very cynical position, but I'm just looking something up here because I just heard a very good interview that's in the area of challenging anti-Semitism, and there's been a lot of it, particularly from some people that I generally admire, like Stu Peters, who I think is one of the best talk show hosts I've heard in a long time. But he just is on this anti-Jewish jag, and they quote from stuff that is not really accurate about the Talmud. And this guy took on Stu Peters on his show. I'm looking up his name. I can't find it. He's a YouTube channel. He's Jewish, and he basically read Peters the Riot Act by showing him that this quote that they keep repeating over and over again, that the Talmud says that Jesus is burning an excrement, that it's not true. And he showed the chapter and verse. And of course, Dr. Jones is involved with that kind of stuff too. And they have this Talmudic thing where they have all these quotes from the Talmud. What those quotes are is opinion or interpretation of the Talmud. It's not the actual Talmud. And it's a wrong interpretation. It's just, it's really a libelous attack. And but this guy really dissected this business of the burning an excrement quote, because, and I just want to address that because that's an important one. That goes back in history. That was when Jewish apostate Nicholas Donin took that quote and he went to the Pope in the 9th century. And he said, this is in the Talmud and they have to be burned and they have to be destroyed. And the Pope at the time didn't want to do it, so he sent him up to Louis IX of France. And Louis IX, who was otherwise a great king, a young man, I think he was in his teenager at the time, he ordered the burning of 13 cartloads of Talmuds that were gathered from all over France. And they were burned on the grounds of the Chateau de Ville on the banks of the Seine, still there. And it was all because of this quote. And so this guy dissected the quote. He looked at it both in Aramaic and English interpretation. And what it says is this, and I'm just going to make it brief here. The quote comes from a rabbi named Onkelos, who was one of the Talmudic rabbis, a very, very revered rabbi, still quoted. Onkelos happened to have been a Roman who converted to Judaism. He was the nephew of Titus, so he came from a royal Roman family. Titus destroyed the temple. He was a general at the time. And he had been previously a pagan priest. He knew all about paganism and the witchcraft and all the stuff around that. And what he said as a rabbi, and a very respected one, was that Titus came to him in a dream and he said, what happens if I curse the Judeans? And then he asks Titus, who's in hell, and Titus says, you'll be like me, you'll burn in a vat of excrement forever. And then Jesus comes to him and he says to Jesus, or whatever, he asked you what happens, and Jesus says anybody who is involved in this kind of heresy of cursing the Judeans will burn in excrement for eternity. So it wasn't that Jesus was burning an excrement. It was Jesus saying to him that Titus would be burning an excrement, and that other people who were involved in this kind of blasphemy and this kind of defamatory cursing, they're the ones who are going to burn in excrement. And so this guy finishes that up by saying that he warns Stu Peters. He goes, you're the one who's going to burn in excrement if you keep this up.
Well, how did Peters react? How did Peters react?
Peters didn't react well, and in fact, this is one of the only times that he actually took the video down because it didn't. He didn't come across favorably, and this guy called him out. He said, "Where did you get that quote? I have it right here. It's chapter X, line Y. Here it is. This is what was actually said." And what this tells me is that a lot of this garbage that has always been floating around there is really not quite what it is. And I would challenge E. Michael Jones, who parrots this stuff like anyone else, like all the rest of them, that he's getting this stuff from third-hand sources, and that it's it's not only an interpretation, but it's a misinterpretation of the Talmud, and that you need to actually talk to people who understand and read the Talmud. And a lot of that is not a big mystery either. It's available. There is an app now called Safaria, which has Talmud in it. You can look it up. This isn't something that's hidden. The Talmud's available to anyone who wants to read it. I'm not personally an expert in Talmud. It's not my cup of tea, but it's not something that's some big mystery. And the interpretation of it is usually fairly straightforward. The only criticism that I would say is true is that the Talmud does tend to be a little bit on the supremacist side of things. Yes, it sort of isolates the Jewish people and tries to separate them from the non-Jewish world, because let's not forget it was written after the destruction of the temple, and it was meant as a sort of a manual for how to survive in the non-Jewish world, as with the covenant intact and the identity intact. So it has all these little things about, you can't socialize with non-Jews at a party and drink wine, and you're not supposed to mingle, and a lot of stuff like that, which I'm not here to endorse. I'm just saying that it was basically a blueprint for how to preserve the Jewish people in the diaspora, and it worked, by the way. I mean, it's an incredible story of how that happened. But I just say that a lot of that stuff that's out there is not really true. It's grossly misinterpreted, and a lot of it is flat out false. And I think that it has to be challenged point by point. People who believe it and who want to run with it, they have their own agendas. They have a completely warped vision of Zionism. Zionism is nothing more and nothing less than the national and religious aspirations of the Jewish people. It's for that modest, tiny little land of Israel. It's not a world conquest. There's no big secret agenda. Not all Jews are even part of it. I'll point to Anthony Blinken. Not exactly, right? I mean, it's just it's something that, does Israel, using the Mossad, do they do some unsavory things? Yes, they do. But at least I will say this: they're doing it because they believe, even if wrongly, that it's trying to preserve Israel from facing off against a genocidal enemy. And they've made big, big mistakes. They've fomented more trouble than help in many cases. But that's their intention. It's not to try to conquer the world. It's simply to preserve Israel, and that's a real problem. Anyway.
Yeah, well, I mean, what you're saying is, of course, true, but it's no different from people in the conventional news media just making stuff up
To fit an agenda.
Yeah, exactly. Then it's retracted a week later, and no one hears the retraction. In the latest example, there was an early preprint that allegedly showed that ivermectin did not work on COVID. Of course, that was corrected in the published study, but that was not the one that was touted. So when I was writing that weekly column for Health News Digest, I would encounter over and over again the phenomenon where you'd go to a primary source, some scientific study, and there'd be 30, 40, 50 references, and they would refer to these, And I would say conservatively, 1/3 of the time, the reference they quoted had absolutely nothing to do with what they said it did. And here
Oh
was
yeah.
the point. I actually followed up in one case and said, look, this reference doesn't say what you said it did. Oh, gee, must have been a mistake.
Oh yes, right.
And that is very related to how when they did this plagiarism study at Harvard, it seemingly it's half the faculty of the college plagiarized their PhD thesis uh, because no one's going to check this. And if they do, oh, well, I made a mistake, or it's not
Or
plagiarism.
everyone does it. This is
But
why you're picking on me. I mean, which,
yeah,
by the way, may be true, actually.
yeah.
But not that it doesn't mean that you don't single anyone out.
But this selective use of the Talmud, actually, there was a famous anti-Semitic guy. I didn't see him around anymore. Michael Hoffman, if you remember
Right.
him.
Sure.
And he got in bed with this. I mean, talking about a Jewish sounding name, Israel Finkelstein,
Uh-huh.
who was this apostate Jew that he started with all this Talmud stuff. The same quotes that you're talking about here, no one's going to look it up. No one is going to go in
Yeah.
those days.
And even somebody like no, and I think that Stu Peters is actually a sincere guy, but it doesn't even occur to him to look it up. He just runs with this. And I don't think he's outright lying. I wouldn't say that about some other people. But there's so many false things. I mean, even like he's like saying, "Oh well, the Ashkenazi Jews aren't really Jewish. Why? Because they're all descended from because genetic studies recently show that we're all descended from 4 women." Okay, so I looked this up, and that yeah, there was a genetic study that showed that they can trace their ancestry back to 4 women who came from the Middle East. He left that part out. I mean, it's like, yeah, hello. And, I don't doubt that, through, 1,000 years of generations, you could find a drop of DNA coming from 4 sources. Why not? That I believe. But
I
it's like
think
they'll isolate it and distort it to make it look like something other than what it is.
I think what happens, and in Stu Peters' case, same thing, that people are human. They have their own prejudices, and the story for him is too good not to be true, right?
Well, it explains the world in a very
Yeah,
simple, neat way. I mean, that's part of what anti-Semitism does. Everything gets tied up in a nice little bow. Oh, it's all the Jews. Everything it explains liberalism, it's the Jewish morality, pornography, I mean with D. Michael Jones, right? Homosexuality, you name it. It's all the Jews. Abortion, it's a Jewish right, he says, which is ridiculous.
well, I mean,
Everything.
the thing going for Jones, of course, is that he can certainly name some Jews
Of course he can.
who are involved with this. Uh,
And
but
they are Jewish, by the way. He continues to insist, and he calls me out by name that I've claimed that these people are not Jewish. I've never said that. They are Jewish. They're lousy Jews, but they're Jews. I mean, I've never claimed that they're not. Anyway,
well, you could say that Hitler was Catholic, but
yes, you could.
I'm not going to worry too much about that.
And does that mean that the Vatican is in favor of the Holocaust? No. Or it's a value? I don't think so.
No, but by the same token, there's people that want to consume this sort of thing, and it, in that sense, becomes a very nice conspiracy theory.
Yes.
Right? So, unfortunately, the world isn't always that simple. And then the irony is, when you do come up with a legit conspiracy, people don't want to accept it because it's a conspiracy theory, right?
Well,
So,
look at. I mean, this is one of the premises of my book, The Anti-Semitic Imagination, and that is that there are conspiracies. These things do represent something. It's like this idea that all of a sudden we have this, transgender, people, surgery on children, and castrations and horrors, the hysterectomies. That's a part of a conspiracy that was foisted on this society at some point and rolled out in a certain way and financed and organized, and people cooked that up. I think you could make that case. But to try to blame the Jews in a way, even if there were Jews involved, and there probably were, it
Ah,
kind of diverts attention from the actual conspiracy itself. It's a way of actually discrediting a real conspiracy by blaming an entire ethnic group or a religion. It was a small cadre of people, some of whom were Jewish, some of whom were Christian, some of them were something else. Doesn't matter. They weren't. None of them were true to their faiths. That's for sure.
well, how much of this also, though, is an excuse? All right. If you cook up some theory, you can say, and I've read this and you've heard about this. Well, the guy that started all this transgender crap was John Money. All right, great.
Yes,
So now you come down to the source. But that doesn't
exactly.
change the fact that someone has to buy into it and decide that they're going to sacrifice their kid on the altar of transgenderism. Uh, so at some point, yeah, this guy was the originator, but that isn't the excuse. All
No,
right.
I
There's
mean
always some
it started with a couple of people, John Money being one of them, and Simone de Beauvoir being another one. And but then it kind of eventually developed into a plan where I do think that people got together and said, "This is what we're going to be doing here."
yeah.
I mean, we've talked about how gay marriage was introduced. I don't. We probably don't have time to go over that today, but it was decided in a New York Times boardroom that this is going to be something we're going to be rolling out, and they did. That is, I would argue a conspiracy, um, and but yet the rollout had to do with very craftily developed messaging that made it legitimate and that created a legitimacy and a normalcy for this. And that has now extended to these horrors of child abuse. That's now normal, practically, not quite, but it's certainly something that is financially backed with big money, and it's being done by major institutions.
All right. Well, but then that sort of begs the question, right? Where does the buy-in occur? All right. So you get a bunch of lunatics starting this, but if you're supposedly some respected doctor at Beth Israel or Deaconess, whatever, why do you think it's a great idea to do these surgeries? And people say money, but you know what? You're going to
Hmm.
do surgeries for money anyway. So where does this thing
Well,
occur?
that's the question. Well, who is behind this with huge amounts of money? I mean, also, I mean, a related subject, who was giving all this money to hospitals to call people COVID patients, right? I mean, the hospitals were getting big money every time they declared someone a COVID patient
Oh,
and
that
every
was in
time
fact,
someone died.
yeah.
Who, whatever happened to our journalists following the money trail? Who, I'm sure it was the taxpayer, but I want to know who was deciding to dole that out and why. We have
Well,
to know.
okay.
There's no explanation.
Well, I'll give you the explanation, but then you're going to wonder what was the motivation. The explanation was it comes down to coding. All right. So you can only charge for something if it's on the official list of payment codes. Now, it ends up that, uh, and this argument was thrown at me, and then the guy realized it completely backfired. When I said that in the early 1960s, the AMA was warning that Medicare would destroy the healthcare system. And his argument against me was, well, now AMA is completely part of it, but being in charge of all the coding. I said, well, yeah, well, so what? They just found another thing to go on to. So somebody figured out that we're just going to say if you die of COVID, and that's the diagnosis, there's an extra premium here. The reasoning being, well, we have a pandemic. So we want to put you on alert, looking for COVID, and you get an extra gold star if you take this motorcycle accident victim and say, "Wow, he died of COVID or died with COVID," and they never quite made the distinction. That was all part of this COVID pandemic. It's, are you going to find the guy who did it? No, but it was government policy. The consequences of the feds being in healthcare are so enormous and so dire that if someone were to write a book on it, uh, no one would want to read it because it's just horrible. It would be
I know.
like going into an autopsy of everything that went wrong. So, yeah, it was part of the pandemic.
And it's, I mean, I have to kind of end things a little early today, Mike,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
I think that it's part of an international agenda for population control, for
Yeah.
social control, for, world order and all of it. And it's a big, big subject, something that I've been covering for years, if not decades. So we'll have to continue onward. What do you have coming up on your Substack?
Well, I've got, I was going to address this Arizona abortion thing, but I don't know. There's a couple of things popping around in my head right now.
Right.
But, and for those who didn't see the news, O.J. Simpson died.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well,
Yeah. And Ben Affleck's daughter came out as trans.
oh,
So
that's
these
no
are the
surprise. That one, and I'm sure he probably is singing the praises of it, isn't he?
I
Anyways,
haven't gotten that far with it,
Yeah.
but it's, I'll just leave you with this. How much destruction in the history of mankind can be fundamentally based on the fact that people are stupid and lazy?
a huge part.
What is the buy-in to get someone to think it's a good idea to castrate their 11-year-old kid?
It's utterly bizarre, and even John Money tried to do this to one of the twins, and the parents put a stop to it. I mean,
Yeah.
now they're like celebrating. It's really. Anyway, Mike, I'll talk to you next week. Thanks so much as always. And
Always a pleasure. And
Yep.
see you next time.
You bet. All right.
Take care.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz. Welcome to the program, part of my ongoing series on history issues. We are joined by David T. Beato. He is the author of The New Deal's War on the Bill of Rights, The Untold Story of FDR's Concentration Camps, Censorship, and Mass Surveillance. Dr. Beato is he is a research fellow at the Independent Institute and professor emeritus at the University of Alabama. He received his PhD in history at the University of Wisconsin. He's the author of T.R.M. Howard, Doctor, Entrepreneur, and Civil Rights Pioneer, and From Mutual Aid to the Welfare State, Fraternal Societies and Social Services, 1890 to 1967, among other works. David, thanks for joining me this afternoon.
Thanks for having me.
So I want to start with a quick thumbnail with regard to FDR, Franklin D. Roosevelt's administration, as the sort of not the originator, but certainly a catalyst for a move toward what we now have as obviously a surveillance state. You claim that he is really one of the architects that has led to the present situation. So let's give us a bit of an overview on that.
All right. Well, Roosevelt is generally not associated with mass surveillance, and I think that that's partly because people are looking in the wrong places. They're looking at the FBI, for example, which during this period had, less than 200 phone taps on any given day. It had some unauthorized operations and so forth, but that doesn't really rise to the level of what we're familiar with today with mass surveillance. So what you need to look at is the role of a congressional committee that FDR was instrumental in creating. It was called the Black Committee. It was a U.S. Senate committee created
Hmm.
in
You go black, right?
Hugo Black from my state, Alabama, best
Yep.
known as a Supreme Court justice. However, at the time, he was best known as a populist, I guess you'd say, in a lot of ways, very loyal New Dealer, very ruthless, very effective point man for Roosevelt in the U.S. Senate,
Hmm.
and very partisan. So again, these are all labels that we wouldn't really associate with him on the court, but definitely was the case in his political career. Okay, well, Roosevelt is elected in 1932. He takes office in 33, and people are supportive of him. Um, but by 1935 or so, there is rising opposition. And this is reflected by elections. For example, the Republicans take control of the New York State Assembly. They win a
Hmm.
lot of what you would call by-elections. Roosevelt has fallen in the polls. And again, these are credible polls, right? In fact, in 36, he is shown as losing in very credible polls. And this is believed by the administration that he's in trouble, or potentially that it could be a competitive race. Of course, it ended up being a landslide, but they didn't really know that was going to happen because things had changed. So basically, this concern leads to a view that, look, there's this criticism of the New Deal, there is a rising criticism of Roosevelt. We need to get a handle on this. And they start to open investigations with the hope of perhaps discrediting this opposition. And the idea they come up with in the administration is, well, let's investigate these groups, these anti-New Deal groups, as lobbies, because that's kind of a bad word, and so forth. So let's look at them as lobbies. So they set up a committee in the U.S. Senate. Again, the administration orchestrated this, and they orchestrated the appointment of the first chair of that committee, Senator Hugo Black, because he was regarded as very loyal to the
Hmm.
New Deal. So
Right.
Black begins the investigation of anti-New Deal organizations, and he has a very broad mandate because they say indirect or direct lobbying. So what would indirect lobbying be? Be what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
Anything that could have an
Opinion.
impact on ideas, on
Sure.
the political
Hmm.
climate. So it's just about anything. So
Right.
Black calls in witnesses, and it doesn't always go well because a lot of these witnesses push back, compare them to the Soviet secret police, and you know, it's not as effective. So
Not
they
a good
come up
look.
with the idea of what if we got a hold of their private telegrams and we could, bring them in and then we'd have that information in front of us. Well, that's not
Sure.
easy, but there was a law. And this law required the telegraph companies, the big one, of course, was Western Union, but all of them had to keep copies of all telegrams. And these had been used for subpoena purposes in the past. If you had a specific case, like any other communication, you had to name the specific person and what you were searching for and all of that.
Hmm.
But they went to Western Union. They tried to end run around that, and the Black said, here's one thing he wanted. Said, I want all access to all private telegrams sent to and from every single member of Congress for an entire 9-month period. Okay. Western Union says, well, do you have a subpoena? No, there's no subpoena. We just want it. So they basically didn't go along with it. Well, then, basically, Western Union, Black went to the FCC, and again, the administration is very much involved in this, and the
Hmm.
FCC orders Western Union to comply. They could have fought it at that point, but they just said, oh, right. And they let him in. And so Black and his staffers came in. They start the search, like I said, looking at telegram communications between every single member of Congress flowing in and out of Washington. And they go through these. They go through thousands a day of the copies of the telegrams. And they are instructed by Black staffers, well, if you see anything like private between husband and wife, skirt past that and look for anything having to do with lobbying. Of course, that would be
Now,
anything.
could I just ask, was this something that was known or was it done in secret? I mean, I can't imagine Congress going along with this, not to mention the American people.
It is not known initially,
Okay.
and but it just to sort of say they do thousands a day and it ends up to millions. They
Yeah,
actually
sure.
they look at millions of these because if you do the math, that's the way it works. They start expanding the search to include other people, and here's how it became known. It is not publicized, but
Right.
Western Union eventually comes to the conclusion that this is getting a little out of control, and they want it publicized. They want it
Yeah.
fought. And so they eventually, when it starts to spread, and they're doing specific requests to go after this person and that person, Western Union starts to let them know your telegrams are being searched. One of the people they let know is a guy named Newton Baker, who'd been
Uh-huh.
Secretary of War under Wilson. Baker's
Hmm.
kind of an easygoing, moderate kind of guy, right? Not
Right.
a flamethrower. He is so mad when he finds this out that he says, if I saw a lynching of Senator Hugo Black, I would not join in the lynching. However, when they put the rope around his neck, I would not stop the lynchers. So he's pretty mad.
Yeah.
Another guy that's really mad and has an effect is a guy named Silas Strawn. A leading Chicago law firm still bears his name. Winston and Strawn, I think. It's been in the news. But
Hmm.
Strawn is big guy in the sense of powerful. He is the head of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, or a former head of the
Right.
Bar Association, and head of the American Golf Association.
Okay.
He brings suit that this is violating the Fourth Amendment, and he wins. He wins.
Sure.
There are other suits brought, and Black eventually just says, because they don't have the power to order him to return the telegrams. They say, we have limited power with regard to Congress, but we're going to step in and say you can't do this anymore. Black says, well, we've completed our investigations. We had millions of telegrams. And
Right.
but it's a precedent. It's a precedent for future
Oh yeah,
congressional
and they
hearings.
didn't return the information either, did they?
Oh, no,
I mean,
no.
so they had that in house, and they could go through sift through all the dirt which they're trying to get on people to blackmail them, basically,
Yeah, there are
and
thousands
use
of copies made. You can go and find them at the Library of Congress or U.S. Archives. They're
incredible.
in there.
And obviously, that's information that could be used, politically. And I mean, this is what they did to Trump, right? The FISA courts were spying on him and bugging the Trump Tower, and they had surveillance. But the problem with that one is that they had to go before a judge to make the case for that, and that's when they brought in that phony dossier, and they
Yeah.
But the point I'm making here is, and Nixon with the bugging of the Watergate Hotel, this is something that apparently under Roosevelt was done at a massive scale by the Senate, and it was just unprecedented in terms of the level of surveillance.
It wasn't, but it backfired. And this is what's the difference with today. There were a lot of people on the left, a lot of New Dealers who didn't like this. And one
Right.
example of this was the great newspaper baron uh, uh, Black released a telegram from William Randolph Hearst to one of his editors, which was kind of like, this guy's a communist. And it was sort of an over the top telegram. And
Right.
what Black thought is this would hurt the opposition. But what ended up happening is a lot of key New Dealers, like a guy named Emmanuel Seller, who I remember from my youth, who's still around,
Mhm.
who I
Yeah.
thought was a hack. He just said, "This is Mussolini tactics here." Roosevelt. I
Yeah.
mean, they went after the administration, and they would say things like, "Black, who was a lot like Trump in many, I mean, Hearst, who was a lot like Trump in many ways, he's like an American like everybody else. He has the same rights as everybody else." So that's the difference with today is that you have a lot of people on the left who push back against this stuff. A lot of people in the ACLU, a lot of leading liberal papers.
Back then, not so much today. I think
Back
that was
then,
true.
yes.
Yeah,
Not
now they
today.
don't. Now they've taken a 180 degree, mainly because they hate Trump, and it's like this deranged idea that anything goes if it's to stop Trump, including sending out these phony stories and then retracting them 2 days later after the damage was done.
Exactly. And people were able to rise above that. I mean, Hearst was despised by a lot of people on the left.
Right.
But
Oh
they
yeah.
said, look,
Sure.
he's an American citizen, and this is bad what he's done. His private telegrams, for God's sake. And Black is releasing them to the public as a political ploy to win support for the committee, to make Hearst look bad. And this is
Right.
just, there's a reaction against this. Yeah.
So, I mean, and once the reaction took place and the whole operation was ended, as you say, it set a precedent. And FDR and his people, I assume that the Black Committee forwarded it to them. They then had political fodder to use against their opponents.
They did, but it was a valuable precedent in another respect because the court had ruled that this was a violation of the Fourth Amendment. By the way, they're using the term right of privacy all the time, critics of the Roosevelt administration.
Right.
But they said this is violating the Fourth Amendment, and it could future congressional committees could not do this kind of thing to the same extent because of this. And so, when you look at later investigations, they don't have this power. So it does
Now, do
have
you?
a positive impact in terms of the law.
But you definitely link the Black Committee doing this surveillance to the FDR administration. Is
Oh
that right?
yes, FDR recruits the committee, and I've got reason to believe that some of these telegrams actually ended up, in FDR's hands. But oh yeah, they were involved in this, and FDR was confronted about one of his key advisors, Raymond Moley, who didn't like this stuff. Moley
Hmm.
was a key guy, been in the New Deal Brains Trust. He says, I don't like this. This is Black's going out of control. And Roosevelt just said, well, you got to do this sometimes. You got to use these methods. And so Moley was
Right.
shocked by this, and it was key to explaining why Moley finally broke with FDR because of conversations he had like this. He said the conversation went on for hours, and FDR was like defending Black. Like, what? But FDR had
It's dirty
deniability in the
tricks.
case of the Black Committee, though. He
Mm.
created it, but there was some distance that he had what you could call plausible deniability.
Right, right. And again, we're not talking here about the FBI selectively going after certain people who had been identified as enemies, like the mob or like the Ku Klux Klan or the Communist Party. We're talking here about just an overall wholesale spying operation on everyone in a particular area, in this case, Congress.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot
Now,
of
did
people
it?
were outraged because they hadn't done anything. They said, why are my private telegrams like Newton Baker? What have I done? What are you accusing me of?
Yeah. Well,
He
that's
wasn't
that's
accusing
the old
anything.
thing. You have nothing to worry about if you didn't do it, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Um, Now, FDR, I think it's not a well-known element of his administration, but when he became president, he declared a state of emergency within a few weeks, and that was the powers that and it was ratified by Congress. He called for it in his inaugural address. This is very open, and he used that power for the what's so-called bank holiday, shutting down all the banks so that they could then be stabilized or for whatever reason, and then some of them weren't allowed to reopen. But I think it was those emergency powers that have never been rescinded from the executive branch, and they continue to this day. I mean, I think it gives the executive branch certain functions that supersede the Constitution. I mean, the whole, alphabet agencies, some of them went way overboard, especially the ERA, and that had to do with this emergency power by which they were set up under the executive branch. Do you think that played any role in this?
Um, I, I don't know specifically. Certainly, he did have vast emergency powers. In fact, if you look at his 1933 inaugural address, everyone quotes the part of the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. That actually was not the big news story. The big
Mm.
news story where he says, I want vast executive powers. I want Congress to give them to me. And it was sort of a threat, and it's at the end of that speech. In that, if you look at the newsreels of the time, the newsreels don't pick up on the fear section; they pick up on that. So the only
Right.
surviving newsreels are those that highlight that part because people went, my God.
Oh yeah, right. They pull out that quote, but he did get those emergency powers, and technically, I mean, I've heard some people who are theorists on this. Technically, it was a declaration of war. It was war powers, and it
Yeah, a
was a
lot of these are World
declaration.
War One powers, like the Trading with the Enemy Act and that kind of
That's
thing. They're
right. I mean,
building on this. They're building
it
on this
brought
precedent. Yeah.
it brought that back. I mean, just a little historic on that. I mean, Wilson during World War One was able to literally suspend portions of the Constitution. I mean, there were people put in prison for speech, including Eugene Debs, who was the head of the Socialist Party, and convicted in these sort of trials where there was no witnesses and it was very authoritarian in nature, all done under the guise of a national emergency under war. Those were mostly rescinded. I think they probably all were rescinded at the end of the war by Harding, who then pardoned Debs and sort of put that aside. But Roosevelt wanted to bring that back, I think, under the guise of dealing with the Depression. And I've heard it suggested that that power has continued ever since. I mean, every 2 years when the new Congress sits, they renew it, even if it's just a little tiny piece of language in something. And that it's the basis for this massive government expansion overall, but specifically for the surveillance state. It was used by FDR to intern Japanese Americans before the war. And we're not talking here about spies. I mean, the FBI knew who they were. They did detain them immediately. We're talking about everyone, the entire population with Japanese ancestry.
Well, if you
Uh,
look at that executive order that Roosevelt interned the Japanese, the word missing from it? Japanese. It
yeah.
uses terminology like persons who must be removed and other persons. It's a little bit like the references to slavery in the Constitution. They don't say slave. It's sort of like that. And
Or
when this came to Congress, because they had to fund it, Senator Taft said basically this is the worst piece of thing I've ever seen because the legislation was the same way. Now, when it gets specific is when the military starts the actual operations of internment and evacuation. Then they say everyone of Japanese ancestry. But again, it's still deniability. And I've never gotten a good explanation as to why Roosevelt's executive order, which was clearly intended to intern the Japanese, did not use the term Japanese once. And it
well, I
seems
mean,
to me it
isn't
all
that
fits in
classic?
with this deniability. He can blame
Yeah,
other people.
plausible
Yeah,
deniability. It's a
yeah,
I mean, the other example under FDR was that the convening of the Evian Conference in 1938, which was brought actually by Salar, Congressman Salar, among others, to address the problem of Jewish refugees trying to get out of Nazi Germany. And it was headed up by an American, a businessman by the name of, I think it was Campbell. And there were delegations from countries all over the world. And it was to address this question: can we help resettle these people as refugees in maybe Latin America, Canada? The conference didn't use the word Jew. It just simply talked about a vague reference to refugees. And it decided that it would not allow any of them out. It's one of these little chapters of American history that brings up the question that you're bringing up now with regard to the Japanese, which is why. Nobody knows why, but it's a classic example of this kind of bureaucratic legalese
yeah.
that's sometimes used to create a level of deniability for the government.
But when they did the specific enforcement, they had to get specific and very
Right.
specific. So when the military is doing its orders, it says everyone of Japanese ancestry. And we have to realize what that included. If you lived in the designated area and you were an orphan in an American orphanage of Japanese ancestry, you had to go to the camps. That's how specific that was. So it's
Right.
very different than the Italian or the German internments, which, I think there are plenty of problems with those. But,
Right.
we didn't have Joe DiMaggio's family or Frank
No, and they
Sinatra's
weren't
family or
deterring the
whatever.
entire
Yeah.
families. I mean,
Yeah.
they were taking in maybe a handful of people who might have been problematic in a wartime, but it wasn't. And they knew those same people of Japanese ancestry too, and that would have been I mean, they could have defended that, but it wasn't like an entire
Yeah.
internment of an entire ethnic group,
No,
which
this
of
is on a
course is
different scale. And if you look at early polls that were taken, then as Americans were generally satisfied with the policy from December 7th until February, which was basically treated the Japanese more or less similarly to the Germans and Italians. There was
mm,
no great rising demand to put the Japanese in internment camps that FDR
no.
was responding to. That is a myth that is perpetuated by history textbooks. They'll quote polls, but the polls were done after it was a fait accompli,
Right,
not
and
before.
also after they had launched a propaganda campaign of demonization,
Yeah.
which dehumanized Japanese people. I mean, even a lot of people were involved in that. I think Disney was involved in it. You know, there's this massive national kind of denouncement of the Japanese people, and you know, we've seen that happen somewhat recently in certain situations. I don't want to get into this too much, but I would argue that this happened against people who didn't accept the jab, right? There
Yeah.
was talk about internment camps. There was, oh, they're killing people, and that kind of ridiculous
Well, they
demonization.
were doing it in Australia, basically.
Oh, they actually set up camps
Yeah.
in Australia.
Yeah.
So, you know, this is a kind of power that has expanded. And I think that I don't have the details on this, but I understand that President Barack Obama signed legislation that actually makes it legal and official for the government to engage in propaganda. And again, I don't have the details. I should do a deeper dive.
Well, you know, when I started writing this book, which was 15 years ago, I couldn't have imagined how many modern parallels would appear in such stark form. And one of them was this whole issue of fake news, right?
Right,
And the government, FDR was very much at home with that theory that the newspapers that were criticizing, when we're talking about the top metropolitan newspapers, because this was a time when the print press was against FDR.
right.
And he was accusing them of fake news and
Fake news.
misinformation and all of that. And he was saying to reporters things like, I know you guys are told what to write. I love all you reporters, but I know they tell you what to write. It was this conspiratorial stuff. And,
No, I get it.
but you see things like that. And see things like the Twitter files. You see
Mm.
all these parallels. Sedition trials. I thought that was gone when I started writing my book. Sedition trials? That went out with the 1950s. Now they've come back with a passion.
Well,
But
yeah, it's highly politically motivated, and you know, again, I mean, this is one of those things where the left has gone a volte face. It's the other shoe on the foot. You don't hear them talk about this. I don't know if it's Trump derangement or what, but you know, there's this. They don't criticize the FBI now. You know, it's sort of like back then. I mean, during COINTELPRO, they did criticize it, and looking back, they might have had a point. But now it's nothing. There's nothing said. Maybe we've become so conditioned to it. I don't know, but it's we're right now, I think, in this country really at a very dangerous place.
well, it's interesting how things change with fashions. Political fashions. During World War II, the big advocates of sedition trials were the Communist Party. And many people on the left wanted to prosecute critics of the administration for sedition over and over again. And guess what? Only a couple years after that all petered out, they are being prosecuted. And then they suddenly start, many of them, belatedly making pro-civil liberties arguments. So that's what you see as a common pattern in American history, where people they suddenly discover civil liberties when they're under threat. It's sad. And that's why
Right,
I find some encouragement in this period, because I do find people that are pretty consistent on both the left and the right over time.
right.
And we need more people like that now.
Especially now because of the censorship that's happened in big tech and the attack, I think, on Elon Musk, which I don't endorse many of his things. I mean, but the only reason why he's under attack is because he wanted to free Twitter, and even there, I'm not sure he's done as much as I wish he'd done. but he did take some steps, and that was huge because there had been such a regime of censorship put in place, and you had major universities set up these quote misinformation think tanks, these censorship mills, like the Shorenstein Institute over at Harvard, that were examining ways to affect algorithms and how to take out certain uh, thinkers who use certain words. And we're not talking here about, as Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes said, yelling fire in a crowded theater. Of course, there has to be community standards. We're talking here about political opinion, about dissent. Anyway,
Yeah, I think you see precursors to that during this period,
indeed.
definitely.
Well, I mean, look, I think that it's interesting that FDR wanted to control what people thought and how they thought it, which is what this is. I mean, you control the high ground of media and culture, and I think that that's something that there's a dark tendency for anyone who is in power to want to do that. The only question is, the issue is how far they've gotten in terms of doing it. I recall in the late 70s, the church committee hearings, it was revealed, according to testimony, that the CIA had what was called Operation Mockingbird, where they were literally paying journalists cash in suitcases and other benefits to put out certain stories and certain narratives that they wanted put out. And I don't think that that's something that's ever been ended. I don't think there was any claim that it was ended. It was just exposed.
Yeah, you certainly see favoritism towards certain journalists like Walter Winchell, for example.
There you
Very
go. Yeah.
much benefits from his association with the administration. He gets certain scoops, he gets certain great stories. It kind of made him really as a journalist. But what you do see during the 1930s is you see Roosevelt as a master of manipulating radio. We all know this, of course, because like Trump, he was able to go to people directly. In the case of Trump, it was Twitter. In the case of Roosevelt, it was his fireside speeches. But again, the networks really were under an obligation to give these full coverage. And you did have certain anti-New Deal voices on the radio, but by 1938, they're all, network radio anyway, they're all forced off the air because the administration is manipulating, often behind the scenes, its authority to get people off the air, like a guy named, very well-known figure at the time, was named Bo Carter. He was on several days a week on network radio, had been supportive of Roosevelt, and he turned against him during the court packing period of 1937.
Right.
He's very popular one day, and the next day he's sort of being gradually marginalized and forced off the air, and he's off the air by 38, and there isn't one left. And Roosevelt does that through a lot of different methods: FCC, network broadcasting code, but also advertisers. One of Carter's advertisers was a woman named Marjorie Merriweather Post, who actually owned Mar-a-Lago one time. Very powerful figure, and she's a Democratic donor. He says, hey, can't you do something about this? And lo and behold, Carter's
Yeah.
off the air.
I mean, I don't know if FDR was doing what I've heard happens now, which is that he sends the IRS after them, or
Oh,
use
yes. If you
yeah,
were in this time, constantly. He's
really,
constantly going to his Secretary of Treasurer and others saying, can't we audit this person's taxes? Aren't they due for an audit? And you had to be incredibly careful with your taxes if you were a critic of the administration. And several people were. They were very careful. I had the best lawyers, had the rock solid, you know,
yeah.
situation. But they're constantly going after people. And this is very well documented, how that is occurring. But again, it's deniability. Roosevelt's saying that to his Secretary of the Treasury. He's saying that privately. He'd never do this publicly, which is a lot different than someone like Trump. Trump will
Yeah, I
just say
know.
what he thinks. Roosevelt
Trump will
would not
just
do
Trump
that.
he has that kind of Queens, New York personality where he'll take somebody on directly,
Yeah.
whereas with FDR it was the classic. I mean, I don't want to sound, um, you know, bad here, but it was like the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant approach, old like in old Boston, where the knife would come out behind the scenes, zzz, 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 but you'd never see the hand that held it.
They said you could almost enjoy being attacked by him at the beginning, and then then you knew what was happening. You know, the famous "My Little Dog" phallus speech. I mean, it's brilliant, but
That he
there's
sends
no
out a
personal
wait, he sent
attack
like a
there, but it's devastating. It's absolutely devastating.
yeah, I mean, wait, he sent like an Air Force plane to pick up his dog in Alaska or something.
Yeah, yeah, and he turns it
That's-
around instantly by
Yeah.
by joke, right?
Well, he had this great personality and he had this enormously charismatic image and this handsome head. It would be intoning this with this tone. I mean, a lot of people, and I think they still do, they work on certain affectations as part of their public image that gives them a certain people think, oh, they must know what they're talking about. They must be, they have authority. And FDR, I think, was a master at that.
It was said that he could have thrived as a radio commentator. You know, if he had not been a politician, he would have risen to the top in that field. And I
Oh, for
think that's
sure.
true. Yeah.
Yeah, he was brilliant at public presentation. Anyways, David, your book is available everywhere: Amazon, Barnes and Noble. You've got it's a site at the Independent Institute where you are part of the think tank. Um, give us some additional sort of wrap up thoughts on this.
Well, I think if you know FDR, even know Civil Liberties Record, you can learn a little bit from this book. I learned a lot during research. I didn't know about the Black Committee when I started.
Hmm.
Most people don't. But there's a very interesting case involving an African American Republican leader in Memphis who was really a major political figure there, and he was quashed by an ally of FDR named Mayor Crump, and through all sorts of methods. So there's a lot in here, not only in Japanese internment. There's a lot on sort of FDR's relationship to African Americans, sedition cases.
Hmm.
For example, the
Yes.
black press during World War II is basically emasculated by a threat of sedition prosecutions. The government probably couldn't have done it because that would have been very unpopular, but that was threatened. And as a result, the black press became very much sort of
Hmm.
under control.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like a version of what we now call lawfare. You go after the
Yeah.
opponent and with phony lawsuits and you tie them up and you try to bankrupt them and intimidate them and use big bully boy tactics. I think I read that Eleanor once approached him and asked him to look into the lynching, and he told her to mind her own damn business.
Yeah,
So
and
this.
but the historians cover for him. They'll say, well, he
Oh
couldn't
yeah.
pass an anti-lynching bill because he needed his New Deal program. Well, that's problematic, even if you look at it closely, because his own vice president was John Nance Garner, a very conservative Southerner, and Garner even went to Roosevelt and said, we really have to do something about this. This is getting out of control, this lynching thing.
Hmm.
And Roosevelt told someone about this, and he said he just laughed uncontrollably. Garner talking about lynching? He didn't see this as, well, gee, maybe there's such outrage that I can do something and not have any danger to the rest of my program. So there's a jaded kind of cynical aspect to him that I think a lot of people don't really appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very strange personality there. I mean, that would look at it that way. Um, Somebody ought to. I mean, I don't. Somebody other than Doris Kearns Goodwin should do a deep dive.
Well, you know, the
into-
best movie portrayal of Roosevelt, not
Yeah.
well known, but a few years ago there was a picture of Treat Williams where he played J. Edgar Hoover. And it has
Mhm.
that guy on MASH, David Ogden Stiers, play Roosevelt.
Oh,
And
good.
he's getting frustrated with Hoover. He said, Mr. Hoover, what you need to because Hoover was against Japanese internment. This was
Oh,
the scene.
good.
And he said, Mr. Hoover, you need to realize that in Washington, all power flows to the center, and I am the center. And I about fell out of my chair. But that's the only sort of negative depiction I've ever seen of FDR. He's still got very good PR, 80 years later.
Well, he definitely had well-placed friends in high places across the board, including the California governor who was leading the effort to the internment, that being Earl Warren at the time. And it's an interesting study in making these kinds of alliances. It's kind of what has euphemistically been called the Eastern Seaboard liberal establishment, I suppose. That it's very amoral, and they tend to think alike, and they tend to have an agenda that's hard to explain.
And there's a weird compartmentalization. FDR's own attorney general was against Japanese internment, Francis Biddle, liberal, and he held him off, by the way. FDR wanted to go after people like Charles Lindbergh during the war. He wanted to go after the publisher of the Chicago Tribune, and Biddle
Right,
held him
McCormick.
off.
Yeah.
But Biddle shows this interesting compartmentalization. He dedicated his book, his autobiography in 1962 to FDR. That same autobiography has devastating commentary about FDR and civil liberties and Japanese Americans. Biddle's clear that he fought this and did not, he thought it was an outrageous thing. He ended up going along with it. But the book is dedicated to FDR. So it's hard to figure out that mentality, that compartmentalization.
Well, why do you think he would do? I mean, was this just one massive social experiment to intern an entire ethnic group? Is it similar to the lockdowns, maybe? I don't know, not to compare, but, is it like, is that what this is about? I mean, is it like a manipulation of the public?
That's an interesting question. If you look at FDR, he wrote op-eds in the 1920s. And in these op-eds, he wrote about the Japanese Americans. He said, well, we don't want to have them intermarrying with us. It's okay that California has denied them property ownership if they're immigrants. We certainly shouldn't have immigration. He in late 30s, he said that if we have a war with Japan, he wrote this privately, that we should intern any Japanese American who had met a Japanese ship, met sailors and so forth, in his word, concentration camp. So it's hard to fathom. I don't think he really needed to do it. He could have given a great speech about the four freedoms and how much Americans care about them.
Right.
But he kept them there till 1944. The end of he was so worried that in 1944 that it would hurt him in the election, even though all of his advisors just about at that time were urging him to let them go, he kept them there. So there's a kind of cold, I don't know what you'd call it.
Maybe it's just old-fashioned. It's old-fashioned racism and bigotry.
That's
maybe he. I mean, I know that I believe he made a comment when before Pearl Harbor that he goes, the Japanese are not. They're not a threat. Japanese Air Force isn't a threat because the Japanese pilots they don't have good vision. They can't see well. Here's
another story he told.
Yeah.
He laughed about this one. He said, well, there's an ancient legend that the Japanese islands were first inhabited by baboons, and then I guess he said some prostitutes came there and nature took its course. I mean, and he thought this was
I get it,
funny.
yeah.
He would say things like this.
Right. And then of course why didn't he intern the Italians? He goes, no, because they're just a bunch of opera singers. So I guess that it's, he had a lot of stereotypical views.
Well, very powerful
of
figures
people.
were Italian in the Democratic Party.
Well, that's true. Well, that's obviously part. I mean, you
can't
can't
put Frank Sinatra behind bars.
Yeah, I mean, how could you do that? You'd have to intern half of the city of New York. Anyway, but this is very interesting insights here in terms of the the past is prologue, as it were, and you look at stuff that happened at that time, and you can make a definite link to what we're dealing with now in terms of the infringement upon individual freedoms and individual rights. I hope that people can wake up to that. I really do.
That was a motivator to write the book, and And again, like I said, there were some real heroic characters here who fought back. And
Yes,
I would hope people could learn some lessons from how they did it, building coalitions, for example, for civil liberties.
indeed. All right, David DiBiato, I want to thank you for joining me today. The book is The New Deal's War on the Bill of Rights, the untold story of FDR's concentration camps, censorship, and mass surveillance. Thanks a lot, David. Let's stay in touch. And I really
Yes,
appreciate it.
please.
Great conversation.
Love to come back. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. All right. Welcome aboard, everybody. Charles Moskowitz. Thanks for joining me. Michael D. Shaw, my usual guest on Thursday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard. Mike, how are you?
Hey, just great. Reborn over the weekend, so raring to go here.
Reborn?
Reborn,
Are you
reborn.
are you reborn in Christ, or how do you mean that?
Well, of course in Christ, but in any other way.
You're a soldier for Christ. Wonderful.
I mean, I woke up Monday morning and suddenly I had the body of a 25-year-old.
How do you account for that?
Yeah, not. I'm not saying what species. Could have been a 25-year-old dog too.
Oh, okay. um, before we get started, I want to thank Donut, the host of a YouTube channel of a live stream, Rumble, for having me on as a guest. Really, really good guy. Really good interview. He wanted to discuss my books, and not only did he want to discuss them, and he's read them, and he actually had copies which he held up.
Whoa.
So yeah, I mean that's pretty good, I mean, usually when people want to talk about a book, they don't have it or they haven't read it. This guy read my books and had questions about things I wrote. So I mean that's the best possible kind of
Yeah.
interview you could get. I mean, it was really, really good, and he just posted it on his Rumble channel. He's going to be posting it on his YouTube channel after he does a little editing. Mainly, I might have
I
made a
heard
few.
that before.
Yeah, I mean, I probably made a few comments that are not appropriate for YouTube, and he wants to save his YouTube channel, of course, and I don't blame him. You have to be careful on YouTube. You can't talk. You still cannot talk about the 2020 election. You can't talk about the false flag of January 6th. You can't talk about COVID, and you can't talk about the vaccines. And you can't criticize transgender. I think those are the 5 no's for YouTube.
Yeah,
There's
pretty much.
probably others. They don't really tell you what, but those are verboten. Anyways, but speaking of which, I had the misfortune of watching MSNBC the other night.
I know,
Ari,
so we don't have to, right?
oh my God, Ari Melber. You watch 5 minutes of that thing and you feel your head's going to blow up. It's so they haven't changed. They're putting aside that they're still Trump obsessed every single hour. I don't know how they do it. They're still pushing the J6 hoax.
Yeah.
They still, I mean, I don't know if this is a good thing, because I think that most Americans either don't buy it or don't care, or if they're really kind of like cranking things up, and we're talking the deep state here, to do some real damage. It's really seems to be the only thing they have. That all of their lawfare cases are imploding. In fact, the one in Atlanta is actually working in their disfavor. The longer they keep that one open, the more information is exposed about how corrupt the Georgia election system is, and how corrupt Raffensperger is, and it's getting to be a real embarrassment for them. And he's Trump's ahead in all the battleground states. There's even rumors that he might be pulling ahead in New York State, because people in New York
Is
are.
that for real? I had heard that. Is that for real?
Yes, I think that people in New York are disgusted with the Letitia James and Bragg and this other one, the one with the daughter who's raised $90 million.
Yeah.
The judge. and just how corrupt they are and how incestuous they are. They're all working together. Everybody's like trying to get Trump, and I think that a lot of people are getting tired of it in New York. You're always going to have the hardcore cult like Trump haters who are going to lap it all up, like they do. I don't know how they live with themselves. It's like every night. I mean, they're so besotted with this rotten ideology. But I think your average New Yorker, even liberals, are starting to break away. They're starting to scratch their heads, including minorities, including younger people, the millennial voters. People are starting to say, "Hey, it's like they're not buying this anymore. It's getting a little old, a little frayed around the edges." I mean, when you had to have the governor of New York get up on television the day after they try to hit Trump with a $500 million fine and say to New York developers, "Don't worry, we're not against you. We love you. Just keep going, keep doing what you're doing. This has nothing to do with you. This is all about Trump."
Right.
Right? Because developers are starting to say, "Hey, I don't need this. I'm leaving."
Well,
Um,
you mentioned MSNBC, and I think what's going on here, which is I think good news, is now they're really playing to the hardcore audience. I mean, there is a percentage of people that their entire life is hating Trump. So I mentioned this before. The analogy is to the late Sam Francis, who was a conservative writer, but then he discovered, and he was getting some people upset. So he discovered that his core audience seemed to be little old ladies who were anti-Semitic, and veiled that under a sort of no, seriously,
I believe it.
conservative thing. So he kept, if you look at his articles, they kept getting more and more and more focused to that particular core group. And I think that's what's happening at MSNBC. First of all, there's no talent on that network. You're getting to the point with them, the few times I do watch them, where they're just making things up as they go
Oh,
along.
I know, it's awful. I mean, the only person there that I think does have some talent, and he should know better, is Ari Melber. He actually has a brain, and you could tell that he's not buying the crap that he's dishing out.
But he's
But
still there.
oh yeah, and they don't have a choice because if they look what happened with Ronna McDaniel. I mean, talk about a weak, milk toast rhino, who's lost consistent elections for the Republicans, and they bring her in. Oh, she won't swill. She's like totally like going in the tank. I mean, Trump did not win the 2020 election. Oh, just she's saying whatever she has to say to kiss up to them and get on their network. And even that wasn't good enough. It's kind of
And
like
she still gets kicked out after the
she still
first day.
get. It's like it reminds me of like I don't know when like a Nazi regime or a fascist or a communist regime takes over and they bring people in for re-education and they get on their knees. Oh, I do believe in the great leader, and I do, and then they still put them up for execution anyway. But
Yeah, well, that was
because
the
even
famous
they hate a traitor. There's
firing
nothing
squad,
uglier. It's a
the firing
disgraceful.
squads during
Yeah.
Stalin's regime, where there were stories where they'd line these people up. Thank you, Comrade Stalin, for putting me to death. I mean, it was what a cult. And
Yeah.
um, but I have to tell you, and this is going to sound sort of self-serving, but I remember in high school when there were these liberal, good student kids, and they would go on with this same leftist claptrap, but this was really a veneer hiding this really authoritarian bent to it.
Oh
Well, we
no.
need to do this, and we need to get the people to do this, and maybe under the guise of we know better uh, than you smelly masses and so on. But now it's exposed completely.
But I hope that enough people can see it for what it is. I hope it's like I've said in the past, it's like a Wellstone funeral moment, right? I mean, everybody saw that in the whole country. I mean, just to refresh, Paul Wellstone died in a tragic plane crash. He was a liberal senator from Minnesota. Left and center, not a bad guy actually. He had friends on the other side, but his family was way out on the left. His wife and
Yeah.
his kids, they were like communists. And at his funeral, they had like a special service of remembrance for him. And there were several Republicans who were his friends who wanted to attend, like I think Trent Lott and possibly Dick Cheney. I think that Bush was president at the time, and they said no. They told him, "You're not welcome. Don't come." And then they filmed it, and Bill and Hillary were there. All the left wing luminaries were there. Bernie Sanders. I mean, they were all there. And they went on speaker after speaker with these radical left wing speeches, and just the whole tone of it. You can see people with their ashen faces and their hate, and the film would show them with their twisted ideas and their sneers and their sick applause and just all of the ugliness and the victimization and all of it. And I think that CNN ran it without commentary, just raw footage. And not CNN, who was C-SPAN. And they just ran it. And the whole country saw it. And everybody was like, oh my God, this is really, I mean, it was repulsive. And it's been said that turned the tables on any possible victory that year for John Kerry in his run against Bush. It's just, people were so revolted by it that the country had a moment of education. It was like a moment where you lifted up the rock and you saw what was really going on. And I think that hopefully we're having that now. I don't know. I mean, are people waking up to the truly radical nature of this assault? I mean, we have a really good column in the Gateway Pundit today. I'm trying to reach the young man who wrote it. He's a member of the Young Republican Club of New York, which is doing some really good work. In which he does, I think he's a law student, and he writes about how these lawyers that represented President Trump in 2020 and who represented conservative causes, how they're being purged from their jobs. They're being purged from the Bar Association. They're not going to be allowed to practice. I mean, these are respected lawyers who graduated from in one case, University of Chicago Law School. He'd been one of the most respected, high-powered lawyers at a law firm where he became partner. And then he takes work with President Trump. Trump asked him, could you investigate whether the election was stolen, right? Now he's being purged. They're going to take away his law license. He's being prosecuted for this. I mean, where is the law profession? Aren't lawyers? I mean, they're saying nothing. It's like there's a dead silence. It shows how radical they've become.
Well, here's what's going on with these professions.
Yeah.
And you can make the same analogy to the medical profession.
Oh, yeah.
Right? The activist people in the field of law, the Bar Association types, are all rabid left wings.
Right.
Right. Now, if you're a successful attorney, what you do is that's part of the landscape. You know, these guys are all lunatics. You don't care. But the problem is it's getting worse, and they're going after guys like John Eastman and so on. So, as I say, it gives me no great solace to have demonstrated finally that these liberals were always a bunch of Nazis under a small veneer. But unfortunately, one of two things has to happen, all right? In the case of the American Medical Association, it changed to where almost no doctors actually belong to it. And they've become essentially an agency of the federal government regarding reimbursement schedules and so on. In the case of the Bar Association, on the one hand, most lawyers don't care about it, but they have way too much power, because the
Yeah.
difference between medicine and law is AMA has no particular responsibility over licensing. The
Mhm.
problem is the licensing boards in most states are ultra left wing in the medical field. Unbelievable.
And they
Uh,
can take somebody's license away if they don't like your politics.
well, they will attempt to do that. I mean, I
They
know
they
TK.
are attempting to do it. They're attempting to, John Eastman and this other guy, Clark, they're putting they're facing, and Cheeseborough, he's the third one. These are all lawyers who are facing severe disciplinary actions and prosecution simply because their client, I mean, Giuliani is another one, of course. Their client was Donald Trump, the president of the United States, who asked them to represent him, who asked them to investigate. I mean, is that they're ending up being purged for that? I mean, this other guy, Lynn Wood, or whatever his name, he probably deserved it. but I mean, most of these people, I mean, Sidney Powell, she was a lawyer. I mean, she represented Lieutenant
Federal
General Michael
prosecutor.
Flynn. They're all being prosecuted. I mean,
I
Jenna
think,
Ellis, right?
yeah,
These are lawyers who are doing their job, representing clients, and their careers have been destroyed. They've been called into these Nazi-like, sensitivity sessions where they have to like swear in public. I do believe that Trump lost. Yes, I do believe that there was a quote insurrection. I mean, and if they don't do that, then they're going to be sent to the gulag, and that's
yeah.
literal. I mean, these people are being threatened with jail.
Well,
What
here's
kind of a
what's going
country
on.
is this?
Yeah, well, all right. For those who could see it coming, again, no great surprise, but you have to realize most people, how can I put this? A great number of people are atheists. And what happens is then they have to replace God with institutions and the government and so on. So remember that on the first day of kindergarten, the very first thing you learn is how to take orders, how to follow instructions. All right. And believe me, you're not going to do very well if you think the teacher's an idiot or whatever, even if he is, and many of them are. So if you're, as what I would call an A student, you're going to play along, you know what's going on. But if you're a B student or lower, this is what you're learning. So it's very, very difficult for people to accept the fact that the institutions have been vastly corrupted. I don't care whether it's the CDC, the DEA, the entire criminal justice system is a sick joke. It has been for a very long time, but who wants to face that?
Well,
You
these
know?
lawyers that I just mentioned, I mean, these are not stupid people. They're not naive. They are standing up. They're courageous. They're heroic.
Yeah.
They know how corrupt it is, and they're standing up. And you've got to have people like that. I mean, they're standing in the breach. We have doctors like that, right? We talked about them. Talked to
Oh, yeah,
Robert
of course.
Malone. Talked to Peter McCullough. I mean, these guys, and they've all been proven correct now. Even the CDC is now admitting that the vaccine is a load of crap, that it's dangerous, and it's not a good idea to give it to children. I think that or at least they're admitting by deletion that ivermectin
That's
probably would
exactly
have saved
right. They're admitting by deletion, but they can't.
that ivermectin would have saved 80% of the people who died during the so-called pandemic, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we've talked about this. This is much worse than going after lawyers and putting people in jail. This is killing people. I mean, this is like responsible for genocide.
Well,
Yeah.
public health has a real long history of killing people. The Tuskegee experiment, which they only admitted to in the mid 1970s, where
Right.
they're injecting black men with syphilis. But here's the thing: And I've had these conversations, and you would not believe it. You go into a whole litany of abuses, and then the response from the other side is, but, it's the FDA. Like
So
they're attacking
they just
God.
pass the buck. They pass the buck to some agency that is made up of faceless bureaucrats who we don't even
Right.
who have been given sovereign powers. We have no idea who's in it. We have no idea whether they're even American. It doesn't matter. And who have this protection. I think a lot of the problem in the medical industry started in the 1980s when Congress gave them immunity, the drug companies and the medical industry, from prosecution in the case of malfeasance. Then
Yeah.
this is when you had the explosion of vaccines of children, and like dozens of vaccines when before they even leave the hospital. I mean, we've talked about the fact that it goes back to what the government did about DES. That's a whole big subject. But they basically would give you a few bucks to shut up, and they would the doctors would all have immunity. So they were all in on it. There's a huge amount of money, and I think that generally speaking, people are developing a healthy distrust for these great institutions. In which case, they're then called anti-American. They're against the
Conspiracy
democracy, right?
theories. Yeah. But the problem is, it's a long, hard lesson. All right. People like you and me are going to conclude what we see with our own eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you know what? If all this crap is going on, then this is a bad institution. And by the way, here's the tragedy of it. There are many good scientists at the FDA. The problem is the management of the FDA has been corrupt for at least 30 years, probably longer. All right. And if you're a scientist there, you're doing your job. And, the most famous FDA case of how they saved our lives on thalidomide with Dr. Francis Kelsey fearlessly going against the bureaucracy, that would never happen today.
Mm-hmm.
That woman would have been so shut down and shut up, you cannot believe it. It would have made your head spin. So, yeah, that's a true story. By the way, the drug was probably going to get approved, but for the birth defects coming out of Europe. But that story would never occur in today's FDA, not on your life. Okay.
It's completely bought and sold. I mean, it's a collusion between them and the big drug companies, and I would argue it's more sinister than that. It has to do with population control.
Oh, of course.
It's
but that's a conspiracy theory. Right?
Yeah, it is a conspiracy. It's a good conspiracy theory. It's
and
not a
as
stupid.
long
It's not a bad conspiracy theory like the one that claimed that Putin conspired with Trump to steal the 2016 election. That's a bad conspiracy. Look, the CIA. I'm listening to this podcast. What's it? It's two guys who are former CIA agents. It's pretty good. I mean, they're kind of they're playing ball on the other side. However, if you know how to listen to these things, you can learn a lot, and you can glean a lot. And they talk about plausible conspiracies. They say that the CIA and the intelligence agencies in this country and around the world, they're in the business of creating conspiracy theories. That's what they do. That's their job. They want to create the illusion that something is happening so that people look over here. It's like three-card Monte. Look it over here, boom, 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 and then they're doing something over there. I mean, that's what their job is. They create these deceptions, and it's in a way like during a war. You always have this. The Dulles brothers, for example. The Allen Dulles was one of the major operators in the OSS during the war, operating out of Switzerland. And toward the end of the war, he created a conspiracy theory that he convinced the Germans to surrender Austria, and they did. But the whole thing was concocted. But the point is that that's what you do during wars. and it probably saved a lot of lives. A lot of people put down their arms, and there was, it reduced the necessity for more war. It probably reduced the years of the time, that the war took place. All sides do this. That's just part of what you do. It's disinformation, if you will. I mean, so conspiracy theories are conspiracy theories. It's supposedly the job of the media to try to examine and investigate and try to find out what's real and what isn't. But of course they're all part of it now, have been for a long time.
Oh, yeah,
Probably always
Operation
have.
Mockingbird. Well, I mean, you make a good point.
Yeah.
The disinformation, the CIA was very, very good at. Intelligence, not so much. They would love for you to forget that no one there predicted the fall of the Soviet Union. I mean, what a failure. I mean,
They did not see that coming.
Right. No. And what's hilarious about that, how many agents do you think they must have had in the Soviet bloc? All right.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Riddled with
that
it, I'm
was
sure.
that was a failure beyond reason. Okay. And by
Well,
the
no,
way,
let me just interject something on that one, because I've always heard from people, friends of mine on the so-called right, if you will, of the theories of Alexei Golitsyn, I think his name is, or Yevgeny Golitsyn. He was a KGB agent who defected in the late 1970s. Actually, was given asylum by Jimmy Carter. And there was another one as well, Bezmenov, I think. And they were basically saying their thesis is the Soviet Union is going to appear to implode maybe 5 or 10 years from now, but they're not really going to implode. It's all just a facade, that they're actually going to continue. It's just another trick, and they're going to continue marching forward. Now, I don't subscribe to that theory. I don't think, who knows, maybe they were doing disinformation. Who knows? But I know a lot of people of goodwill on the right do believe that.
well, you have to look at what happened.
Right.
I mean, they
That's
lost their
right.
entire empire.
They did. Yeah,
And
I agree with you.
So I mean, I'm just asking myself, and people don't always like connecting the dots. How many, pick a number, hundreds of CIA operatives must there have been in the Soviet Union? Thousands,
Yeah,
maybe.
exactly. I'm sure there is.
So you have all this intelligence supposedly, and you don't see this.
Well, and I'm sure that there are thousands of them working here, certainly of China.
Yeah.
China obviously has their offices at every college campus, right? The Confucius clubs,
Yeah.
where they basically spy on Chinese students and they keep them in line.
Yeah.
And do other surveillance. I mean, there were those balloons and all of this business. So that's something that's a given. But the point is that one of their jobs is to manufacture these conspiracy theories to make people think that something is happening over here when in fact it's something else. And I think that also, particularly since World War II, they have gotten very deeply embedded into cultural institutions as a way to manipulate people. I mean, MK Ultra comes to mind. Who is it? Dr. Jolion West from UCLA, handing out LSD packets and doing like experiments, and this Dr. Ewan Cameron from McGill up in Canada doing like literal experiments on people in his hospital, using like mind control and dissembling personalities and creating multiple personalities.
But do you remember in the case of Cameron, he was highly regarded for quite some time.
Sure.
Until all this came out.
Yeah. And you had who was it? The sexologist, Dr. Edward Money, I think his name was. He was a New Zealand
John Money.
John Money. He was experimenting on sex change. He's the father of that.
He was the original transgender guy.
He was, and I think there was a case where these twins, he was treating these twins, and one of them, they're both male. One of them, he said, well, this is actually should be a girl. And the parents went along with it to an extent. I mean, he wanted to do surgery. He wanted to remove his penis, and the parents drew a line on that. They said no to that. But nevertheless, they brought him up as a girl. They did hormones. They did, different probable surgeries. Who knows what? And he didn't realize that he was not a girl until he got a little older. And when he found out, he went after money with a gun. Showed up at the hospital, at his office. But the point I'm making is the money was behind these sorts of experiments that are now normalized.
Yeah, pretty sick.
Yeah.
But here was the other thing too, that and your friend, the late Judith
Dr.
Reisman,
Judith Reisman, yes. Mm-hmm.
when she exposed Kinsey, and recently over the past few months, Peter Breggin and his daughter have this Substack, and they were essentially republishing some of Reisman's stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And there were questions, and one of the comments was, well, how do people go along with this crap? And I posted, this was interesting, I posted a comment that was liked by Breggin and his daughter that said, it's very hard for you to believe now, but back in the 1940s, people had absolute trust in academics.
Right.
These were the elite. These were the people that knew what was going on. And if you came from some university, that was the gospel.
Yes.
Right? And indeed, there's still at what was it, University of Indiana, I think. There's still stuff there named after Kinsey.
Oh yeah. And they still keep his porno collection under wraps. You can't see it. I mean, apparently it's one of the biggest porno collections in the world, and nobody's allowed in. And they still have his institute and his doctors. And in fact, there was a movie made about him with Liam Neeson that I actually saw it, and I thought it was pretty accurate. It showed how he was like conducting these classes and how he was instructing people about sexuality and just how clinical everything was, how amoral it all was. There's no such thing. The idea of a romance, of a love relationship, of marriage, even, that these things are anachronisms that need to be overthrown. Right. And that, the ultimate, I mean, it's very consistent with the communist vision that's articulated by Alexandra Kollontai in her book, The Worker Bees, where she talks about winged eros and unwinged eros. Winged eros is the bad kind because it involves a personal relationship, a love relationship, where you care about the other person and where you actually have values. That's bad because that's bourgeois and because that involves property and it involves inequality. Unwinged eros, on the other hand, that's the ultimate goal. That is where sex becomes as normal and as quick and as natural as drinking a glass of water, as she said. It shouldn't have any values connected to it whatsoever. It's just like, and this is the ideal because this is how it exists in the animal kingdom. So, it's Sigmund Freud talked about polymorphous perversity as one of his concepts, which is basically the ideal of human happiness and the height of human success is that you can have sex with anyone at any time, in any condition, and in any means you want. And then there's no value attached to it. There's no relationship attached to it. It's all just one, ongoing orgy. And that's the ideal. Because otherwise, you have hangups. There's something mentally wrong with you. You have emotional problems. You've been preconditioned by false, as Marx would say, false consciousness. Marx viewed anything that stood in the way of his demented vision of an international ant colony as consisting of what he called false consciousness. And something that made you an individual, that made you unequal. Things like property, faith in God, family, nationhood, free trade, all these things are forms of what Marx called false consciousness. They were invented. This is the grand conspiracy theory of the left. And this is the underlying conspiracy of the left today, that these things need to be eradicated over time because they are retarding us from growing into our universal mind, you know,
But
Godhead or
only for the
whatever.
little people. Only for
Right.
the little. The elite will still have all the advantages.
No, yeah, absolutely. Of course. I mean, a perfect example of that is if you take a look at any communist dictator, they are richer than the most wealthy American corporate head, maybe with the exception of people like Bill Gates. But like if you look at like the lifestyle of Fidel Castro or Daniel Ortega or Mao Zedong, these guys had everything they wanted. Technically, they didn't own anything because it had all been expropriated from the masses when their government took over. But they have all the bourgeois affectations or everything they could possibly dream of as a reward from the little guy because of their great and glorious move into the sunlit future. They deserve it. It's like what they have coming to them. And that it's not ownership because they don't technically own it, they just have it.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at Fidel Castro as a perfect example. I mean, he had, Arafat was another one. Billions of dollars in bank accounts and everything he could possibly want. These three Hamas heads living in Qatar, each of them is worth a couple of $1 billion. They don't give a damn that they have their operatives and their militants hiding behind women and children as they try to kill Israelis, and then they get killed in return. They don't care about the people there. They're like in another world.
So then the question comes up: how come people don't see this? They believe in the cause so fervently that they're willing to accept all this.
I don't know how to explain that. I mean, I do think that there is a degree of brainwashing going on. They've always known how to manipulate the masses, going all the way back to the days of idol worshippers. And I think that those abilities to manipulate the masses and to manipulate emotions have advanced, especially since Hitler and World War II. Hitler was a master at that. The Nazis patented incredible mind control techniques, and it's all on display. And I think that those things have been imitated ever since by the Soviets, by the American, Anglo-American establishment. And they are means by which mass emotion can be manipulated by informally controlling the media, the means of communication, as Marx called it. What we're told is true. I mean, a perfect example of that is the 2020 election, right? We all saw what happened. Anybody watching television saw it in real time. We all saw it, and yet they're going to tell us what we saw, and they're going to criticize us for thinking that we saw something. You didn't see this; it's over here. And and anybody who doesn't agree, they use a few. It's like the Portuguese auto da fe, to keep the Jews in line, and the Muslims, by the way, where they would pull somebody out and they would have them sacrificed, publicly humiliated, and then sacrificed in public to let everybody know that they'd better fall in line, whether you're Jew, Christian, or Muslim, by the way. It's not even, the Jew is just an example. I mean, it's sort of like we're in control here. We decide what is true. We decide what is real. And this is what happens when someone dissents from that. Now they're doing it with the guys who are in the Washington, D.C. gulag. They're all like, and by the way, one of them is coming on my show next week. Lang, he's going to be calling in. I'm looking forward to it. They're all carted away, put in solitary confinement where they're not charged with a crime. They're tortured. They're beaten. One guy has already lost an eye because he was beaten so heavily. And it's all like, American people. And whatever happened to the ACLU? Whatever happened to all these liberals? I mean,
okay. You know what happened to the ACLU.
Oh my
It was
God.
founded by a communist named Roger Baldwin.
Yes,
So they were in favor of civil liberties for the left.
exactly.
Uh, but what you're saying is depressing in the sense that even though there are alternative sources of news, you're saying that the mind control just kept up with it.
Right.
So I would always ask, how in the world were they able to hide what a scumbag FDR was? Because here's the guy who was paralyzed, but they were still, getting it on with anything in a skirt, obviously with a lot of help. But here's the point: how did they suppress all that? Well, there was barely radio back then,
Right.
and people again had this stupid loyalty to their leaders, which, to be honest, I've never understood. I was never like that as a kid or anything. I knew when to keep my mouth shut. But if I saw a teacher who was an idiot, I didn't suddenly agree, oh yeah, he's a genius. I knew when to shut up. But apparently, and the sad part is, and I've written about this numerous times, that people need to have faith in these institutions. I don't know why. I mean, you think after all the misfires with COVID, people would be up in arms against public health, but I haven't seen it.
People are willing to turn a blind eye to a lot of things. I mean, in my psychology class recently, we talked about how in the case of crimes, sometimes someone's testimony about what they witnessed can prove to not be true, even though they thought they saw it.
Right.
Because even visuals, even what you see can be subjected by what like bias, like what you want to see. You can actually see something and not see it because it doesn't fit into your bias.
Well, that's a very good point.
Yeah.
Your senses, and people have to understand this, your eyes are not just a camera. Your ears aren't just a microphone, because in the middle of that is your brain, which acts on this data in a certain way. So, absolutely, if you're an eyewitness of a crime, it's not the same as having a video feed. It's colored by your emotions and many other things.
And I think that's something that they can then manipulate. And I mean, going back to it, that's a perfect example is the election night 2020. People saw what they saw. Anybody who stayed up late that night, and I did, they saw it. Even you could see, I mean, that certain people in the media. I actually think that Rachel Maddow, of all people, was more honest than Fox News, and because I was flipping around to each of the stations, and she was there scratching her head like, "What? All the polls are suddenly closed in 6 states at once?
Yeah.
They've stopped counting?" And she even said, before she kind of got a grip on herself, like there's always a little moment when the truth comes out. She says something hinky is going on here. Yeah, then of course she got, wait a minute, what am I saying? Then she kind of got wind, right? Got back under control and realized, hey, yeah, that's right. I mean,
but there was a moment.
There was a moment of truth where it all kind of spills out for 2
Because
seconds.
if you reacted in real time,
Yeah,
there was no way that you didn't see what was
Everybody saw, the whole country saw it. It happened. It was like the Kennedy assassination. They shot him down like a dog in broad daylight in the middle of a major American city. Everybody saw what happened. Now we're told what we thought we saw. We're told, like, oh no, this was just some low nut, all that. But everybody knew something. They knew what they knew. I mean, there was enough people who did see, and everybody. It was kind of something that was obvious that there was something seriously bad going on.
But here again, how many people were fairly willing to accept that some loser with a mail order rifle arranged to be up at the top of the Texas Book Depository and got off, and he alone got off all those shots? You, at the very least, you think, wait a minute, this is going to take some planning. This is going to take some logistics. And but people
I
pretty
always
much,
thought it was strange that they that they did it so out in the open like that, so publicly in the middle of a parade. I mean, if they want to knock somebody off, there's certainly a lot more discreet ways to go about it.
but
They
why be
could.
discreet
Well,
on
that's the
this Boeing
question.
whistleblower? The
What would they
Boeing
really? There must have been something more to it than just simply killing the president. I mean,
yeah,
there
yeah.
was like it was like a kind of a declaration that we're in control here. Watch out because you're next. This is a new regime. A new
Well,
wind is blowing in
yes.
America today.
Well, how
I
new
mean,
is it? How
well,
new is it?
it's just it was like that they had the hubris to step out and be very open at that moment. And
You mean as opposed to the car accident that killed George Patton?
that killed who?
George Patton, the general.
Yes, that's right. And that was another one. But and I mean, you're right. I mean that was obvious.
Now
I
that
wrote about
wasn't
that.
on national TV
I wrote about
because
that in my book of American Assassinations.
yeah,
And they still didn't kill him. And he was in the hospital. And he called his wife and he said, "Get me the hell out of here. They're trying to
yeah,
kill me." And she rushed over. By the time she got there, it was too late.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's right. I mean, that's not new.
Well, it
And-
was, but the point is, it wasn't as broad daylight as the JFK
Right.
assassination,
That's right.
but there were a lot of people that witnessed that car accident. And
Oh, look, this has always gone on. I mean, we could go back to, I mean, in my book, I cover the, various presidents and leaders who have died under questionable circumstances. I mean, Zachary Taylor, the president of the United States, I think he was assassinated.
yeah,
He was standing in the way of this agenda to rip the country into a civil war. They had to wait 10 more years before they pulled that off. I mean, I get into that in my book. It's an interesting story. So sure, I mean, assassinations
now
are both.
which book is that?
Assassination in America.
How old is that?
I wrote that, I think, in 2016, 2015, around that time.
Oh, wow. Okay. I must admit, I'm not familiar with that one.
Oh yeah, and I got into the Clinton death list.
Yeah,
And the list of people who died after the Kennedy assassination. A lot of things that need to be investigated. I talked about the death of Tim Russert, which I thought was questionable. Did you know that Tim Russert, just before, about maybe, I don't know, maybe it was a year before he died, he interviewed both John Kerry and George Bush, and he asked both of them about Skull and Bones on national television. Now, I don't mean to be conspiratorial. I'm putting the tin hat on here, but they both answered his question because they were both members.
yeah.
And he was like, "What is this deal with Skull and Bones? You're both in this secret society. What can you tell us about that?" And they both had the exact same expression when they answered. And they both said, "Oh, well, we can't talk about that because that's a secret." But what it did was it brought up to the whole country, and most people did not. You and I would know this, but most average people didn't, the normies, that there was this secret society at Yale called Skull and Bones, and that they're involved in some rather sinister behind the scenes stuff, and that they have huge influence over American life. And it's been rumored that he died under questionable circumstances about a year later. Anyway, these things need to be. I'm not saying that he may not have died of natural causes, even though he was a relatively young man. But when there is a situation like that, you have to investigate. That's all I'm saying. You have to take a look at possibilities. Why would this happen? Who would benefit from it? What kind of a motivation is going on here?
Well, who's investigating the suicide, quote unquote, of that Boeing whistleblower?
Oh, right in the parking lot, right after before he was going to testify. Here was a man who had something on Boeing. had been a 20-year employee of Boeing. As is most often the case, he said to his wife, I think he said to his friends, he goes, "Look, I'm fine. I am not suicidal, but don't be surprised if something happens to me. And if it does, it was not suicide." And then, sure enough, he commits suicide in a parking lot.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And we could talk about other cases too. I mean, that doctor who invented the test kit, Nobel Prize winning. There's a lot of people in medical profession who have died under questionable circumstances. There are people who are,
Well, you mean Corey Mullis?
yes,
Yeah.
they are threatening to expose an agenda that where a lot of money is involved, a lot of careers are involved, and they have to be stopped for that reason. And the people who do this understand that it's perfectly justified. Look, this is nothing new. I mean, this is what happened to Julius Caesar. I mean, it's not right. I mean, this is human nature. I mean, conspiracy is part of life. When you have interests and that control or that influence the future of the culture, that influence financial issues, and that they may deleteriously stand in the way of an establishment. Of course, they may be assassinated. Why would they not be? I mean, it's obvious.
Yeah, I think the trouble is that most people are very uncomfortable with this concept because it's much easier to just regard it, all this stuff as conspiracy, and no one would do that, and people are generally good, which unfortunately they're not. But I keep coming back to it. It has a lot to do with how society has become secularized to the extent that you have to worship these agencies, and then they all become out of control. How come no one ever asked the question with Governor Kathy Hochul, when she took over for what's his name, Cuomo?
Yeah.
So an obvious question that I didn't see anywhere in the media, left, right, center. Okay, babe, what were you doing when Cuomo was messing with these women? Like, where were
that's
you?
right. I mean, Cuomo is not one of my favorite people, but I do think that there were interests that wanted to railroad him.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he and bringing up those sorts of accusations seems to be an easy path. And obviously those sorts of accusations have been brought up against men who really, where it's really not the case, or they're very flimsy. The perfect example is Blasey Ford, right? Anybody who saw that testimony against Kavanaugh, I mean, talk about the left concocting this. I mean, you could tell that she was unstable as a person. And you could tell that something probably did happen to her in high school. But you could also tell that it wasn't Kavanaugh. She wasn't in any way able to. The lawyer that questioned her brought that up and pointed out that she could not locate anything near remotely like where Kavanaugh socialized. I mean, it was a different crowd. She was part of this sort of upper crust Protestant Yankee, private school crowd, where he was more of a blue collar Catholic guy who was in, private school, but it was not, it was more like the Boston College High School kind of school. And they just didn't travel in the same social circles, and they weren't there. I mean, they couldn't place her there. And once that lawyer started zeroing in on her, she just picked up her can of Coke and she literally ran out of that room, and she never came back. I don't know if I watched this. It was really sensational.
And I don't think a whole lot was made of that.
No, because she had sponsors. I mean, she was put up there the same way Anita Hill was put up.
Yeah.
They promised her Anita Hill ended up becoming a tenured professor
University of
at
Oklahoma.
at Brandeis in Boston, where she
Oh,
is
it's
now.
Brandon.
Yeah, and she's the head of diversity, divestment, and anti-Semitism and racism, or whatever the hell office is. She was just a low-level bureaucrat at Thomas's agency, and they just found her, they groomed her, they brought her in, they made her promises to do this, and afterwards she was getting $10,000 a shot to speak at colleges. She wouldn't go unless they paid her up front. And then she, of course, got a big book deal. And then she got her she was awarded for this. I mean, I think that Blasey Ford also was awarded for coming up with this kind of assault. And in these cases, it's a very flimsy assault. It has no basis to it. It's like this rotten woman who claimed that Trump, right, attacked her at Bergdorf Goodman. Really?
Eugene Carroll. Right?
The only reason why she gets away with that is because it's Trump. I mean, that would never have been inside a courtroom if it had been anyone else. And she was financed by Reid Hoffman over at LinkedIn. She had to admit that finally under oath. You get some big money people who have an agenda, and they find these people and they groom them and they put them up to conduct these things. I mean, even Stormy Daniels. Apparently, I mean, this isn't on YouTube, so I think I can repeat this because it's been written about in the Gateway Pundit, is my source. She and Michael Cohen, who were having an affair, Michael Cohen being the rotten, convicted criminal lawyer and liar and known perjurer, who apparently gave her the hush money without Trump even knowing about it. They were recruited by Adam Schiff, that rotten guy who came up with the perfect phone call. Whistleblower who had never heard the phone call and who spent 3 years getting his fat face on television talking about how Trump stole the election with Putin. And I have the proof in my upper pocket. He never showed it. He recruited them to bring back that charge again and to go before this judge, now Merchan, whose daughter is a consultant that represents left-wing politicians, including Adam Schiff, who contracted her company to the tune of $20 million. So the daughter of Merchan.
What was the crime? Anyway, I mean,
Trump the crime is absurd. I mean, that Trump used campaign money to pay a prostitute. It's just so ridiculous, and so the whole thing is concocted. I'm sure he probably, if he had anything to do with it at all, and I have a feeling he didn't, but even if he did, I'm sure he wrote the check out of his own account. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
And yet these things have standing because
it's corrupt. I mean, the father is in the father of this woman who's got $90 million as a consultant from left-wing Democrat candidates who are raising the money because they've hired a consultant whose father is going to put Trump in jail, and who has on her Twitter account as her emoji a picture of Trump behind bars. She took that off Twitter once it was exposed by Laura Loomer. Yeah. That they're making money. His family is getting rich from this case, and yet they know they can get away with it because they know that they have Trump hatred, and they got this whole rotten leftist, internationalist, illuminated establishment behind them, so they can get away with it, and that this Merchan can put a gag order on Trump, while Stormy and Michael Cohen are raking in money going on TV and doing documentaries, all as they crap on Trump. I mean, the whole thing.
That this is with the full faith and credit of the, quote, Republican opposition.
Oh, yeah, well, sure. they're like they're not saying anything. I mean, where's Mitt Romney? Oh my God! I mean, forget it. Liz
Well, and
Cheney. I mean, talk about
Mitt
rotten
Romney,
Republicans.
where's
She
anybody besides Marjorie Taylor Greene,
well, that's a
right?
yeah. I mean, she might occasionally give a little lip service, but I mean, you get
But
somebody like a Liz Cheney. She actually, while she was on that phony committee, she's sitting on evidence that would have easily exonerated Trump from any involvement, and they basically suppress that. And then when they have to dissolve the committee because the Republicans won the election, they're destroying that evidence. There's rumors that they actually destroyed it. She should be in jail for that. I mean, aren't they trying to put Trump in jail just for simply using the Presidential Records Act to take documents out of the White House, like every president has done since John Adams? I mean, this is that's unbelievable. And now it's come out that according to Special Prosecutor Robert Hur, who looked into Biden's stealing of documents, and he had no such coverage. He didn't have the Presidential Records Act. That didn't apply to vice presidents.
right.
There's still information that he's not been able to get to, they say at the Biden Center, because he thinks, or at least somebody in his office has leaked, that it's because that has the complaint that was lodged by Tara Reid against Biden. So he needs to cover that up. He took that with him. He stole that out of the files. Anyways, now that I've got all this off my chest, Mike, what do you have coming up on your Substack?
Well, I did a few days ago another one of these whatever happened to. I was
Cool.
talking about civil rights. I've got something else that I'm working on, commenting on a pretty good article that was posted on the Remnant, which is a conservative Catholic site.
Cool. I'll look it up.
So there's stuff going on, but there's certainly no shortage of things to write about and complain about.
Yeah.
But how much of this goes on because there's no Republican opposition?
Oh, it's
That's
awful.
what.
And this guy Johnson has turned out to be a complete dud. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. What a disappointment. What an empty suit. He looks like Howdy Doody. I mean, it's ridiculous. He looks like Alfred E. Newman from Mad Magazine.
Yeah, total
Just-
disappointment.
Yeah, completely.
And
And and the religiosity and his pounding the chest with that makes it even worse. Because we had at least had an expectation that maybe he was a little bit independent. Maybe he answered to God and not to these rotten characters. It's just
well,
terrible.
look, as long as people can say with a straight face that Joe Biden is a devout Catholic, then these labels don't mean anything
Oh, I know,
because
really.
you'll
And
be
then,
judged by your works here.
meanwhile, he uses the occasion of Easter to declare transsexual visibility day. I love Trump's
Yeah.
response to this. He goes, "Election day is going to be Christian visibility day." I hope. Let's pray. Anyway, Mike,
Yeah.
as always, thanks so much for joining me.
Always
I'll
a
talk to you next
pleasure,
week.
and I really don't feel as bad as I should based on all the stuff we discussed. So
No, I feel better for getting it off my chest. That's what this is all
sure.
about. All right.
We will
Take
see
care.
you next time.
You bet.
Pretty good. I mean, it's coming up. There's a couple of little problems with Getter. They want me to give them money, and so now they've given me a runaround. but
Yeah.
everything still looks good there. But yeah, I mean, it's alternative media is interesting. I want to thank Ethan Ralph from his Rumble account for interviewing me yesterday in a pretty lengthy interview, his kill
Really?
stream on the topics covered by my book, The Anti-Semitic Imagination. And I got another one coming up tomorrow, Southern Sense with Ann Ubelius. So people are interested and it's rolling out there. But I'm seeing the approach of the anti-Trump left in terms of how they're going to tackle Trump between now and the election. And it is just the same old crap, but it's something that nevertheless has to be addressed. I heard clips from MSNBC the what's her name, Joy Reid, um, those knuckleheads in the morning, the Morning Mika, that show, and the general theme is that Trump is going to be a fascist dictator,
Oh, of
and now,
course.
but now they're using the angle he's kowtowing with Christian nationalists.
Well, I mean, let's not forget that is Rob Reiner's latest movie
That's right,
that
God and
did.
Country.
Yeah, yeah. But hold your breath for this. The first week box office was $38,000 in all theaters.
That's enough for them to go to lunch. Not even that.
It's one of the lowest opening week box office, I think, in the history of motion pictures since they started keeping these records.
Oh my God! Now, did
I
you?
mean, somebody figured out that it was like $100 per theater or something.
Oh yeah, really? They have to actually pay people to go. Oh my God,
Well,
that's so
that
difficult.
apparently didn't work. But anyway,
But the attack on him as a Christian nationalist, I find particularly insidious because putting aside the fact that it's anti-Christian, it's really an attack on Christianity that probably goes back 100 years for these people. It's completely bogus. You know, Christians are nationalists in this country, many of them, but they imply, and in fact, more than imply, I mean, if you listen to their rhetoric, they want to impose, a religion on the country. It's the kind of hysterical stuff that it's as shrill as, you know, what they claim Joe McCarthy was doing, which he wasn't. But, the communists are taking over, this kind of stuff, right? And there's a red under every bed. There's a Christian under every bed. It's this hysterical, outpouring of rage and hate and lies that is really something that I don't know if it's the last desperate gasp, as Steve Bannon likes to say, the last gasp of a dying age, or if it's something that they really mean business on, because this is the kind of shrill attack that a couple of years ago they used against people who didn't get the jab, right?
yeah.
They're going to round them up and put them in concentration camps. And maybe a year before that, people who didn't put on the mask, people who didn't cooperate with COVID protocols. And, you know, as a Jew, I feel particularly sensitive toward this because this is what the Nazis did to the Jews. These demons are going to come along and they're going to make you do all these things. And I don't know if this kind of ugly rhetoric has to be challenged. I know that you and I may laugh at it and say, "Oh, this is so pathetic," but they mean business. I mean, they're using their media outlets to promote this kind of hate and these lies.
Well, let's not forget that this exact same tactic was used about 60 years ago with the school prayer decisions.
Uh-huh.
Very similar sort of thing. Was anti-Christian stuff going around then, um, and the same things were in play if you think about it. That the conservative movement in the country was starting up, uh, and it had to be countered. So it was portrayed as, yes, wanting to establish a religion by saying the Lord's Prayer for 13 seconds in the morning or something. And unfortunately, in the wake of World War II, which was less than 20 years in the past, it hit home with a lot of people who were concerned that there would be some Nazi type situation, which of course they failed to see that the Nazis were the ones on the left in this case.
Right, and that the communists, meanwhile, had goose-stepped their way across about two-thirds of the planet by that point,
Yeah.
including communist China. But, I mean, it goes back. I mean, in my book, The Anti-Semitic Imagination, touches on it a little bit. I mean, in that it goes back to the official anointing of Charles Darwin as the patron saint of the world in 1859. and his what he called his British bulldog, R.H. Huxley, um, went around and debated Christian ministers in a style that was very mocking. Oh, you believe that God created Adam and Eve? Ho ho ho! And you think that God, this is your God? And he was, it was very condescending and very ugly. And unfortunately, too many Christian ministers took the bait and went and debated him. And he said, "Oh, you're basically believing in a lot of fairy tales, and you're a lot, you're a bunch of morons." And it's that kind of sneering tactic that has continued ever since. And that's what this is about. I mean, this is, oh, these Christians are like crawling out from some rock somewhere. They're so stupid and they're so moronic that they don't believe our enlightened wisdom. And, I mean, they've gotten away with it before, and it's an ongoing battle. This isn't new. It's happening now because it needs to be, they need to bring it out into the forefront, but it's been going on for hundreds of years. I mean,
Oh
it's an
yeah.
attack, it's an attack on God, it's an attack on faith, it's an attack on Christendom, it's an attack on Judaism, it's an
Wow, it's
attack
an
on,
attack on morality,
yes,
and
indeed.
the perverts have always existed on the left, and no one can deny that now. Who are the Democrats? They're the party of the abortionists, the transgenders, the homosexuals. Is there anything positive in their entire agenda?
No, they're jerking off, if I can be blunt. I mean, they
Yeah.
don't have anything spiritual to offer. They don't have any objective code of ethics or morality that comes from something other than them, which they can then shape and shift at any time they want. And it's an ugly, negative worldview, and they really think that since they control the high ground in the culture, they're going to be able to pound that home. And when you listen to Joy Reid, I heard this the other day. I mean, on the one hand, you kind of dismiss it as like just as some nincompoop over there, but on the other hand, it is really a fire breathing indictment, and she runs down a laundry list of things that Trump is going to do, and he's going to take away your this, and he's going to take away that, and he's going to, he loves Putin, of course. I mean, they love that, and he's going to embroil us, and it's all these crazy lies. And the thing that I think we need to point out here is that this isn't 2016 when Trump was running for president the first time as a businessman, and that yes, you could say, hey, we don't know that much about how he's going to govern. You could have made that case then, but the fact is that he served an entire 4-year term as president of the United States, and none of that stuff happened. He was a moderate to conservative president. Sure, we could criticize certain things. We could say, okay, maybe he didn't quite handle the protests at the U.S. Capitol properly. Maybe he didn't handle what I would describe as a Kristallnacht against black people, where businesses were burned to the ground, and cities were neighborhoods were looted, and children were shot right after the George Floyd death. Maybe he didn't handle that quite right. Maybe he kind of got suckered with COVID. He believed Fauci and Birx, and he locked down businesses and locked down schools and churches. Okay, you can make legitimate criticism. But for the most part, Trump is a known entity, and his administration is on the record. And we saw, for the most part, enormous success.
Well, okay, but let's take into account. Here's good news and bad news.
Yeah.
All right, you watch Joy Reid because so I don't have to, right? So to speak.
Yes.
All right. But how many people actually watch these TV news shows compared to the people that get their news off sundry internet sources?
Yeah. As many
And
as
the reason I'm asking
this
that,
movie, hopefully.
yeah, okay, so are they doing nothing more than very loudly preaching to the choir?
Yeah. I mean, I think you're right, but they can crank that up. I don't know how, but it seems like the more they crank it up, the more people are supporting Trump. Now you have large numbers of black men are now supporting Trump. You've got, I think it was the last poll, Trump is ahead by 9 points. This is not a right wing poll either. This was, I think,
Right.
Harris, right? I mean, so maybe that's the effect. I mean, the more people know that this stuff is completely out to lunch, I think, other than the true believers who are just so. I mean, I think that, you get the hardcore who are still such haters that they just suck this stuff up. I know people like that, even in my own family, not my immediate family, but
Yeah.
you know, I want to be clear. I mean, but they watch Morning Joe and Morning Mika, and they're just filled with the same hate that they've been filled with for 7 years. I don't know how somebody could live like that, but that's not the majority, and I think that a lot of people are getting tired of it. A lot of people on the left, or people who are liberal, younger people, I would say, even they're just starting to give it. They're starting to let go of it. You can't maintain that kind of hatred for all these years. After a while, it's so tiresome that the you can't bear it. I would think.
I think you're right. And we have a very strange media situation. On the one hand, the conventional media is always there. Okay. But people are still mired back in this 1950s mentality when that was it. The point is, yeah, you can turn on the TV and see Lester Holt and Joy Reid and Morning Joe, but how many hundreds of millions of people are going to other sources? So, yeah, I get it. It's there. I don't think it's quite as important as they would like you to believe. I think conventional media is
Yeah.
dying, but the mere fact that they are the conventional media, that platform exists. But I mean, what more do you need than Tucker Carlson getting 200 million views? And if Lester Holt got 4 million, 5 million, that would be a huge night. So I always ask the question, which people can only jokingly answer, who watches that anymore? Who sits down, as I said last week, at 6 p.m. and turns on Walter Cronkite Jr.?
A
I don't
lot of
know anyone who does
old
that.
bags. I mean, really, I know what you mean. It's all, aging, people our age actually, but nevertheless, I mean, it's not younger people aren't doing it. They all have their own little silos.
Right.
I mean, one question that was asked of me by Ethan Ralph over at Killstream is why are younger people, 20 something age, turning against the state of Israel? And I think it's because of social pressure and because they've been dumbed down for all these years. It's what Sam Blumenfeld talked about in his great books. They don't know how to connect ideas with facts. They don't know how to think cognitively. They're not able to pull entire concepts together in their own minds. It's all this kind of reaction, this kind of whatever feels good is good. It's kind of a neo Epicureanism, to use the old Greek school of
Yeah,
thought.
that's a nice way of putting it.
Yeah, I mean the Greek Epicureanism, which is mentioned in the Talmud as apikoros, and which is
Hmm.
seen as a sin, is this idea that whatever the sensate, whatever pleasures you get from the sensate is the ultimate virtue. If it feels good, if it looks good, if it sounds good, then it's good. That's a sign of goodness. And that describes, I don't know, for some reason, for political leaders, the one person I think of who's the classic example of this was Bill Clinton, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he woke up in the morning and he called his pollster and he said, who am I today? What am I today? What is it I should do to be that's going to make people happy and is going to make me feel good because they like me? And it's like he obviously loved pressing the flesh, as Lyndon Johnson used to say. I mean, and he loved excess, and he loved sin, and he enjoyed the pleasures of life without any restrictions, because that's where he was. He didn't think in terms of the past. He didn't think in terms of the future. Everything was in the moment. Everything is today. Whatever feels good is good. And that's the ultimate virtue. Now, I know I'm exaggerating a little here, but I'm saying more, in terms of his cultural effect. And I think that describes younger people now. They want to be part of the mob. They want to be accepted. They want to be in the beautiful club. And that's why they're not able to think critically about what might be going on, at least as far as Israel goes, or as far as some other situations go. They're just sort of, it's like a pack of dogs let loose in a dog park. Do you ever see this? You have a little dog. I've watched this
Hmm.
where the little dog is all proper and on a little leash, and then they take the dog to a dog park and they take him off the leash, and suddenly it's like he's back in primal times. It's like something takes over because then they start running together, and before you know it, it's like a pack of wolves. They become like a pack, literally. And that's what's going on with people. That's what's going on with young people. They're not thinking as individuals. They've joined the pack, and they're enjoying the sensation of like this power of you become bigger than yourself. You become something else, and it's something that's not actually engaging in any kind of depth or any cognitive thinking.
Yeah, yeah, I think you're right. I mean, a lot of it has to do with the educational system. I
Yeah.
mean, there's no accident why the government educational system has fought tooth and nail against vouchers. They hate private schools. Um, and you have to go back to your old buddy Malcolm X, who made the comment, well, why should we think it's, I'm paraphrasing here, why should we think it's so great that now we can be integrated into the schools run by the people that hate us? Why is it so wonderful? You
Yeah,
know?
really.
And that, in a sense, was not, although the term didn't exist then probably, that wasn't the PC civil rights position. But there's a lot to consider there. I mean, I've commented on various forum and on your show that from the time literally I was in the third grade, I started noticing that there was something off about maybe one third or so of the teachers in my elementary school. And then as I got older, high school, college, grad school, that percentage seemed to be higher. And I posted this a few weeks ago somewhere, and a guy responded he said, "Yeah, you're absolutely right." And he went to some elite law school, and he said at that point it was horrific. It was more like 70% of the faculty was nuts. So um, regarding the Israel thing, yeah, because most of these teachers are on the left for reasons which are a little difficult to understand. The left has, for a long time, not always, been anti Israel. I think that started with the so called new left of the 60s. And the kids are never taught critical thinking skills. So it's on purpose. There's no accident here. I
No,
think kids,
and I
when
think
when given the chance,
yeah.
want to learn, but if they're in the public education system, forget it.
Right, and I think that I mean the reason the teachers are on the left is because it's sort of the Gramscian model. The conservative
Huh,
teachers were weeded out over time. It
yeah,
was kind of like by attrition. They were gradually moved out, and then they moved left wingers up the route line. The other day, I was in Coolidge Corner in Brookline to do an errand, and Coolidge Corner in Brookline, Massachusetts, it's a fairly Jewish neighborhood. A lot of
yeah,
Jews, a lot of liberal Jews, and on the corner, on all four sides of the corner, were pro Hamas protesters, right? from the river to the sea, apartheid, genocide, all that crap. And I decided I had to walk by them anyway, so I thought I'd engage them.
Yeah.
And so I said to one of them, I said, "What is your position on Hamas?" And she turned to me and said the same thing that liberals and leftists have always said to me in questions like that. And this goes back to my days of broadcasting with Patrick O'Heffernan and that long list of liberals that he'd bring on the show. And her answer was, "We don't take a position on Hamas." Right? I mean, they just, and I said, "Well, who do you mean by we?" Are, that, I mean, you speaking for yourself or you speaking for a group? And then she was flummoxed, and then the other one said to me, the Israelis, they've killed 30,000 people. And at that point I said, "Are you suggesting that they went in to deliberately kill innocent people? Why would they do that?" But at that point there was no more conversation. It was just, and it was the same, it's interesting. It's the same people, and I'm going to say this because I can say it, this isn't YouTube, so I can get away with this.
Hmm.
Older white women, you know, very over the hill.
I'm so glad you noticed that. Yeah.
These are the old, and they're the same old battle axes that I've seen come out for years. These are the same people who were out there in the 1980s during the Reagan administration complaining about America's nukes, right? Oh,
Yeah.
don't talk about Russia having nukes, just America's nukes. Never mind, they wanted us to disarmament. Remember that whole movement? These are the Pussy Hat Rally people. The same core group of really, really angry, twisted people. I mean, it's just, I don't know where this kind of hatred is derived from, but it is just ugly, and a lot of people get sucked into that, and they
It's
kind of go along.
it's self hatred. Um, when you
Oh, there's
see this
nothing
same
like it.
demographic, when you see this same demographic um, involved in these pro-abortion protests, the first question would come to your mind that, wait a minute, this woman is 55, 60 years old. She doesn't need an abortion. She can have all the sex she wants, she's menopausal, beyond that. And then I started thinking about it. It's no. She's protesting because the abortion she could have had if it were legal 25, 30 years ago, that's what she's mad about. She hates
Either
herself.
that or she did have one or two, but.
Well, that's the famous Fulton Sheen story, which you may be familiar with.
What, no, I'm not.
Oh yes. Uh, Fulton Sheen was on a flight, uh, and apparently it was a red eye type situation. Most of the passengers are asleep. He's very recognizable. He always
Oh
was.
yeah, great guy. Yep.
And one of the flight attendants comes up to him, and he's sitting there reading whatever, and she just unloads on the guy how much she hates the Catholic Church, and look at all the things that ruin, and just on and on negativity, several minutes. He turns to her and said, "When did you have the abortion?" And then she breaks down, "How did you know?" and whatever. Well, how did he know? How many confessions has he heard at that point? So there's a lot of self-hatred
Mm.
that people have, and you identify this interesting demographic because I think that's what it's going to come down to. Not just white women, I think black women too. That the black men have left the plantation. The black women are still on it, I think, for the most part. Not all.
Not quite as much as white women, though. I mean, I'm speaking as I just last semester I did one of my classes was Black literature, and some of the conversations in the class were a lot more interesting than when the teacher was there. The teacher wasn't somebody who showed up all that often anyway, but
Hmm.
the the black women are not as bad. I mean, this is these are. I was the only white person in the class, so I got a good
Wow.
firsthand look at this. And the conversations are amazing, and they're very they're not on board. I mean, they're tough.
Well, that's good to know.
I listen sometimes to Dan Carlin's podcast. He's a history guy, and he's been interviewing military people from Vietnam. It's been very interesting. Um, just one takeaway from that was that he um, he interviewed. He said that one of these guys, while he was in the Hanoi Hilton, he's talking to the Vietnamese commandant, and somehow the subject of Hanoi Jane came up,
Hmm.
and her husband, who at the time I think was Thomas Hayden,
Right.
Tom, who was a real typical commie, left wing guy, and the guy asked the commandant, "What do you think about Tom Hayden? Do you admire him?" And he goes, "Well, we absolutely love his ideology, but we think he's a scumbag and an asshole." Excuse my French. And he's like, "Well, why?" "Because he's betraying his own country. We don't tolerate that here.
Yeah,
That's
there you go.
we don't go for that. We think that's horrible." So I think that that's what these old broads are doing. They're old traitors to their own society. They're own traitors to their own sex. They're traitors to, and so this leads them into thinking that there's some great virtue for Hamas. Really? I mean, it's like, oh, but we're human rights supporters. I mean, it's bizarre.
I don't know. I mean, it's not maybe as bizarre as gays for Hamas, but it comes close, I guess. And you went one on one with these people. Wow.
Yeah, well, I just felt I needed to gauge it. I was going to be doing an interview later that day on anti-Semitism, so I figured I'd do a little field work and get you hear it firsthand. But anyway, getting back to the subject of the election and the agenda, the strategy. On the one hand, it just seems like the same old BS. Trump is a dictator. He's Mussolini. Now he's a Christian nationalist, which adds a little extra little wrinkle to it. Now they can also attack Christians and make Christians feel like there's something negative about them when it's absurd and ugly. And on the one hand, I say to myself, the American people aren't going to buy this. On the other hand, maybe they will, and they're going to cook up some weird incident to knock it home, right? I mean, like the way they used George Floyd's death, which was a complete travesty of justice. We now know that. I mean, even the judge in that case has admitted that the conviction of poor Officer Chauvin, who was just doing, maybe he wasn't perfect, but he was doing his job, that they had to convict him because of all the injustice that's happened to black people. Really? That's why you convict someone of murder? Because of crimes committed by other people? That's not this. That's not an American. That's not what we're supposed to have in this country. Anyway, they're going to cook up another incident like that, and they're going to ride that thing like they did with that one.
Well,
And
they're certainly going to try, but I think that playbook has run out. Now, I will agree that we can say how wrong this stuff is, but somehow it happens. I mean, where is the Eighth Amendment challenge to this ridiculous $350 million you
oh
have to
yeah.
put up?
By the way,
Uh,
speaking of that, I don't know if you noticed this, but the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, she had to come out in front of the cameras and say to the real estate developers in New York City and to the property owners, don't worry, we're not going to investigate you. We're not going to indict you. We're not going to prosecute you. No problem. Just relax. Because people were like, hey, we're leaving the state. And, so doesn't that tell you everything you need to know about this?
of course.
Really? I mean, it's,
Well, at what point are people going to start just saying flat out that the Democrat Party is essentially a criminal gang? I mean, how much worse does it have to get?
I think that case has hurt them. I really do. I think that people do see that. They see how ugly and how radical Tish James,
attorney general, I mean, running for office on, I'm going to get Trump. We're going to get his children. I'm going to get his
Well,
business
what I
associates.
always
We're
wondered
going to
about
go
that,
business.
how is that a virtue? Who was that playing to?
Apparently, she assumes that there's a lot of haters in New York, and there are because she won, and then she went ahead and did it. This is to prosecute this one man because she had no crime. Trump is absolutely right about this. He says they had no crime on him at the time. It's sort of like I think I heard Giuliani. I listened to his Twitter show, and it's great. I urge people to do it. He's got a lot of wisdom. He said this is like what Stalin and Beria were doing in Russia. Beria very famously said to Stalin, "Show me the man, and I'll find the crime."
Yeah.
That's what this is. She was going to find something to appease these jackals who despise Trump and throw them some kind of red meat. This is what she was promising. This is what she ran on. And disgustingly, this is what she won on. And the jury was very much on board. Trump is going to lose all these cases because they're all picked, these corrupt, rotten juries and judges.
Were you surprised that there are so many corrupt judges and prosecuting attorneys?
Kind of. It's discouraging. I mean, here you have, I guess that the left has infiltrated the judiciary just as much as they've infiltrated academia. Except in
Well, it's a march through the institutions.
It is, but in the case of the judiciary, it's a much more serious problem because these people hold people's lives and futures in their hands. They can put a person to death on the drop of a gavel. It's one thing for some nincompoop professor sputtering about Marxism. People, oh yeah, sure, they might go along with it, and then just to get through the class, they'll keep their head low. But these judges have an enormous power. That's what the judiciary is. It's a separate, branch of government that's supposed to have that kind of weight. And it's a very, very serious matter when they're so corrupt.
I'm not sure there's an easy fix to that, although it's been noticed for years. I think where the justice system really went off the rails started with the war on drugs. Because then it now is a big money thing, right? Money for police, money that you could extract from the drug dealers. So now it's a big deal to go after criminal law. And it just became corrupt as hell. It is interesting, by the way, that this Judge McAfee, who's one presiding in Fulton County, donated to Fannie Willis's campaign to run for DA. One would think that's a conflict of interest.
Yes.
Why would a judge donate to that campaign anyway?
How can they go before that judge? I mean, why is the Trump people allowing that? I mean, that's obviously a conflict of interest. That.
I think the problem is that how much of this can you fight? All right.
Well, that's a basic.
Well, that's a basic.
He gave money to Big Fanny. I mean, and then she's the prosecutor. That's as bad as Big Fanny sleeping with the lawyer that she ran up the pipeline, so she could get kickbacks while he's going to Washington on the taxpayer dime to attack Trump. I mean, this is real corruption.
No, it's terrible corruption, and that's why I said, at this point, the whole thing is just a big criminal game. There's no one decent in the entire party anymore. They're all scumbags.
I know it. And then, I mean, it's gotten so idiotic. I've listened to a couple of left wingers. They're complaining about the way the media is covering Biden in terms of his age and his infirmity.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, really? I don't think it doesn't matter what the media says. People have we have eyes and ears. He's on television. Everybody sees what they see. What are they expecting? Are we at that much of a Potemkin village in this country now that we're going to have the media tell us something that we don't see? I mean, it's crazy.
Well, here again, I think they're overplaying the power of the media.
Mm-hmm.
there are so many YouTubers, for example, that have 3, 4, 5 million subs, and so being Lester Holt is not a big deal anymore. And here's what I think. If they actually did the demographics of network news, they get their feelings hurt. Simple question: who watches this crap?
I think at this point it's such a obvious one-sided thing that it's reached a point of putridity. It's like it's just dull. You know, there's no opposition. The only time I mean, it's like they're ignoring the fact that you have a candidate for president who is over 50% support. You've got a movement that is hugely popular. They're just not talking to any of them. All they
No,
do is bring on experts to attack them. It's really, in a way, uh, I mean, it's so bizarre in a way. You know, you'd think that they would give, somebody, anybody who is a Trump supporter or who's a MAGA person, at least you know, some space at their table, if for no other reason than to maybe stimulate a little few sparks of interest in their programs.
I think it's gotten beyond that. Okay, the people that are watching this are tuning in for the same red meat, and that's it. They really don't want to see anything else.
Right.
So they're playing to the choir. The other problem is that if it weren't for the pharmaceutical industry, there would be no linear TV. Um, the fact that most of these ads skew toward older people and they're all drug ads,
Right.
that audience is dying. And these are people my age and maybe older, but even among the people I know, no one at least admits to watching these shows, other than someone like you that has to. That's a media critic.
Yes.
And by the way, it's not only the news. This is happening in these sporting events too. That NBA All Star game was terrible, terrible. Um, yeah, I mean they had some ridiculously inflated score, and the whole game consisted of the opposition team getting out of the way while people put in threes and dunks. There was no defense. So if you want to watch that kind of stupid spectacle, God love you.
Well, don't they
Um,
even do something like once the game is starting to get hot and things are moving, they'll whisper into somebody's headphones that we're taking a break because they figure, hey, we'll run a few commercials,
yeah,
and it kind of
I,
it breaks the
I don't
whole
know. I
momentum.
mean,
It's becoming boring.
yeah, conventional media, um, it seems to be very corrupt in all aspects, which is why people are tuning out.
Hmm.
I mean, here's the other question I raised, which no one ever answers. Why advertise on linear TV if it's not a sporting event? Someone's going to record it and fast forward through the commercials.
That's true.
So why have TV ads? And the answer seems to be, well, because we have a product, you have to advertise on TV. Because the 1950s, Kellogg's Cornflakes was on TV, and that's what they advertised.
Yeah, but this
So,
isn't the 1950s. Now, as you say,
yeah,
you can't
exactly.
fast forward to through it. That's a good
Um,
question. I mean, aren't they ad agencies and marketing departments asking this question? I
no,
mean,
it's willful blindness. All right.
they have media buyers. I mean, don't they realize
And
that?
that's what you do. Well, right. But if you're not going to buy TV, what are you going to buy? Right? So now you have to
Buy
think about
YouTube
it.
or buy the Rumbles channel. I don't know. Buy
Yeah, well,
whatever.
some people are.
Right.
But why in the world would you be a sponsor of Lester Holt? I
Yeah.
mean, what does the rate card look like? What demographic can you
Well,
promise?
I think that all of his shows are for geared toward older retired people, whether it be drug ads or whether it be insurance or just it's not it's the entire thing. If you look at his ads, it's just that's what it is. Maybe that's a good for them. I don't know. Maybe those are the people that are spending the
Well,
money. Who
okay,
knows?
I'm old. I'm not retired, although I've
Right.
slowed down. I don't watch that crap. I'm not saying I'm the typical person.
No, but I think a lot of that's their main audience, and I mean, as I say, I have to watch it.
Yeah, but you have to watch it. But if I'm Johnny Doorknob, 75-year-old guy, why am I watching linear TV with the commercials? I challenge anyone to answer that.
Yeah.
Well, because we can't afford a DVR. Our cable system, even if you have cable, which is another mistake. I
That's
mean,
already on the way out.
yeah, I
Comcast is
mean,
on the way out now. It's
any TV experience except for rabbit ears has some sort of means of recording.
I
So
mean,
why advertise?
yeah. I mean, I get most of my media now through maybe I don't know if I'm typical, but I get it through podcasts, and
Yeah,
I listen to a pretty good cross section of podcasts on different topics that interest me, and I still think that Steve Bannon's podcast is great. I mean, he does
yes.
a great job. I like Sebastian Gorka. I like Giuliani's Twitter show. Tucker Carlson, I wouldn't miss. There are a couple of people that Joe Rogan occasionally. I don't really like him, but I
But
do
the
listen
point
to him.
is, you have a large selection
Yeah,
and you can choose. You're not sitting down there switching on channel 2 at 6 p.m. because you have to watch Walter Cronkite Jr.
no, and
All
the
right.
media of podcasting is so much superior, anyways, in that people can really kick back and tell a story and really get
Yeah.
into something, and it's not this formula thing that really went out of style after Edward R. Murrow, right? I mean, it's not. It doesn't work anymore. They go on and Lester Holt walks out. This is Lester Holt, and it's like the same. And you turn on to the other two stations, it's the same thing, literally with the same stupid story, and they always have a Trump nothing burger most of the time, and it's just it doesn't cut it. I mean, there's podcasting is so much more engaging, and you really can sit down and hear something and listen to a conversation. And I mean, there's a couple of good. I like this new one that I'm listening to. I don't know if you've heard Red Pilled America.
I've heard of it. I've never actually
It's
listened to it.
very good. It's a married couple that hosts it, and what's her name? Adriana Cortez and Coralchi. I forget his name.
Hmm.
But it's very good because they go in depth, and they just did a very in depth 3-part series on what happened with the Proud Boys from the beginning to the end,
Oh,
and Gavin McGinnis and how that happened, and it was very educational, right? I mean, they really, and they did, and they're very. I think they both have a media background. I think that she was a journalist, he was a marketing guy, so they know how to like cut and paste segments into the show that illustrate what they're talking about, and they're very good storytellers. I only mention them because it's just there are a lot of these that are coming up now that are very good, and it's really so much a superior source of information, and it really maybe it's because of the dumbing down of America that people no longer can listen to something that's a little bit more long ended and a little bit more in depth. Younger people need to have a flash, like a flash card, because of their look say reading.
I wonder though how true that even is. I think
Yeah.
that's wishful thinking on the part of the regime. Um, Maybe the kids don't have the critical thinking skills taught to them anymore, but I'm not sure that they're as stupid as the regime would like you to believe.
I hope not, and I hope that the ones that are just the ones that are featured, the ones that are
Yeah,
up front. I do sometimes dip into TikTok, and you've got a couple of these guys who are just the most. They're just a couple of dumbbells, and it turns out, in the case of one of them, I mean, what's his name? I can't even remember his name right now. Um, he's been hired by Biden people, I mean, he's getting a check from an ad agency to push Biden, and there's a few of them like that. And so they go in and they're like, "Hey, hoo, you know, they're so cheerful and so preppy and so poppy." And I don't think anyone's buying it, but this is it's so cynical. That's what they're trying to do. I mean, they're literally sending out shills and giving them a check in the mail to basically read off some cue cards. And I don't think it's working. But
Again, they may be engaging, preaching the choir.
yeah, Harry
Um,
Sisson, that's his name.
hmm.
He's big on TikTok. He's a complete shill. I mean, it's been already revealed that he's getting paid to do this. They've hired him as a young influencer, and he goes out with his robotic crap about Biden and how wonderful he is. It's crazy. I don't think it's working for them though.
I think they're desperate enough that they're trying anything and everything.
Yeah,
You'd think if they were serious, they'd actually try to find a candidate.
I think it's getting too late for that. And obviously, every time she opens her mouth, I mean, Harris doesn't make it.
No.
So where are they going to go? I mean, they don't. And I think that Biden. I mean, he's not going voluntarily. He's a tough old bastard. He's just gonna. He's gonna hold on to the last minute. So what are they going to do? Do you think?
It's kind of, I think, in reverse of the Nikki Haley strategy. All right. She got nothing going for her except people that hate Trump.
Right.
So she's going to hang in as long as she has money and hope for a miracle at the convention, which never occurs. I mean, people always talk about
I don't think she'll survive if South Carolina doesn't.
will
And she's going to be.
see. I mean, she claims she's in it to the end.
Yeah, but I don't think so. I can't imagine it. I mean, her own home state. I mean, there's no way that she's going to be able to continue. I just don't see it. I mean,
Well, let's not forget too that when they speak of a quote brokered convention, they may be going back to the 60s, late 50s, but whether it was going to be Kefauver or JFK or whoever the hell it was going to be, they were at least known entities that had some presence. But there's never been a case of someone that lost every single primary and then suddenly emerges as the leading person. It's just
no.
fantasy.
It has happened in history, but it hasn't happened since.
In modern history.
Yeah, the Hayes Tilden race. I think Rutherford B. Hayes was plucked out of nowhere and put in there. But
Yeah.
that was 1876. I mean, we're talking now. I mean, if there's any convention that might be broken, it would be the Democratic, because if Biden is this weak and he's getting worse by the day, they're gonna have to pull something out. I mean, at that convention. But I don't know who they have. Is there anybody?
Well, there's no one on the bench.
I know. Is there anybody in the warming up in the bullpen? I mean, what do they have?
They've stayed pretty quiet about it. I mean, as it is, you don't have a Barack Obama situation that you can fall back on. All right, everyone knew who Barack Obama was as this young, appealing black state senator.
Right.
But there's no one even like that now. You can name anywhere.
No, I mean, plus with Obama, I mean, they were grooming him for several years.
Yeah.
He didn't just come out of nowhere. He did come out of nowhere, but the thing is that it was a very coordinated thing. I think it went all the way back to when he was in college. They started grooming him, but I don't think they have anyone like that in the wings. I mean, and to put up, God forbid, Michelle Obama. I mean, Michael Obama, as it were.
Yeah.
I don't think that the American people are going to buy it. It's too much of a freak show. It's a novelty act. I mean, at least Hillary Clinton, as evil and as loathsome as she is, and she's certainly one of the worst creatures on the scene, she did become a U.S. senator, and she did serve as Secretary of State first. It's at least there was something going on. It might have not been good, but it wasn't that she went from First Lady to the Democratic nominee. So
Yeah,
I don't see that.
I don't know. It's going to be interesting to watch, but I can't I can't really make any predictions.
Yeah.
But I mean, the only thing to be sure of, I guess, is if the deep state pulls their money on Nikki Haley, she's going to be gone so fast it'll make your head spin.
Oh, I think they're going to. But that the question is, who are they going to now turn to? I don't know. Who's Reid Hoffman and Steyer and all these ultra billionaires? What are they going to do now? So, that billionaire from Hungary. I don't know. Who
Maybe
knows?
they'll hold their tent and wait for the next time. I really
Well,
don't know.
I think they're going to try to set up a new impeachment, and they're going to try to put basically chains on Trump, with the assumption that he is going to get in. And a good example of that was recently exposed in the funding for Ukraine. They tried to put a couple of bombshells in there,
Yeah.
saying that the funding will have to continue 2 years into the next administration, which of course sets Trump up to possibly for another perfect phone call style impeachment if he decides to cut that funding. So that's what I think they're going to do. They're going to launch impeachment proceedings the day after he gets into office, is what they're going to do. And I mean, if you listen to Joy Reid, just to wrap things up, oh, the day he takes office, he's going to, put concentration camps, and he's going to create. I mean, it's the kind of stuff that it's so bizarre, and it's so over the top. Maybe they're having a meltdown. I don't know, but
I don't think it's a meltdown. I think they realize they have a loyal audience of 25 people, and to keep them watching, they have to keep giving them this stuff.
I guess.
That was by the way, that was the death knell in a different media of Sam Francis, conservative guy, where he appealed, as he discovered, unfortunately, to a certain cadre of not even white nationalists, just out and out racists. So he started writing more toward that point of view, and that's what sunk it. If you just continued to write conservative stuff, it would have been fine. But even Sobran kind of fell down that way.
Well, Joe Sobran went down the anti-Semitic route.
Yeah.
And he was a brilliant columnist, a good guy, but I don't know. I mean, maybe that's like what happened, frankly, to E. Michael Jones. I mean, they just go off the deep end on that.
Well, that's the same thing, that they find that they have a core group of supporters that like that anti-Semitic stuff.
And they
So you throw more into it, throw more in. At the same time, you're turning off the normal people, and then you are labeled anti-Semitic. And in the case of Sobran, the rejoinder was, wow, there are plenty of columns that he wrote that weren't anti-Semitic, which is true. But, I'm sure Hitler was a nice guy from time to time, but that is really not a good argument.
Well, he became obsessed with it toward the end of his life.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I had a back and forth with him by email on that. And because I admired his column before that. But then he went on this, I don't know, people go down these paths. I mean, as you say, I mean, maybe they get hooked on it. They get a certain audience that likes it. And they just sort of start riding that horse.
Well, it's like Michael Jones, that it all starts making so much sense to him.
Well, it becomes a worldview that everything can be plugged into it. Before you know it, every problem in the world can be blamed on the Jews and the Jewish revolutionary spirit. I mean, it gets as ridiculous. I mean, in Tunisia about 10 years ago, I've probably mentioned this, there were sharks off the coast biting people on the beach. And the Tunisian media blamed Israel for this, right? And of course, in Israel, there was a cartoonist who ran a piece in the Jerusalem Post showing sharks with yarmulkes. I mean, it was ridiculous. The whole thing, it gets to the point of absurdity that everything has to fit into this thing. It must be those Jews or the Israelis, doing this to us anytime something happens. And that's what happens to a lot of these people. It's absurd. And Jones' name came up once in my interview last night with Ethan Ralph. in that I know, and I brought it up, and I noted that he talks about genocide and pointing an accusatory finger at the state of Israel. What about the genocide of Christians and Catholics in the Islamic world? That's something that's been increasing in recent years. That is a genocide. And those are indigenous people, by the way. They were Christian before the Islamic conquest. What about the Copts in Egypt and the slaughter that they're dealing with at the hands of the Muslim Brotherhood? How come they're not talking about that genocide? That is a genocide. Anyway, thanks for letting me get that off my chest.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
So, Mike, what do you have coming up on your?
Oh, we had the piece from last week that I was supposed to write a follow up. I didn't yet. That was a false flags and psyops, and it's really one of the few times that I actually got email begging me to write the follow up piece.
Cool.
So we'll see. I was a little under the weather, and that slowed me down, but now we're back. So
well, I have a link to your Substack on the show, so
good. Thank you.
It.
And look, I feel so bad for you that you have to watch Joy Reid.
I know, but it's like I have to know what the hell they're up to.
Well, I mean, the problem is you have to watch it. I can go on YouTube and get a 10-second clip. You have to watch the show. Yeah.
I consider it to be a part of my mission as an on-air radio or on-air journalist. You have to do the field work. It's as if I were, if I were a zoologist, I would want to go to the Serengeti and look at animals. I mean, it's part of the job. If I were a dentist, I'd be drilling little holes in people's teeth. It's just part of the job. You have to do it. You have to know what they're doing. Anyway.
But you can't enjoy it, though.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's. I mean, this one was particularly aggravating. I have to say.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I mean, I was getting a little hot under the collar over that one. So yeah, it could be aggravating. All right, so I'll talk to you next week. And
all right, sounds good.
All right.
Have a good one.
You too.
All right, welcome aboard, everybody. Charles Moscowitz. Thanks for joining me, Michael D. Shaw, my usual guest on Thursday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard. Mike, how are you?
Hey, just great. Reborn over the weekend, so raring to go here.
Reborn?
Reborn.
Are you reborn in Christ, or how do you mean that?
Well, of course in Christ, but in any other way.
You're a soldier for Christ. Wonderful.
I mean, I woke up Monday morning and suddenly I had the body of a 25-year-old.
How do you account for that?
I'm not saying what species. Could have been a 25-year-old dog too.
Oh, okay. Before we get started, I want to thank Donut, the host of a YouTube channel, of a live stream, Rumble, for having me on as a guest. Really, really good guy. Really good interview. He wanted to discuss my books, and not only did he want to discuss them, and he's read them, and he actually had copies, which he held up.
Whoa.
So, yeah, I mean, that's pretty good, I mean, usually when people want to talk about a book, they don't have it or they haven't read it. This guy read my books and had questions about things I wrote. So, I mean, that's the best possible kind of interview you could get. I mean, it was really, really good. And he just posted it on his Rumble channel. He's going to be posting it on his YouTube channel after he does a little editing. Mainly, I might have made a few. Yeah, I mean, I probably made a few comments that are not appropriate for YouTube, and he wants to save his YouTube channel, of course, and I don't blame him. You have to be careful on YouTube. You can't talk. You still cannot talk about the 2020 election. You can't talk about the false flag of January 6th. You can't talk about COVID, and you can't talk about the vaccines. And you can't criticize transgender. I think those are the 5 no's for YouTube.
Yeah,
there's probably others. They don't really tell you what. But those are verboten. Anyways, but speaking of which, I had the misfortune of watching MSNBC the other night.
I know,
Ari,
so we don't have to, right?
oh my God, Ari Melber. You watch 5 minutes of that thing and you feel your head's going to blow up. It's so they haven't changed. They're putting aside that they're still Trump obsessed every single hour. I don't know how they do it. They're pushing. They're still pushing the J6 hoax.
Yeah.
They still. I mean, I don't know if this is a good thing because I think that most Americans either don't buy it or don't care, or if they're really kind of like cranking things up, and we're talking the deep state here, to uh, to do some real damage. It's really seems to be the only thing they have. That all of their lawfare cases are imploding. In fact, the one in Atlanta is actually working in their disfavor. The longer they keep that one open, the more information is exposed about how corrupt the Georgia election system is, and how corrupt Raffensperger is, and it's getting to be a real embarrassment for them. And he's Trump's ahead in all the battleground states. There's even rumors that he might be pulling ahead in New York State because people in New York
Is
are.
that for real? I had heard that. Is that for real?
Yes, I think that people in New York are disgusted with the Letitia James and Bragg and this other one, the one with the daughter who's raised $90 million.
Yeah.
The judge, and just how corrupt they are and how incestuous they are. They're all working together. Everybody's like trying to get Trump, and I think that a lot of people are getting tired of it in New York. You're always going to have the hardcore cult like Trump haters who are going to lap it all up, like they do. I don't know how they live with themselves. It's like every night. I mean, they're so besotted with this rotten ideology. But I think your average New Yorker, even liberals, are starting to break away. They're starting to scratch their heads, including minorities, including younger people, the millennial voters. People are starting to say, "Hey, it's like they're not buying this anymore. It's getting a little old, a little frayed around the edges." I mean, when you had to have the governor of New York get up on television the day after they try to hit Trump with a $500 million fine and say to New York developers, "Don't worry, we're not against you. We love you. Just keep going, keep doing what you're doing. This has nothing to do with you. This is all about Trump."
Right.
Right? Because developers are starting to say, "Hey, I don't need this. I'm leaving."
Well, you mentioned MSNBC, and I think what's going on here, which is I think good news, is now they're really playing to the hardcore audience. I mean, there is a percentage of people that their entire life is hating Trump. So I mentioned this before. The analogy is to the late Sam Francis, who was a conservative writer, but then he discovered, and he was getting some people upset. So he discovered that his core audience seemed to be little old ladies who were anti-Semitic and veiled that under a sort of seriously
I believe it.
conservative thing. So he kept, if you look at his articles, they kept getting more and more and more focused to that particular core group. And I think that's what's happening at MSNBC. First of all, there's no talent on that network. You're getting to the point with them, the few times I do watch them, where they're just making things up as they go along.
Oh, I know, it's awful. I mean, the only person there that I think does have some talent, and he should know better, is Ari Melber. He actually has a brain, and you could tell that he's not buying the crap that he's dishing out.
But he's still there.
Oh yeah, and they don't have a choice because if they look what happened with Ronna McDaniel. I mean, talk about a weak, milk toast rhino, who's lost consistent elections for the Republicans, and they bring her in. Oh, she won't swill. She's like totally like going in the tank. I mean, Trump did not win the 2020 election. Oh, just she's saying whatever she has to say to kiss up to them and get on their network. And even that wasn't good enough. It's kind of
And
like
she still gets kicked out after the
she still
first day.
get. It's
Yeah.
like it reminds me of, like, I don't know, when like a Nazi regime or a fascist or a communist regime takes over, and they bring people in for re-education and they get on their knees. Oh, I do believe in the great leader, and I do, and then they still put them up for execution anyway. But
Yeah, well, that
because
was
because
the
even
famous
they
thing,
even they hate a traitor.
the
There's
firing
nothing
squad,
uglier. It's a
the firing squads
disgraceful.
during
Yeah.
Stalin's regime, where there were stories where they'd line these people up. Thank you, Comrade Stalin, for putting me to death. I mean, it was what a cult. And
Yeah.
um, but I have to tell you, and this is going to sound sort of self-serving, but I remember in high school when there were these liberal, good student kids, and they would go on with this same leftist claptrap, but this was really a veneer hiding this really authoritarian bent to it.
Oh
Well, we
no.
need to do this, and we need to get the people to do this, and maybe under the guise of we know better uh, than you smelly masses and so on. But now it's exposed completely. You know,
But I hope that enough people can see it for what it is. I hope it's like I've said in the past. It's like a Wellstone funeral moment, right? I mean, it's everybody saw that in the whole country. I mean, just to refresh, Paul Wellstone died in a tragic plane crash. He was a liberal senator from Minnesota. Left of center, not a bad guy actually. He had friends on the other side, but his family was way out on the left. His wife and
yeah.
his
Oh,
kids, they were like communists. And at his funeral, they had like a special service of remembrance for him. And there were several Republicans who were his friends who wanted to attend, like I think Trent Lott and possibly Dick Cheney. I think that Bush was president at the time, and they said no. They told him, "You're not welcome. Don't come." And then they filmed it, and Bill and Hillary were there. All the left wing luminaries were there. Bernie Sanders. I mean, they were all there, and they went on speaker after speaker with these radical left wing speeches, and just the whole tone of it. You can see people with their ashen faces and their hate, and the film would show them with their twisted ideas and their sneers and their sick applause and just all of the ugliness and the victimization and all of it. And I think that CNN ran it without commentary, just raw footage, and not CNN, who was C-SPAN, and they just ran it. And the whole country saw it, and everybody was like, "Oh my God, this is really." I mean, it was repulsive, and it's been said that that turned the tables on any possible victory that year for John Kerry in his run against Bush. It's just people were so revolted by it that the country had a moment of education. It was like a moment where you lifted up the rock and you saw what was really going on. And I think that hopefully we're having that now. I don't know. I mean, are people waking up to the truly radical nature of this assault? I mean, we have a really good column in the Gateway Pundit today. I'm trying to reach the young man who wrote it. He's a member of the Young Republican Club of New York, which is doing some really good work. In which he does. I think he's a law student, and he writes about how these lawyers that represented President Trump in 2020 and who represented conservative causes, how they're being purged from their jobs. They're being purged from the bar association. They're not going to be allowed to practice. I mean, these are respected lawyers who graduated from in one case, University of Chicago Law School. He'd been a one of the most respected, high-powered lawyers at a law firm where he became partner. And then he takes work with President Trump. Trump asked him, could you investigate whether the election was stolen, right? Now he's being purged. They're going to take away his law license. He's being prosecuted for this. I mean, where is the law profession? Aren't lawyers? I mean, they're saying nothing. It's like there's a dead silence. It shows how radical they've become.
Well,
That-
here's what's going on with these professions.
Yeah.
And you can make the same analogy to the medical profession.
Oh, yeah.
Right? The activist people in the field of law, the bar association types, are all rabid left wingers.
Right.
Right. Now, if you're a successful attorney, what you do is that's part of the landscape. You know, these guys are all lunatics. You don't care. But the problem is it's getting worse, and they're going after guys like John Eastman and so on. So, as I say, it gives me no great solace to have demonstrated finally that these liberals were always a bunch of Nazis under a small veneer. But unfortunately, one of two things has to happen. All right. In the case of the American Medical Association, it changed to where almost no doctors actually belong to it. And they've become essentially an agency of the federal government regarding reimbursement schedules and so on. In the case of the Bar Association, on the one hand, most lawyers don't care about it, but they have way too much power, because the difference between medicine and law is AMA has no particular responsibility over licensing.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is the licensing boards in most states are ultra left wing in the medical field. Unbelievable.
And they can take somebody's license away if they don't like your politics?
Well, they will attempt to do that. I mean, I know
They are attempting to do it. They're attempting to, John Eastman and this other guy, Clark, they're facing, and Cheeseborough, he's the third one. These are all lawyers who are facing, severe disciplinary actions and prosecution simply because their client, I mean, Giuliani is another one, of course. Their client was Donald Trump, the president of the United States, who asked them to represent him, who asked them to investigate. I mean, they're ending up being purged for that? I mean, this other guy, Lynn Wood, or whatever his name, he probably deserved it. but I mean, most of these people, I mean, Sidney Powell, she was a lawyer. I mean, she represented Lieutenant General Michael Flynn. They're all being prosecuted. I mean, Jenna Ellis, right?
Yeah.
These are lawyers who are doing their job, representing clients, and their careers have been destroyed. They've been called into these Nazi-like, sensitivity sessions where they have to swear in public. I do believe that Trump lost. Yes, I do believe that there was a, quote, insurrection. I mean, and if they don't do that, then they're going to be sent to the gulag. And that's literal. I mean, these people are being threatened with jail. What kind of a country is this?
Yeah, well, all right. For those who could see it coming, again, no great surprise, but you have to realize most people, how can I put this? A great number of people are atheists. And what happens is then they have to replace God with institutions and the government and so on. So remember that on the first day of kindergarten, the very first thing you learn is how to take orders, how to follow instructions. All right. And believe me, you're not going to do very well if you think the teacher's an idiot or whatever, even if he is, and many of them are. So if you're, as what I would call an A student, you're going to play along, you know what's going on. But if you're a B student or lower, this is what you're learning. So it's very, very difficult for people to accept the fact that the institutions have been vastly corrupted. I don't care whether it's the CDC, the DEA, the entire criminal justice system is a sick joke. It has been for a very long time, but who wants to face that?
Well,
You
these
know?
lawyers that I just mentioned, I mean, these are not stupid people. They're not naive. They are standing up. They're courageous. They're heroic.
Yeah.
They know how corrupt it is, and they're standing up. And you've got to have people like that. I mean, they're standing in the breach. We have doctors like that, right? We've talked about them. Talked to
Oh, yeah,
Robert
of course.
Malone. Talked to Peter McCullough. I mean, these guys, and they've all been proven correct now. Even the CDC is now admitting that the vaccine is a load of crap, that it's dangerous, and it's not a good idea to give it to children. I think that or at least they're admitting by deletion that ivermectin
That's
probably would
exactly
have saved.
right. They're admitting by deletion. But they
Deletion
came
that
out,
ivermectin would have saved 80% of the people who died during the so-called pandemic, right?
yeah.
I mean, we've talked about this. This is much worse than going after lawyers and putting people in jail. This is killing people. I mean, this is like responsible for genocide.
Well,
They
public
like
health.
to, yeah.
Public health has a real long history of killing people. The Tuskegee experiment, which they only admitted to in the mid 1970s, where
Right.
they were injecting black men with syphilis. But here's the thing, and I've had these conversations, and you would not believe it. You go into a whole litany of abuses, and then the response from the other side is, but it's the FDA. Like
So
they're attacking
they just
God.
passed the buck. They passed the buck to some agency that is made up of faceless bureaucrats who
Right.
who have been given sovereign powers. We have no idea who's in it. We have no idea whether they're even American. It doesn't matter. And who have this protection. I think a lot of the problem in the medical industry started in the 1980s when Congress gave them immunity, the drug companies and the medical industry, from prosecution in the case of malfeasance. Then this is when you had the explosion of vaccines of children, and like dozens of vaccines before they even leave the hospital. I mean, we've talked about the fact that it goes back to what the government did about DES. That's a whole big subject. But they basically would give you a few bucks to shut up, and the doctors would all have immunity. So, they're all in on it. There's a huge amount of money. And I think that generally speaking, people are developing a healthy distrust for these great institutions, in which case they're then called anti-American. They're against the
Conspiracy
democracy, right?
theories, yeah. But the problem is, it's a long, hard lesson. All right. People like you and me are going to conclude what we see with our own eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you know what? If all this crap is going on, then this is a bad institution. And by the way, here's the tragedy of it. There are many good scientists at the FDA. The problem is the management of the FDA has been corrupt for at least 30 years, probably longer. All right. And if you're a scientist there, you're doing your job. And, the most famous FDA case of how they saved our lives on thalidomide with Dr. Francis Kelsey fearlessly going against the bureaucracy, that would never happen today.
Mm-hmm.
That woman would have been so shut down and shut up, you cannot believe it. It would have made your head spin. So, yeah, that's a true story. By the way, the drug was probably going to get approved, but for the birth defects coming out of Europe. But that story would never occur in today's FDA, not on your life. Okay.
It's completely bought and sold. I mean, it's a collusion between them and the big drug companies. And I would argue it's more sinister than that. It has to do with population control.
Oh, of course.
You know, it's
But that's a
this
conspiracy
on,
theory. Right?
yeah, it is a conspiracy. It's a good conspiracy theory. It's
And
not a
as
stupid.
long as
It's not
people,
a bad conspiracy theory like the one that claimed that Putin conspired with Trump to steal the 2016 election. That's a bad conspiracy. Look, the CIA. I'm listening to this podcast. What's it? It's two guys who are former CIA agents. It's pretty good. I mean, they're kind of they're playing ball on the other side. However, if you know how to listen to these things, you can learn a lot and you can glean a lot. And they talk about plausible conspiracies. They say that the CIA and the intelligence agencies in this country and around the world, they're in the business of creating conspiracy theories. That's what they do. That's their
yeah,
job. They want to create the illusion that something is happening so that people look over here. It's like three card Monte. Look it over here, boom, 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 and then they're doing something over there. I mean, that's what their job is. They create these deceptions, and it's in a way like during a war. You always have this. Um, the Dulles brothers, for example. Um, the Alan Dulles was one of the major operators in the OSS during the war, operating out
right.
of Switzerland. And toward the end of the war, he created a conspiracy theory that he convinced the Germans to surrender Austria. And they did, but the whole thing was it was concocted. But the point is that that's what you do during wars, and it probably saved a lot of lives. A lot of people put down their arms, and there was it reduced the necessity for more war. It probably reduced the years of the time that the war took place. All sides do this. That's just part of what you do. It's disinformation, if you will. I mean, so conspiracy theories are conspiracy theories. It's supposedly the job of the media to try to examine and investigate and try to find out what's real and what isn't. But of course, they're all part of it now, have been for a long time.
Oh, yeah,
Probably always
Operation
have.
Mockingbird. Well, I mean, you make a good point.
Yeah.
The disinformation, the CIA was very, very good at. Intelligence, not so much. They would love for you to forget that no one there predicted the fall of the Soviet Union. I mean, what a failure. I mean,
They did not see that coming.
Right. No. And what's hilarious about that, how many agents do you think they must have had in the Soviet bloc? All right.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Riddled with
that
it, I'm
was
sure.
that was a failure beyond reason. Okay. And by
Well,
the
no,
way,
let me just interject something on that one because I've always heard from friends of mine on the so-called right, if you will, of the theories of Alexei Golitsyn, I think his name is, or Yevgeny Golitsyn. He was a KGB agent who defected in the late 1970s. Actually, was given asylum by Jimmy Carter, and there was another one as well, Bezmenov, I think. And they were basically saying their thesis is the Soviet Union is going to appear to implode maybe 5 or 10 years from now, but they're not really going to implode. It's all just a facade that they're actually going to continue. It's just another trick, and they're going to continue marching forward. Now, I don't subscribe to that theory. I don't think, who knows, maybe they were doing disinformation. Who knows? But I know a lot of people of goodwill on the right do believe that.
well, you have to look at what happened.
Right.
I mean, they
That's
lost their
right.
entire empire.
They did. Yeah,
And
I agree with you.
So I mean, I'm just asking myself, and people don't always like connecting the dots. How many, pick a number, hundreds of CIA operatives must there have been in the Soviet Union? Thousands,
Yeah,
maybe.
exactly. I'm sure there is.
So you have all this intelligence supposedly, and you don't see this.
Well, and I'm sure that there are thousands of them working here, certainly of China.
Yeah.
China obviously has their offices at every college campus, right? The Confucius clubs,
Yeah.
where they basically spy on Chinese students and they keep them in line. Um, and do other surveillance. I mean, there were those balloons and all of this business. So, that's something that's a given. But the point is that one of their jobs is to manufacture these conspiracy theories to make people think that something is happening over here when in fact it's something else. And I think that also, particularly since World War II, they have gotten very deeply embedded into cultural institutions as a way to manipulate people. I mean, MK Ultra comes to mind. Um, who is it? Dr. Jolion West from UCLA handing out LSD packets and doing like experiments, and this Dr. Ewan Cameron from McGill up in Canada doing like literal experiments on people in his hospital, using like mind control and dissembling personalities and creating multiple personalities
But
and
do you
all this
remember in
stuff.
the case of Cameron, he was highly regarded for quite some time
Sure.
until all this came out.
Yeah. And you had Dr. Who was it? The sexologist, Dr. Edward Money, I think his name was. He was a New Zealand
John Money.
John Money. He was experimenting on sex change. He's the father of that.
He was the original transgender guy.
He was, and I think there was a case where these twins, he was treating these twins, and one of them, they're both male. One of them, he said, "Well, this is actually should be a girl," and the parents went along with it to an extent. I mean, he wanted to do surgery. He wanted to remove his penis, and the parents drew a line on that. They said no to that, but nevertheless, they brought him up as a girl. They did hormones. They did, different probable surgeries, who knows what. And he didn't realize that he was not a girl until he got a little older. And when he found out, he went after Money with a gun, showed up at the hospital, at his office. But the point I'm making is that Money was behind these sorts of experiments that are now normalized.
Yeah, pretty sick.
Yeah.
But here was the other thing too, that and your friend, the late Judith
Dr.
Reisman,
Judith Reisman, yes. Mm-hmm.
When she exposed Kinsey, and recently over the past few months, Peter Breggin and his daughter have this Substack, and they were essentially republishing some of Reisman's stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And there were questions, and one of the comments was, well, how do people go along with this crap? And I posted, this was interesting, I posted a comment that was liked by Breggin and his daughter that said, it's very hard for you to believe now, but back in the 1940s, people had absolute trust in academics.
Right.
These were the elite. These were the people that knew what was going on. And if you came from some university, that was the gospel.
Yes.
Right? And indeed, there's still at what was it, University of Indiana, I think. There's still stuff there named after Kinsey.
Oh yeah. And they still keep his porno collection under wraps. You can't see it. I mean, apparently it's one of the biggest porno collections in the world, and nobody's allowed in. And they still have his institute and his doctors. And in fact, there was a movie made about him with Liam Neeson that I actually saw it, and I thought it was pretty accurate. It showed how he was like conducting these classes and how he was instructing people about sexuality and just how clinical everything was, how amoral it all was. There's no such thing. The idea of a romance, of a love relationship, of marriage, even, that these things are anachronisms that need to be overthrown. Right. And that, the ultimate, I mean, it's very consistent with the communist vision that's articulated by Alexandra Kollontai in her book, The Worker Bees, where she talks about winged eros and unwinged eros. Winged eros is the bad kind because it involves a personal relationship, love relationship, where you care about the other person and where you actually have values, that's bad because that's bourgeois and because that involves property and it involves inequality. Unwinged eros, on the other hand, that's the ultimate goal. That is where sex becomes as normal and as quick and as natural as drinking a glass of water, as she said. It shouldn't have any values connected to it whatsoever. It's just like, and this is the ideal because this is how it exists in the animal kingdom. So, it's a Sigmund Freud talked about polymorphous perversity as one of his concepts, which is basically the ideal of human happiness and the height of human success is that you can have sex with anyone at any time, in any condition, and in any means you want. And then there's no value attached to it. There's no relationship attached to it. It's all just one, ongoing orgy. And that's the ideal, because otherwise you have hangups. There's something mentally wrong with you. You have emotional problems. You've been preconditioned by false, as Marx would say, false consciousness. Marx viewed anything that stood in the way of his demented vision of an international ant colony as consisting of what he called false consciousness. And something that made you an individual, that made you unequal. Things like property, faith in God, family, nationhood, free trade, all these things are forms of what Marx called false consciousness. They were invented. This is the grand conspiracy theory of the left. And this is the underlying conspiracy of the left today, that these things need to be eradicated over time because they are retarding us from growing into our universal mind,
But
Godhead.
only for the little people. Only
Right.
for the little people. The elite will still have all the advantages.
No, yeah, absolutely, of course. I mean, a perfect example of that is if you take a look at any communist dictator, they are richer than the most wealthy American corporate head, maybe with the exception of people like Bill Gates. But like if you look at like the lifestyle of Fidel Castro or Daniel Ortega or Mao Zedong, these guys had everything they wanted. Technically, they didn't own anything because it had all been expropriated from the masses when their government took over. But they have all the bourgeois affectations or everything they could possibly dream of as a reward from the little guy because of their great and glorious move into the sunlit future. They deserve it. It's like what they have coming to them. And that it's not ownership because they don't technically own it. They just have it.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at Fidel Castro as a perfect example. I mean, he had, Arafat was another one. Billions of dollars in bank accounts and everything he could possibly want. These three Hamas heads living in Qatar, each of them is worth a couple of $1 billion. They don't give a damn that they have their operatives and their militants hiding behind women and children as they try to kill Israelis, and then they get killed in return. They don't care about the people there. They're like in another world.
So then the question comes up: how come people don't see this? They believe in the cause so fervently that they're willing to accept all this.
I don't know how to explain that. I mean, I do think that there is a degree of brainwashing going on. They've always known how to manipulate the masses, going all the way back to the days of idol worshippers. And I think that those abilities to manipulate the masses and to manipulate emotions have advanced, especially since Hitler and World War II. Hitler was a master at that. The Nazis patented incredible mind control techniques, and it's all on display. And I think that those things have been imitated ever since by the Soviets, by the American, Anglo-American establishment. And they are means by which mass emotion can be manipulated by informally controlling the media the means of communication, as Marx called it. What we're told is true. I mean, a perfect example of that is the 2020 election, right? We all saw what happened. Anybody watching television saw
Oh
it
yeah, if you
in
saw
real
it in real
time.
time,
We
there
all
was
saw it,
no
and
doubt.
you
There
know, and
was
yet
no doubt.
they're going to tell us what we saw, and they're
Yeah.
going to criticize us for thinking that we saw something. You know, you didn't see this; it's over here. And and anybody who doesn't agree, they use a few. It's like the Portuguese auto da fe, to keep the Jews in line, and the Muslims, by the way, where they would pull somebody out and they would have them sacrificed, publicly humiliated, and then sacrificed in public to let everybody know that they'd better fall in line, whether you're Jew, Christian, or Muslim, by the way. It's not even, the Jew is just an example. I mean, it's sort of like we're in control here. We decide what is true, we decide what is real. And this is what happens when someone dissents from that. Now they're doing it with the guys who are in the Washington D.C. gulag. They're all like, and by the way, one of them is coming on my show next week. Lang, he's
Oh,
going to be calling in. I'm looking forward to it. Um,
wow.
they're all carted away, put in solitary confinement where they're not charged with a crime. They're tortured. They're beaten. One guy has already lost an eye because he was beaten so heavily. And it's all like, oh, American people. And whatever happened to the ACLU? Whatever happened to all these liberals? I mean,
Oh, okay. You know what happened to the ACLU.
oh my
It was
God.
founded by a communist named Roger Baldwin.
Yes,
So they were in favor of civil liberties for the left.
exactly.
Uh, but what you're saying is depressing in the sense that even though there are alternative sources of news, you're saying that the mind control just kept up with it.
Right.
So I would always ask, how in the world were they able to hide what a scumbag FDR was? Because here's the guy who was paralyzed, but they were still, getting it on with anything in a skirt, obviously with a lot of help. But here's the point: how did they suppress all that? Well, there was barely radio back then,
Right.
and people again had this stupid loyalty to their leaders, which, to be honest, I've never understood. I was never like that as a kid or anything. I knew when to keep my mouth shut. But if I saw a teacher who was an idiot, I didn't suddenly agree, oh yeah, he's a genius. I knew when to shut up. But apparently, and the sad part is, and I've written about this numerous times, that people need to have faith in these institutions. I don't know why. I mean, you think after all the misfires with COVID, people would be up in arms against public health, but I haven't seen it. There's a,
People are
you
willing
know,
to turn a blind eye to a lot of things. I mean, I in my psychology class recently, we talked about how in the case of crimes, sometimes someone's testimony about what they witnessed can prove to not be true, even though they thought they saw it.
right.
Because even visuals, even what you see can be subjected by what like bias, like what you want to see. You can actually see something and not see it because it doesn't fit into your bias.
Well, that's a
It's
very good point.
yeah,
Your senses, and people have to understand this. Your eyes are not just a camera. Your ears aren't just a microphone, because in the middle of that is your brain, which
right,
acts on this data in a certain way. So, absolutely, if you're an eyewitness of a crime, it's not the same as having a video feed. It's colored by your emotions and many
right.
other things.
And I think that's something that they can then manipulate. And I mean, going back to it, that's a perfect example is the election night 2020. People saw what they saw. Anybody who stayed up late that night, and I did, they
Yeah.
saw it. Even you could see, I mean, certain people in the media. I actually think that Rachel Maddow, of all people, was more honest than Fox News, because I was flipping around to each of the stations, and she was there scratching her head like, "What? All the polls are suddenly closed in 6 states at
Yeah.
once? They've
Yeah.
stopped counting?" And she even said, before she kind of got a grip on herself, like there's always a little moment when the truth comes out. She says something hinky is going on here. Yeah, then of course she got, wait a minute, what am I saying? And then
Yeah.
she kind of got wind, right? Got back under control and realized, hey, yeah, that's right. I mean,
But there was a moment.
there was a moment of truth where it all kind of spills out for 2
Because
seconds.
if you reacted in real time,
Yeah,
there was no way
exactly.
that you didn't see what was going
Everybody
on.
saw, the whole country saw it. It happened. It was like the Kennedy assassination. They shot him down like a dog in broad daylight in the middle of a major American city. Everybody saw what happened. Now we're told what we thought we saw. We're told, like, oh no, this was just some low nut, all that. But everybody knew something. They knew what they knew. I mean, there was enough people who did see, and everybody. It was kind of something that was obvious that there was something seriously bad going on.
But here again, how many people were fairly willing to accept that some loser with a mail order rifle arranged to be up at the top of the Texas Book Depository and got off, and he alone got off all those shots? You, at the very least, you think, wait a minute, this is going to take some planning. This is going to take some logistics. And but people pretty
I always
much
thought it was strange that they that they did it so out in the open like that, so publicly in the middle of a parade. I mean, if they want to knock somebody off, there's certainly a lot more discreet ways to go about it.
But
They
why
could.
be discreet
Well, that's
on
the
this
question.
whistleblower?
What would they really? There must have been something more to it than just simply killing the president. I mean, there was like it was like a kind of a declaration that we're in control here. Watch out because you're next. This is a new regime. A new wind is blowing in America today.
How new is it? How new is
it's just it was like that they had the hubris to step out and be very open at that moment. And
you mean as opposed to the car accident that killed George Patton?
That killed who?
George Patton, the general.
Yes, that's right, and that was another one. But and I mean, you're right. I mean, that was obvious.
Now that wasn't on national TV.
I wrote about that in my book of American Assassinations.
Yeah.
And they still didn't kill him, and he was in the hospital. And he called his wife and he said, "Get me the hell out of here! They're trying to kill me." And she rushed over. By the time she got there, it was too late.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's right. I mean, that's not new.
Well, it was, but the point is, it wasn't as broad daylight as the JFK assassination.
Right. That's right.
But there were a lot of people that witnessed that car accident. And
look, this has always gone on. I mean, we could go back to in my book, I cover the various presidents and leaders who have died under questionable circumstances. I mean, Zachary Taylor, the president of the United States, I think he was assassinated.
Yeah.
He was standing in the way of this agenda to rip the country into a civil war. They had to wait 10 more years before they pulled that off. I mean, I get into that in my book. It's an interesting story. So sure, I mean, assassinations.
Now which book is that?
Assassination in America.
How old is it?
I wrote that, I think, in 2016, 2015, around that time.
Oh, wow. Okay. I must admit, I'm not familiar with that one.
Oh yeah, and I got into the Clinton death list.
Yeah.
And the list of people who died after the Kennedy assassination. A lot of things that need to be investigated. I talked about the death of Tim Russert, which I thought was questionable. Did you know that Tim Russert just before, about maybe, I don't know, maybe it was a year before he died. He interviewed both John Kerry and George Bush, and he asked both of them about Skull and Bones on national television. Now, I don't mean to be conspiracy. I'm putting the tin hat on here, but they both answered his question because they were both members.
Yeah.
And he was like, "What is this deal with Skull and Bones? You're both in this secret society. What can you tell us about that?" And they both had the exact same expression when they answered, and they both said, "Oh, well, we can't talk about that because that's a secret." But what it did was it brought up to the whole country, and most people did not. You and I would know this, but most average people didn't. The normies, that there was this secret society at Yale called Skull and Bones, and that they're involved in some rather sinister behind the scenes stuff, and that they have huge influence over American life. And it's been rumored that he died under questionable circumstances about a year later. Anyway, these things need to be. I'm not saying that he may not have died of natural causes, even though he was a relatively young man. But when there is a situation like that, you have to investigate. That's all I'm saying. You have to take a look at possibilities. Why would this happen? Who would benefit from it? What kind of a motivation is going on here?
Well, who's investigating the suicide, quote unquote, of that Boeing whistleblower?
No, right in the parking lot, right after
Yeah.
before he was going to testify. Here was a man who had something on Boeing. He was, had been a 20-year employee of Boeing. As is most often the case, he said to his wife, I think he said to his friends, he goes, "Look, I'm fine. I am not suicidal, but don't be surprised if something happens to me. And if it does, it was not suicide." And then, sure enough, he commits suicide in a parking lot.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And we could talk about other cases too. I mean, that doctor who invented the test kit, Nobel Prize winning. There's a lot of people in medical profession who have died under questionable circumstances. There are people who are,
Well, you mean Corey Mullis?
yes,
Yeah.
they are threatening to expose an agenda that where a lot of money is involved, a lot of careers are involved, and they have to be stopped for that reason. And the people who do this understand that it's perfectly justified. Look, this is nothing new. I mean, this is what happened to Julius Caesar. I mean, it's not right. I mean, this is human nature. I mean, conspiracy is part of life. When you have interests and that control or that influence the future of the culture, that influence financial issues, and that they may deleteriously stand in the way of an establishment. Of course, they may be assassinated. Why would they not be? I mean, it's obvious.
Yeah, I think the trouble is that most people are very uncomfortable with this concept because it's much easier to just regard it, all this stuff as conspiracy, and no one would do that, and people are generally good, which unfortunately they're not. But I keep coming back to it. It has a lot to do with how society has become secularized to the extent that you have to worship these agencies, and then they all become out of control. How come no one ever asked the question with Governor Kathy Hochul, when she took over for what's his name, Cuomo?
Yeah.
So an obvious question that I didn't see anywhere in the media, left, right, center. Okay, babe, what were you doing when Cuomo was messing with these women? Like, where were
that's
you?
right. I mean, Cuomo is not one of my favorite people, but I do think that there were interests that wanted to railroad him.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you know, he and bringing up those sorts of accusations seems to be an easy path. And obviously, those sorts of accusations have been brought up against men who really, you know, where it's really not the case, or they're very flimsy. You know, the perfect example is Blasey Ford, right? Anybody who saw that testimony against Kavanaugh, I mean, talk about you know, the left concocting this. I mean, you know, you could tell that she was unstable as a person, and you could tell that something probably did happen to her in high school. But you could also tell that it wasn't Kavanaugh. She wasn't in any way able to. The lawyer that questioned her brought that up and pointed out that she could not locate anything near remotely like where Kavanaugh socialized. I mean, it was a different crowd. She was
Yeah.
part of this sort of upper crust Protestant Yankee, you know, private school crowd, where he was more of a blue collar Catholic guy who was in, you know, private school, but it was not, you know, it was more like the Boston College High School kind of school. And they just didn't travel in the same social circles. And they weren't there. I mean, they couldn't place her there. And once that lawyer started zeroing in on her, she just picked up her can of Coke and she literally ran out of that room and she never came back. I don't know if I watched this. It was really sensational.
And I don't think a whole lot was made of that.
No, because she
Uh,
had sponsors. I
Social
mean,
media.
she was put up there the same way Anita Hill was put up.
Yeah.
They promised her, Anita Hill ended up becoming a tenured professor
University of
at,
Oklahoma.
at Brandeis in Boston, where she
Oh,
is
it was
now.
Brandon?
Yeah. And she's the head of diversity, divestment, and anti-Semitism and racism, or whatever the hell office is. She was just a low-level bureaucrat at Thomas's agency. And they just found her, they groomed her, they brought her in, they made her promises to do this. And afterwards, she was getting $10,000 a shot to speak at colleges. She wouldn't go unless they paid her up front. And then she, of course, got a big book deal. And then she got her you know, she was awarded for this. I mean, I think that Blasey Ford also was awarded for coming up with this kind of assault. And in these cases, it's a very flimsy assault. It has no basis to it. It's like this rotten woman who claimed that Trump, right, attacked her at Bergdorf Goodman. Really?
Eugene Carroll. Right?
The only reason why she gets away with that is because it's Trump. I mean, that would never have been inside a courtroom if it had been anyone else. And she was financed by Reid Hoffman over at LinkedIn. She had to admit that finally under oath. You get some big money people who have an agenda, and they find these people and they groom them and they put them up to conduct these things. I mean, even Stormy Daniels. Apparently, I mean, this isn't on YouTube, so I think I can repeat this because it's been written about in the Gateway Pundit, is my source. She and Michael Cohen, who were having an affair, Michael Cohen being the rotten, convicted criminal lawyer and liar and known perjurer, who apparently gave her the hush money without Trump even knowing about it. They were recruited by Adam Schiff, that rotten guy who came up with the perfect phone call. Whistleblower who had never heard the phone call and who spent 3 years getting his fat face on television talking about how Trump stole the election with Putin. And I have the proof in my upper pocket. He never showed it. He recruited them to bring back that charge again and to go before this judge, now Merchan, whose daughter is a consultant that represents left-wing politicians, including Adam Schiff, who contracted her company to the tune of $20 million. So the daughter of Merchan.
What was the crime? Anyway, I mean,
Trump
let's say
the crime is absurd. I mean, that Trump used campaign money to pay a prostitute. It's just so ridiculous, and the whole thing is concocted. I'm sure he probably, if he had anything to do with it at all, and I have a feeling he didn't, but even if he did, I'm sure he wrote the check out of his own account. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
And yet these things have standing because
it's corrupt. I mean,
yeah.
The father is in the father, the father of this woman who's got $90 million as a consultant from left-wing Democrat candidates who are raising the money because they've hired a consultant whose father is going to put Trump in jail, and who has on her Twitter account as her emoji a picture of Trump behind bars. She took that off Twitter once it was exposed by Laura Loomer.
Yeah.
That they're making money. His family is getting rich from this case, and yet they know they can get away with it because they know that they have Trump hatred, and they got this whole rotten leftist, internationalist, illuminated establishment behind them, so they can get away with it, and that this Marchand can put a gag order on Trump, while Stormy and Michael Cohen are raking in money going on TV and doing documentaries, all as they crap on Trump. I mean, the whole thing.
That this is with the full faith and credit of the, quote, Republican opposition.
Oh, yeah, well, sure. They're not saying anything. I mean, where's Mitt Romney? Oh, my God. I mean, forget it. Liz Cheney. I mean, talk about rotten Republicans.
Where's anybody besides Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Well, right? I mean, she might occasionally give a little lip service. But, I mean, you get somebody like a Liz Cheney. She actually, while she was on that phony committee, she's sitting on evidence that would have easily exonerated Trump from any involvement. And they basically suppress that. And then when they have to dissolve the committee because the Republicans won the election, they're destroying that evidence. There's rumors that they actually destroyed it. She should be in jail for that. I mean, aren't they trying to put Trump in jail just for simply using the Presidential Records Act to take documents out of the White House like every president has done since John Adams? I mean, this is that's unbelievable. And now it's come out that according to Special Prosecutor Robert Hur, who looked into Biden's stealing of documents, and he had no such coverage. He didn't have the Presidential Records Act. That didn't apply to vice presidents.
Right.
There's still information that he's not been able to get to, they say, at the Biden Center, because he thinks, or at least somebody in his office has leaked, that it's because that has the complaint that was lodged by Tara Reade against Biden. So he needs to cover that up. He took that with him. He stole that out of the files. Anyways, now that I've got all this off my chest, Mike, what do you have coming up on your Substack?
Well, I did a few days ago another one of these whatever happened to. Cool. I was talking about civil rights. I've got something else that I'm working on, commenting on a pretty good article that was posted on the Remnant, which is a conservative Catholic site.
Cool. I'll look it up.
So there's stuff going on, but there's certainly no shortage of things to write about and complain about.
Yeah.
But how much of this goes on because there's no Republican opposition?
Oh, it's awful. And this guy Johnson has turned out to be a complete dud. I'm sorry. What a disappointment. What an empty suit. He looks like Howdy Doody. I mean, it's ridiculous. He looks like Alfred E. Newman from Mad Magazine.
Yeah, total disappointment.
Yeah, completely.
And
all that, and the religiosity and his pounding the chest with that makes it even worse, because we had at least had an expectation that maybe he was a little bit independent. Maybe he answered to God and not to these rotten characters. It's just terrible.
Look, as long as people can say with a straight face that Joe Biden is a devout Catholic, then these labels don't mean anything,
Oh, I know,
because
really.
you'll
And
be
then,
judged by your works here.
meanwhile, he uses the occasion of Easter to declare transsexual visibility day. I love Trump's
Yeah.
response to this. He goes, "Election day is going to be Christian visibility day." I hope. Let's pray. Anyway, Mike,
Yeah.
as always, thanks so much for joining me.
Always
I'll
a
talk to you next
pleasure,
week.
and I really don't feel as bad as I should based on all the stuff we discussed. So
No, I feel better for getting it off my chest. That's what this is all
sure.
about. Okay, thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz. My guest is Matt Ehret, who is really truly a modern intellectual. He does historical analysis, geopolitics, cultural analysis. He tends to look at what's going on behind the scenes, if you will, the conspiracy aspect to world history. And Matt, you tend to connect, as you say in your show, you connect the dots by bringing up issues in an interconnected way. You're looking at the whole world, and you look at events in the context of the greater issues. You look at events in the present in the context of history. And what you're doing is very unusual. It's a great contribution, and I really appreciate it. So thanks for joining me.
Oh, well, thank you so much for having me on, Charles. And I appreciate the opening remarks. And yeah, like I think the context is just so important. It changes everything. The text without context is pretext, as some have said. So we often we jump into a conviction on something that opinion shapers have given us to think about, as far as like what is a narrative that will explain some element of history or something in the current world without any of the proper appreciation of what are the historical forces, what are the intentions, the agendas, the precedents, the principles that are actually at work, at play, shaping those things I'm looking at. And by ignoring it, we make half-assed decisions and make big messes throughout history. So I'm hoping that I could try to correct a little bit of that in my limited way, as I'm trying to figure things out too.
Well, you're contributing to an avoidance as best we can as individuals of World War III, if we're not already in it. And of course, you mentioned information that we have historically and today. When the people in power generally write the history books and they suppress that which doesn't fit their particular narrative. So what we're doing here, what you do, it's very difficult to sort of pierce that veil of establishmentese history and take a look at events that actually did happen, or how they've affected the way the world is. And when you try to do that, you're assaulted as a quote conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
When in fact, much of the edifice of the establishment is woven on their own conspiracies, and often those conspiracies are insane.
Yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely. And that's the only way, as far as I've come to think about it, the only competent way to understand anything in the human world is through through recognizing the causal nature of intentions to do things based on concepts, where people, not just one, but will have a common intention with at least some common idea, whether right or wrong, and they will do things. And sometimes the things that they do that will be associated with power, with the capacity to, like obviously if you're a billionaire, you're going to be able to have a lot more capacity to do things that have a larger amplitude than somebody who's, a typical blue collar worker. It doesn't mean that that the type of effect a conspiracy of blue collar workers can have isn't very powerful. We saw that with the trucker convoy in Ottawa back in 2022. I mean, getting normal people, although that still was only successful, keep in mind, because there was some leadership, but getting normal people acting on a common idea that tyranny is wrong, freedom is better than tyranny, and I love my kids. I'm going to make sacrifices because of my love of children and my own children and humanity and my nation. And it helped that there was some wise, because this sort of thing can go anarchistic, like the Jacobin mobs that just cut the heads of everybody off and derailed a lot of potential that was good before the French Revolution turned into a bloodbath, because that was a lack of leadership. There wasn't anybody who qualified themselves philosophically to understand the terrain and teach the masses how to understand what they're operating within. Whereas at different other moments, like Martin Luther King, he was not from a rich, wealthy family, Martin Luther King Jr., but yet he was still able to invoke a very, very edifying process that made people better and more courageous, more dignified. That did change policy. It did have a permanent effect upon the continuity of history. So the same thing for the trucker convoy. You had certain people who were able to take the courageous stand of being to take a leadership position. You had Randy Hillier, you had a few other people, Bethan, and there were a variety of people who were able to still keep it in harmony, avoiding falling into the traps of provocateurs who were in, as we know now, were instilled by those who wanted to turn it violent. And but all that to say, conspiracies are very important for good or for bad. I mean, it's for both. So that's what I'm trying to help people be like, both understand as both what's shaping their world, but also what they can feasibly, if they choose to, and develop their minds appropriately through understanding, participate in doing what you could consider to be a positive form of conspiracy, organize others, work in town halls, but just be a part of something that is good. Yeah.
Right. And obviously conspiracies, as you say, I mean, first of all, it's a fact of life that people conspire. They come together to work on something, and oftentimes they do it with a level of secrecy that can be required, and that can be for good or for bad. Good examples of conspiracies would have been right here in Boston. The Tea Party was a conspiracy. They got together secretly, and they the Sons of Liberty, which actually was drawn on Masonic lines, and they conspired to basically overthrow the British crown, and it triggered the American Revolution. Another good conspiracy was the Valkyries, which was led by von Stauffenberg, which plot to assassinate Hitler. So, these are things, sometimes you need a level of secrecy when you're dealing with very bad situations. But the problem with general conspiracy, I think, is that it's pervaded the establishment to such an extent that they're almost living in an alternative reality. And while there has been conspiracy elements at every generation, it's reached a level now where they can really mold the mainstream narrative, in that they control enough of the means of communication, as Karl Marx called for. And I trace it in the modern sense, and this will get us into the topic I want to talk about, to what Professor Carroll Quigley talked about in the Anglo-American Establishment in his book Tragedy and Hope. It was the Rhodes Roundtable, and it was this idea of merging the British Commonwealth nations and the United States into a world control entity that would informally control the world, and basically by a small clique of white supremacists, essentially. You mentioned, Matt, that you can have a truth speaker stand up and say something true, and they can change the whole dynamic. You can go to like a local town meeting and simply make a statement of truth, and it changes everything, and it blows up the whole narrative. And you use as an example the Canadian truckers, and you're a Canadian activist. I want to say, as an American, thank God for the Canadian truckers. They really changed what was coming down the pike, which was these forced vaccine passports that would have eventually become digitized and would have carried all sorts of who knows what information about every single person. It would have been modeled ultimately, and there's no reason to assume otherwise, on the communist Chinese model, which is giving people a social score, which means that you can't eat unless you have a good social score. You can't travel. They were in the process of launching that, and it was stopped by the Canadian truckers. It really was. I mean, when they got up and they blocked the roads and they threatened to close the Canadian economy down, the whole thing fell apart, and that was spreading. It was spreading to the United States, Australia, New Zealand, France, even Israel. The truckers were waking up, and they had to back down. I mean, here in Boston, where I live, we had a new mayor who just the first thing she did when taking office was say that you had to have a vaccine passport to go into a restaurant or a store, and that the manager of those businesses would have to check your passport.
Yes.
And and once the truckers came on the scene, that everybody backed away. The whole thing fell apart because nobody wants to have that kind of paralysis. And I think that it
Yes.
put them in abeyance, at least for now. Now, it doesn't mean they're not going to try to come back, and it doesn't mean that they haven't put in these authoritarian laws, but at least it shows that a group of people can organize and throw enough of a light on this kind of darkness that it puts a stop to it. So I just want to say I'm grateful to those Canadian truckers.
Yeah, no, it was surprising. I didn't think that we had it in us. I didn't think our culture had the capacity to generate something like that because, in my analysis of Canadian history, it's a series of a lot of very disappointing evaluations of very bad slavish pro-monarchical judgments over the course of 250 years.
Right.
Mostly there are these little moments of brightness, of courageous sort of Republican freedom-loving sentiment that emerges from time now and again throughout the history records that mostly have been brushed or erased from collective memory by the narrative shapers of the British Empire. But the culture has been really, really made mushy by the handlers of Canada, who are located primarily, as Carol Quigley illustrates very nicely, not within Canada. There's an internationally extended roundtable organization tied to Oxford. This is actually a junior branch of a higher operating system that's more tied to Cambridge, which is sort of like the brains, whereas Oxford produces the brawn, the doers, whereas Cambridge produces not Massachusetts, but the thinkers, the Bertrand Russells, the Lord Maynard Keyneses, the grand strategists who will shape the rules of the game, in which then the Rhodes Scholars, the Fabians, will be deployed to then act within the framework of the rules shaped by the dungeon masters in the Royal Society in Cambridge. Exactly. So that's sort of the way that this whole deep state has been cultivated and groomed within America, within Canada. We've got our own many leaders who die very mysterious deaths or just outright, assassinated before their policy vision could culminate in something really good. You'll usually find the hand of this apparatus there in some way, and anybody who's looking for it will find it, as long as, like I said, as we were talking about, you don't let go of the understanding that the principle of conspiracy, utilizing, of course, not just because conspiracy, the difficult thing for people is that it's tied to immaterial intentions. And we have a very materialist society in terms of our education system, how people are trained to conduct history research or carry out any type of political theory. There's what's called the name that's given to it is radical positivism. This idea that the truth is located in the facts. And just by accumulating the facts, you can find a pattern. You could just sort of assemble them and impose some explanation onto the model. That's incompetent. The facts are useful. Looking for patterns is useful. Those are useful things that we can do. We can use our senses to collect things that we then call facts, arrange them how we see fit on any type of, graph or whatever on a timeline. That's fine. You could take names, make an encyclopedic list of associations. That's fine. And you could look for patterns. That's good. That's okay too. But if you think that that's all you have,
well, it's dumbing down a broader picture because you need to analyze those facts and also who's getting to choose which facts are included and which facts are. I mean, I've talked to people tell me, I say that for example, the New York Times is biased on the left, which of course it is. And it's really the main mouthpiece for the entire establishment. Every news deliverer gets a copy, no matter where they are in this country, probably in the world. But they're biased not because of what they talk about necessarily. It's what they don't talk about. It's what they leave out that makes the bias. They decide what the public is going to hear and not hear. They choose the facts. And now we're having, I'm sure you've talked about this huge censorship campaign that's been in place, particularly since President Trump was elected. And they have these misinformation mills at the big universities, like right here at Harvard, they've got the Shorenstein Center, that they decide what's, quote, misinformation and what isn't. And they censor that which they deem to not fit this narrative. Now, of course, they also were promoting complete garbage for years, as in Putin conspired with Trump to steal the 2016 election. That was a big conspiracy theory that they had no problem with. So, this is all very selective and it's very authoritarian in nature. And it's against the American spirit, which is competition and which is a free and open exchange of ideas. Now, my new book is The Anti-Semitic Imagination, and I talk about how anti-Semitism has been used as a tool by the establishment to divert attention from their own malfeasance. But at the same time, and how Judaism has always stood against this kind of thing, going all the way back to the battles against pagan worship and the worship of false gods and idols. And yet I also get into what I would call the Jewish deep state. And I see it as starting with the infiltration of this false messiah in the 16th century called Shabtai Zvi. It's very specific that he introduced this antinomian idea that whatever is good is evil, whatever is evil is good. It's very satanic, actually, in nature.
This is pre-Sabbatean.
This is the founder of the Sabbateans.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
16th,
all right.
17th century, and he was, after he was exposed, he said that if we create such degradation and such debauchery and such evil in the world, then the Messiah will come to save the world, which is the exact opposite of the Jewish conception and the Christian conception. I mean, Jesus came to fulfill the Torah and to uphold the moral and ethical precepts of God's writ. Right. It's a complete, it was a complete heresy. And yet, after he was exposed as a fraud, his followers, many of them, most of the people dropped out of it, but an elite group of them went underground and they formed this Sabbatean society. And that it's that society that has struggled to take over Judaism. It's been a kind of a quiet.
Yeah, Jacob Frank and all that.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, no, well, but the thing that I think, because that's something that people will encounter very, very quickly in doing some of this research, is the Sabbateans and the Frankists afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
And that's certainly a serious issue. But it's the more I look at at this history from this lens of the occult and how the occult has been at the heart of the creation and practice of the various intelligence agencies, the migration of imperial agencies from location to location. Obviously, when Rome collapsed, a lot of the leading families, I mean, a couple of them might have disappeared. The patrician families, a lot of them stayed in power, but they migrated. Some of them stayed within Rome, tried to use and reconstruct the system of the demigod emperor in the form of the Pope, utilizing certain forgeries like the donation of Constantine that we later discovered was a forgery, which posits that it was like an apocryphal sort of story that Constantine gave the papacy full authority over the material domain, which also was the legal basis upon which the papal states were later on justified, as well as the spiritual domain. So again, they wanted to sort of use a new form of Roman emperor in that form for a while. And so some of the families stayed around Rome, tried to reconstruct it that way. Other families either moved their possessions, their assets as much as they could carry from the West into Constantinople. A lot of them, though, the most virulent ones that I could see that were carrying on the higher initiated rites of the priesthood that controlled things like Mithra, the Mithraic cult, or the mystery religion, as well as Cybele and Attis. They migrated into Venice through a series of steps under certain Christian veneers, but not really. If you look at it, it was always satanic. And these are the same types of Satanists who were trying to destroy Christianity earlier on with the Gnostic Christian synthetic sects that were created as sort of pseudo-Mithraic, pseudo-Sibelian sects before, in the 2nd, 3rd century. And they were trying to destroy it from within, like introducing like blood drinking, human sacrifice, things like that within their higher rites of initiation, which would then natural as saying, yes, we're doing the eating of the flesh of Jesus, and it's actual flesh. And obviously this was horrific
Of course.
for the Roman population, where they're like, that's Christianity? Yeah, burn it. Burn it. So,
Yeah.
you had this whole thing where the Roman people were being played against Christianity. Christianity at different times was being played by the various forces within the higher cults that often ran the most emperors and the legions, which were always members of the cult of Mithra. They were being played against the Jews at different times. The Jews were being played against the Christians at different times. The people, the masses who weren't on either
Right.
side, were being played against both.
It's the It's the British idea of divide and conquer, basically. And
well, yeah, it precedes the British Empire, and this is what took over the British Empire via the Venetian transit, where Venice was the pre-British Empire global system of evil. And at a certain point, when that became too weak, they had to migrate, transfer their institutions, their operating base to the British Isles and to Amsterdam. And this is what the founding fathers were fighting against, was this agency that by this time was manifesting in things like the Hellfire Club. That was the entire British government were
Right.
members of the Hellfire Club before and during the American Revolution. That was as one of the leading members had even said, where they were practicing within caverns, the catacombs, which is where the Mithraic ceremonies
underneath Rome, right?
Well, they still have them underneath Rome. There's about 600 that have been uncovered, excavated, that are all over Europe, into Russia, North Africa, even the Middle East, Syria. There's Mithraeum.
It's like
but
a
there was
tunnel
one also
society.
under. Yeah, it's like the Tunnel Society, where they do all their ritual. Yeah, and it could take on a this is where Francis Dashwood, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, had set up his catacombs under the I think it's Medmenham Castle, where Benjamin Franklin had to infiltrate and get intelligence back to Cotton Mather and the Patriots in America at the time, to get a sense of like, well, what is this thing that has outlets within America? Like Ben Franklin's older brother.
Yes.
Was running a chapter of the Hellfire Club in Boston, or is it Philadelphia now? I'm forgetting. Anyway,
I think it was Philly.
But you had like 13 of these chapters of the Hellfire Club in the 1720s, 1730s being set up across the colonies to bring in this Satanism. And so the satanic Gnostic ancient mystery cults they're highly adaptable. They can create ones with Kabbalistic Jewish flavor, with Christian flavor, with Muslim flavor. They know how to create cults. And then what happens is that the people who get burned by their activity will then hate the form, that the package that they created, the Jewish package, the Christian package, the Muslim package, and they will not see that, no, this is actually all equally satanic mystery cults masquerading.
Right, that they're all kind of interconnected, and that they're going to shift the blame onto actually the enemies of those cults. And I'd note that a lot of people who look at this sort of conspiracy, I think, probably accurately trace it back to Mystery Babylon and to the ancient idol worshiping cults that ran these societies. And that in the modern sense, Christianity, it may be in spite of these cults, I think in spite of these cults, has been a force of goodness in the world, because it teaches that the individual derives his rights from the Creator, and that Jesus is the intercessor, and that the Torah says that men and women are created in the image of God, and that we derive our rights from God, not from the state. So, in spite of their efforts at control, and it's a fascinating subject, and we need to keep an eye on it, they've set in motion ideas that they can't control. And I think that was also true of the founding of the United States, because I wonder, when I see things like the all-seeing eye on the American seal, and the Hellfire Clubs that you talk about, I mean, I think that there might have been an element of that kind of Masonic secretiveness that was part of the agenda of the founding fathers. Even, I don't know that, but either way, and even maybe yeah.
Oh, no.
No, I was just going to say that either way, whether or not they were part of any kind of conspiracy, maybe inadvertently, maybe deliberately, they set in motion an advance of individual freedom. And that's, in a sense, it was a further flowering of Christian culture, which was emanated from Jewish culture, which is that we derive our rights from the Creator and not from the state. our rights are inherent or natural rights, as some of the great Enlightenment figures talked about, and that the state is nothing more than an apparatus to protect those rights, and that it operates in a sense in a very strict paradigm, which is why we have a constitution. Anyway, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, well, look, the thing I wrote a series of books called The Clash of the Two Americas, to try to make as transparent as possible my understanding of the United States as something very beautiful but unfulfilled. Right, so that's why the first of the book of the series is the Unfinished Symphony, which I like as a metaphor because it does get across. I selected that because it gets across a resolution to this false debate where you either have people who absolutely love everything about America and they are so willing to they have a cognitive dissonance over even acknowledging any evil that was ever done by the United States, both as a Pax Americana empire that's overthrown something like 200 governments in the past 80 years
Right.
to maintain a system of empire, a lot of evil, a lot of blood, a lot of unjust wars of the 18th century. So they can't see that because they're so immersed within the exceptionalism of that mythos, or just the exceptional people. There's this superiority complex, which is dangerous when you let your mind go there. The other one is the other grouping can only hate America, can only see the bad, can only see slavery, can only see hypocrisy. They can't see anything good. And it's like what I try to do is both recognize the evil, because it's like, you got to, as an alcoholic, you got to first admit you got a problem, but you're trying to get back to your true self, right? And then also look at, well, where all of the points of wonderful goodness that emerged throughout the course of the past 250 years of the American experience. And so you can then get a sense that a lot of the evil was done or can be accounted for by this unrepentant British Empire and its apparatus, which never left after 1776. It has worked to corrupt the people, to corrupt the agencies, the agencies of control, and you could do the same thing for Masonry as well. So these more older institutions, because this is a new institution, right, America, but the older institutions, I've got one of my friends, Gerald Therrien. He's writing a book right now on the clash of the two Britons, getting at the fact that before this parasite latched on and started taking over England, starting especially with Henry VIII and his Venetian advisors that induced him to create things like the Anglican Church with the hereditary bloodline as the new pope. This was a Venetian operation inside of England that derailed a lot of but there were a lot of very powerful, good people, like Thomas More, who got his head cut off.
Right. Many
other good Republican patriots within England, who have to be. We end up hating Britain so much that we forget. Like a lot of American patriots, they despise Britain for all of its hypocrisy, pomp, and evil, and they forget. No, there's actually this current of goodness. William Penn. A lot of the reason why you have Pennsylvania is William Penn, who was he was anti-imperial. He had a very different idea of what empire meant based upon the common good, cultivating good relations with the natives and the settlers. And so this is where the American experience is largely, you could see it as the effect of a civil war within England. Is an English civil war. The founding fathers they saw themselves as British subjects.
Sure.
But they were representing the better traditions of Britain. Now, just so same thing, Clash of the Two Britons, but same thing too for the Clash of the Two Masonries. Increasingly, what you see is that throughout history, in deep history, you have those who have, it appears, utilized the need for secrecy, but also the idea of within Masonry around there's certain common ideas that you kind of have to be stupid not to agree with, like a brotherhood of human beings. Right. There's a lot of very good things as an ideal, which are there. The idea that there is a law above and a law below, a law of man that has to accommodate the law of God, which is also an ideal within Masonry. But the problem is that these satanic mystery cults also
Right.
have utilized Masonic agencies, right? Especially the Rosicrucians that took over, created the modern British Masonry and a lot of the lodges. But you have on the one hand, and I got this originally, this idea that hasn't been proven wrong, from Lyndon LaRouche originally in 1978 or 79. He wrote a paper on the secrets known only to the inner elites. And his thesis was solid. It was provocative, and I like I said, I haven't been able to disprove this.
Mhm.
But on the cover of this magazine called The Campaigner, there's like Aristotle and Plato, being ripped apart, and they're in a disputation from the school of Athens.
Right.
And he makes the point that you have the Platonists and the Aristotelian or Neoplatonists as two opposing schools expressing themselves throughout the institutions historically, so oftentimes within Masonic organizations, lodges. And on the one hand, one could be considered the nation builders, the city builders.
Right.
That goes back to Solon, who studied in Egypt at the Temple of Ammon. Moses was also in Egypt, and if you were from a noble family within the Egyptian upper class, you would have
Indeed.
gotten a sort of experience going through the mystery schools in some degree, but not all. But also Plato and Pythagoras also studied in Egypt, probably the Temple of Ammon at the time before it became totally corrupt, which would have been a place where, as Friedrich Schiller got at it in an essay, or actually it was a lecture in 1793 or 1791 on the mission of Moses. He's doing an analysis in this lecture on universal history and the corruption of Masonry, but how originally one could have seen how the idea of one creator, one cause, as subsuming all other pantheistic or polytheistic considerations of many creators, good and evil, which was dominant in the pre-monotheistic world, that would have emerged easily if you had like looking at the Pyramid of Giza, for example. It's an observatory. It's tuned to the cycles of the precession of the equinox, to the solstice, to a variety of things. But the idea that when you look at the night sky, that there is like one harmony of the night sky. You could follow the stars, you could follow their cycles over the course of a year, over the course of many years, and you could start seeing that there's this unifying principle, which would have been very heretical and dangerous to just come out in a polytheistic world and say, oh yeah, there's only one cause of all of this. That's
Right.
all of your sacred myths are actually wrong because there's one God, not many gods. That will get you killed. So the need to put or to have sort of rites of initiation would have lawfully have emerged in order to vet people. You can't just jump from grade 1 to grade 10. You're expected to make certain discoveries along the way before you can understand. Yeah, exactly. But then with secrecy comes corruption as well, easily, because now you have the seeds of power where you can just add more degrees. You can start adding more coloring to the sacred stories that then are more beneficial to maintaining power than to actually helping people attain higher knowledge, which philosopher kings must. So you could see that there would be these things. And the last thing I would say, there's evidence of massive battles within lodges throughout history, and especially the time of the 18th, 19th century.
Right.
There were hundreds of different lodges, and there were life and death battles between factions on the one hand who believed that man is God, that at the end of the day, we are God. And by the way, God is evil. And we're made in the image of that evil God, and we are thus that God.
that's the Sabatian theory, and it's also the roots of Marxism, I would note. And I think that what you're describing regarding the difference between Plato and Aristotle, that was also articulated by Ayn Rand. That was one of her basic theories, that Plato was the author of the Republic. It was a hyperstate that would have complete order and control over who lived and who died. I mean, in the ancient Greek society, a baby would be, after the baby was born, you'd have a group of judges decide whether that baby was going to live or die, and if it was going to be utilized by the state. And if it was decided the baby would die, they'd put it off on the side of a mountain. And that ultimately people would grow up to either be soldiers, merchants. They would it was a total state control, and that Ayn Rand's theory is that that is really the progenitor to communism, whereas Aristotle believed in the primus mobile, the creator of the universe, although she was a radical atheist, putting that aside, that there's one source of reality, one creator of the universe, and that the individual answers to that creator and not to the state.
Well, there's a problem in that. I partially agree with her and I partially don't,
Right.
because on the one hand, Plato is exposing people. Often they mistake what he's doing in the Republic
Mhm.
and they treat it like he's offering a prescription of what we should all be doing, which is not what he's doing. He's exposing the actual. He's saying the quiet part out loud, the thing you're not supposed to say. He's telling you exactly all of the oligarchy's techniques of control, what model they're using, how they work. And he's writing this as well for his academy, for his students, who he's trying to create philosopher kings and
Mhm.
advisors to philosopher kings. So he's creating an exercise for his students to think through political intelligence and how to actually understand evil, how to understand the oligarchy. And the Ayn Rand ignores the preamble of that whole dialogue of 13 books or 12 books, which is book 1 with his battle on justice with Thrasymachus versus Socrates, where he proves, that the Hobbesian might makes right of Thrasymachus
Mhm.
is incompetent and not the way to organize society.
Right.
And then he takes you through a bunch of exercises. The other thing on Aristotle, so Plato's exposing the methods of the evil, which is why you'll always find that the best fighters of the satanic faction of the oligarchy throughout history are always Platonists. They're using the Platonic
Right.
method.
Mhm.
And the thing about Aristotle, his idea of prima mobile, because Plato had his own prima mobile too in the Timaeus and in the Phaedo dialogue on the immortality of the soul and on the nature of the creator.
Mhm.
Plato's is a highly active creative force, like a god that is both supramundana but also mundana. So both through the world, but also not contained by the laws necessarily of the world, but both. And is present in every moment, in every part of the universe that is creation, that is harmonic, reasonable, good, and loving. Whereas the Aristotle prima mobile is the unmoved mover,
Uh-huh.
the creator that created the world, but is now made the world so perfect that the creator is now incapable,
Is
is
outside
impotent
of the world.
to have any
It's
influence.
kind of like
Exactly.
it's kind of like deism, and also ultimately the Aristotelian idea was synthesized with the Judaic idea that God is the author of moral and ethical reality and a moral and ethical code. And that was synthesized mainly in the Gospel of John, which is, of course, the fourth book of the New Testament, where he talked about logos, which, of course, is a description of the order of society, the order
Yeah.
of the universe. That
Right.
that basically was merged with the Greek concept. But to bring things up in terms of Masonry, my understanding is that it was infiltrated by the Illuminati of Adam Weishaupt in the 1780s, when once his secret society, which emanated out of the University of Ingolstadt in Munich, was exposed by Bavarian authorities, and that the idea that he was into was this idea of ultimately abolishing all clerisy and all sovereignty and creating this kind of international ant colony or whatever. And whatever, like kind of where people would be semi-lobotomized and we would all be part of a cog in a wheel. And that George Washington was alerted to this by a preacher in Boston by the name of Schneider, who said, "Are you aware that the Illuminati might have infiltrated your lodge in Alexandria, Virginia?" And Washington sent him back a letter saying, "I am aware of the Illuminati, and I do not believe that they're here. They did not infiltrate my lodge." And it's actually a letter that is on display at the Masonic Lodge in Alexandria, Virginia today. So this is history.
Mm.
But the point is
Yeah,
that
yeah. Oh.
Masonry played, I think, generally a positive role in the founding of the United States. And the question is that even if it didn't, the positive ideas of it were embraced by average citizens to such a degree that this internationalist oriented, illuminated, if you will, establishment, however you want to describe it, they've not been able to really control the high ground. They maybe have tried, but they have to operate within the societies that they function and conform themselves to those societies. And in the case of the United States, they've not been successful so far.
Yeah. Well, okay, so there's a point that ties in both with the previous thought and this one. Aristotle, Plato, and this thought regarding the manifestations of the different dynamics within opposing lodges. So one thing I forgot to mention regarding Aristotle within his Politics is the concept that within natural law, we have to presume that there are masters and slaves.
Right.
So built into natural law and the fabric thus of human social organization, we have to presume, because in Aristotle's world, his logic is, well, there are slaves now. There are people who are thus, he says, born slaves, and people who are born masters, at which we have to presume as an immutable fact of creation, which will always be as a universal. Now that right there is toxic and poison. If we make that a rule, right? Like it's like Marx coming out saying, well, because there is injustice and social turmoil of the proletariat and those who control capital, that is an immutable fact. The class
eventually
struggle
it was proven to be not so. But I would just only note that in Aristotle's time, slavery was the economic system. I mean, most people were at some level slaves, as opposed to free laborers. And so we would have to look at it in the context of the times. I mean, but yeah, I mean, I know what you mean. I mean,
yeah, you know what I'm saying, right? So like the idea that you would make it a general universal law is very dangerous, versus simply recognizing that, okay, we're addicted to this practice, though it's like the founding fathers, like they agreed, at least when they were setting up the new nation, that, okay, this is ultimately wrong. The British got us addicted to this form of economic wiring, because slavery was in America, not because the Americans like voted and wanted slaves. It was like it
was imposed on America by the British.
Yeah.
I mean,
the British Africa Company was dumping slaves in from the Portuguese. I mean, it was, and then they were addicted to it. Like it's like you were born to an addiction, and there was an understanding that, okay, we have to wean ourselves off of this, because all men really are created equal. So they were like, okay, within 20 years, we're gonna act upon this agreement now, this contract, to stop importing new slaves. We're gonna make this illegal in already. I think half the states or new colonies were already in agreement. We're gonna not have this at all.
That's right.
So it was on the way out, and there was a lot of effort to get the addict back into the drug, and that was like a lot of the opium slave running families that became
literally. That's right. What the British India Company did to China. Right. I mean, the opium
exactly.
Opening the thing
exactly.
up.
It all played into that.
A lot of big merchants in the establishment in Boston made a lot of money from that.
And their families became. These are the junior aristocratic families modeling themselves off of the British high ethic that have their little castles and they have their little manors in England as well, and they try to model their accents off of the British.
They were very, very Anglophilic.
Super Anglophile. Yeah, the Pilgrim Society it comes out of this whole thing that interfaces with the Round Table movement in America, the CFR. So all that stuff, all that to say, so Aristotle's position on slavery is really gross, and his idea also of the tabula rasa, that we're born with as a blank slate, later taken up by John Locke, who, by the way, also was a director for the British Royal Africa
is that right?
Company. Yeah,
well, he said life is short and brutish, I think was his quote.
Yeah, no, he was a high-level British imperialist who really despised the idea that all men are created equal, made in the living image of God. He was not on that board. He was on the other side, and that's why he was more than happy. Also, helping write legislation that banned the development of manufacturing in the colonies in the early 1800s. So John Locke we've been lied to by the myth makers who've taken over control of our society to have us believe that British imperial blank slaters who promoted slavery were the inspiration for the American founding fathers, which is not true. There were some founding fathers who, like Locke, like Jefferson, who had a problem with his love of slavery, which he did have a problem with that. but he was not a mover of the process. He was somebody who was kind of like with his foot was he
Right.
had 2 feet in 2 worlds.
And at the end of the
But
day, he was a patriot, even though he was.
at the end of the day, he was a patriot,
He
right?
still
And
he
that's the
still
thing.
had some of these agrarian imperialist approaches, and a lot of his
Yeah.
battle with Hamilton is based on that. But I want to bring things
Yeah.
up to the nationalist movement, which is the most, I think, progressive movement man.
Oh, wait, but the Illuminati thing. So just quick,
Oh, yeah,
before we do the
please,
nationalist thing.
please.
So, so the thing that I've noticed
Yeah,
so far is that, well, one, the big purge of American lodges, like the patriotic lodges, happened
Sure.
through a Masonic operation in the 1820s that lasted until the 1840s. It was a while. It was a huge all-out like war.
was this to
to
do with
dis-
Albert Pike?
Albert Pike did play a role in this, and in his
Uh-huh.
Morals and Dogma, he speaks quite favorably upon this, actually.
Right.
But there's a guy named William Morgan. You hear about William
Oh
Morgan?
yeah, sure. I mean, he was the assassination or the disappearance of Morgan led to the anti-Masonic Party that
Yeah,
was
exactly.
headed by John Quincy Adams, who wrote some incredible documents railing against it.
Well, I have, Quincy Adams' writings on it. I think he got pulled into something that he didn't fully understand, but
Okay.
it does seem to be that that was a coup of the most satanic evil of the lodges, and all of the patriotic lodges were almost totally annihilated throughout that process, and
in
only
upstate New
the
York.
Scottish Rite.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. And only the Scottish Rite, with its northern and southern branch, came out as the king of all lodges by the end of that process. By the 1840s, they were the only ones to come out and dominate everything else. And all of the good ones, like that Henry Clay, the protectionists, the Whigs, the people that were fighting to get people like Zachary Taylor or William Harrison in power, they were wiped out. Now, the thing about William Morgan that I was noticing, because this is around the same time that you had British intelligence and there's this core Gnostic cluster of intel operatives that were working around the Archbishop of Canterbury in the 1820s to revive a Jesuitical thesis by, I forget his name all of a sudden. But there was this thesis that was put forth at the Council of Trent in the 1860s, 70s that was based upon an interpretation of end times theology or end times prophecy around this idea that it would accompany certain things like the convincing all the world Jewry to go to a certain place back in the Holy Land, the reconstruction of Solomon's Temple. And if you do all of these things, then the end times will come in some cataclysm and something good will happen maybe afterwards, So, but this is a Jesuitical thing that was part of a whole operation in the 16th century that was shady business. This thesis was forgotten mostly and then revived in a big way. It took on some weird forms with Oliver Cromwell, and his circle was infested by some of this stupidity. But then it came back in a virulent way in the 1820s with the Aylesbury Conference in Britain, and Thomas Carlyle was a leading figure within this thing. And the idea was to create a massive surge of synthetic pseudo-Christian Gnostic cults. That you had the New Apostolic Church. You had. It seems like the Mormon groupings were brought into America through this process,
and they're very secretive. The Mormons.
Oh, highly, yeah. It's a Gnostic cult,
and I think that they also came about around the same time as Henry Morgan.
Oh yeah, and here's the thing. Here's where it gets weird, right? So Morgan, all of a sudden, he's never proven to have died. What he does is he's a loudmouth who's got a really bad reputation as like a scam artist. He all of a sudden says, "Okay, by the way, I'm a Grandmaster Freemason. I went through all the rites of initiation, and I'm going to write a book exposing everything." And he's really loud everywhere he goes. He can't stop talking about that. And right there, that's a bit weird. Now that being said, the press agencies are covering him like they're making him like a star, and all of a sudden he disappears. He doesn't like, nobody knows where he is. So obviously he's dead, right? That's the thesis everyone says. Now he's dead. Now I'm not convinced he died. I think the whole thing was a theater. What happens immediately?
He went to Canada, right?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Canada plays a weird role in this whole thing.
Sure.
But I think he probably went to a Mormon commune, because the Mormons were also gearing up to do their own civil war in America. They had their whole like little war
Right,
with
right,
the
in
federal
Missouri.
government.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they had their whole idea of Zion as well,
Mhm.
in America as the Garden of Eden, sort of. It's weird, but all that to say, and it's an alien cult too. They believe that God lives on Cobol, but
Mhm. Right, no,
all
I've
that to
heard
say,
this, you know.
yeah, and we all get a planet if we're part of the higher initiated class within the Mormon groupings, because there's lower and higher, like an exoteric and esoteric schooling within Mormonism, and if you're part of the
Right.
upper class, then you get your own planet apparently. All that to say, so this initiates this massive crackdown, right? Like everybody's going ballistic on the Masons are evil, and everything is oversimplified,
Mhm.
and you can't, like, all the lodges get hammered. Henry
Right.
Clay, the Whigs, who are many of them are operating through the lodges, get hammered. Now Morgan, his wife, immediately becomes of all of the people in America, she goes to a Mormon commune and becomes one of the wives of Joseph
Oh, Smith.
Smith. She
Yeah.
becomes a Smith wife
Okay, yeah,
immediately.
and which I think he had, like, almost a harem of wives.
He had a harem. He had his
Yeah,
harem,
he did.
and so did Brigham Young, but
Yes.
so she becomes a Smith wife.
Okay.
And then what's really weird is, like, 18 years later, so for some people within the Mormon practice, you do a baptism after somebody dies, right?
Mhm.
Not for everybody, but for some people.
Right.
The Mormons end up they do a baptismal ceremony for William Morgan,
Uh-huh.
18 years after he
That's
supposedly
very
died in
that's
1826.
that's very telling.
Yeah. So, and this thing's just coming out on so many levels. So now at this
Yeah.
point, and then Albert Pike later on writes in his Morals and Dogma of what a positive thing this whole anti-Masonic movement was, and he's talking about how
Hmm.
the dupes and the fools on the lower levels will do things that actually will benefit those higher Luciferians that are in the know.
Not to throw another log on the
Mm.
fire, but this is also around the time that Andrew Jackson suspended or refused to renew the charter for the Second Bank of the United States, which is a whole big subject. We're kind of reaching toward the end of the show, so I want
Mm.
to, and there's so much. We're just getting started.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like amazing. I mean, you are like a walking encyclopedia. I mean, it's incredible, your knowledge and your synthesis of stuff. It's great.
Well, thanks,
Like
man.
to have you back and do regular programming here. But I want to talk about Zionism and nationalism a little bit because that's one of the topics in my book. The nationalist movement was, I think, the most progressive in history. It was the ability of a group of people to control their own lives and destinies through the establishment of governments and nation states by which people would share certain commonalities of culture, language, faith, and other aspects, and that they would then have this kind of sovereignty and be able to exercise that kind of control.
Mm.
That's what Zionism is for the Jewish people. And I know there's a lot of conspiracy theories around it as being some kind of a world control thing. And you've got this complete misinterpretation of this concept in Judaism of the chosen people, which is, in a way, the same misinterpretation that Americans have of manifest destiny. That's not the purpose of the idea. The idea of the chosenness is that the Jews were called at the foot of Sinai to serve God, not to control anyone, not to control man, but to take on an extra layer of responsibility, things like, dietary laws and rituals, so that they could be closer to God, so that they could raise their spirituality and thus be an example to all of mankind. And that, in a sense, if you look at the Jewish history, the Jews have always bucked establishments and they've always been very individual oriented. They've prized education and family and moral values. And Zionism has been a thread that's run through Jewish history. I get into every century how how Jews have tried to reassert control over that miserable piece of beachfront that we call Israel. And why God chose that, who knows? That's a question that's beyond my pay scale. But that's what we were commanded to do in the Torah. Nothing more and nothing less. take possession of that tiny strip of territory between the river and the sea, as the Palestinians like to say, except obviously for the Jewish people. And I think there's been, does Israel have a deep state? Yes. Israel knows how to play ball with the deep staters. They always did. They know how to get benefits from the Rothschild family. They knew how to play ball with the all of these, the Rhodes Roundtable people. But the only difference, and it's bad, and some of the stuff they did is very unsavory even to this day. But the only difference I would make is that their goals are very modest. It's to preserve that tiny speck of land, that society that they've built there, against what I would argue are genocidal forces. And if you look at Israel today, they have created this dynamic nationalist entity that's both spiritual and political. And that if the Arab street would wake up and realize that they should do the same in their own countries rather than focus on this irrational hatred of Israel, then they would have independent, sovereign societies. And I get into the history of how originally the Arab leaders wanted to do this with Israel and how they were subverted by this internationalist order. Anyway,
Well,
thank you for
what I would say,
yeah.
What I would say, there was Yossi Beilin, the former justice minister, gave an interview in, I think it was 2003. I want to say, when he was trying to revive an Oslo II that had been derailed earlier in the 90s through the murder of Rabin. And I think Yasser Arafat hadn't been killed yet, but there was a grouping that did forensic analysis upon his bones that were exhumed and proved that there was polonium poisoning there. So it seems like Arafat's death also wasn't so natural. Obviously, Yitzhak Rabin being murdered it destroyed a lot of potential, and it wasn't, people are like, oh, it was obviously terrorists, and it's like, well, it's crazy ass Rabbi Cook follower.
No, look, these things don't happen by accident. I
And Yossi Beilin, the point he made is, look, we wanted to create a homeland, a sanctuary for Jews to be safe, not a new Masada cult. And I thought that was an important lesson, because he is, as well as Yitzhak, his former boss and friend, was aware that there was this blood and soil cult that had been incubated throughout the century, and was very, very dangerous if that got out of hand.
Okay.
And remember I was saying that there could be a book on the clash of the two Britons, or the clash of the two Englands, there could be a clash of the two Zions too, I think. There's this important need to map out the structure of the occult satanic agencies masquerading as Judaism. And I believe that Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook, from all of my analysis of this character, was a Satanist, the worst kind of Kabbalist. Not I believe that there's a school of good Kabbalism. I'm open to that, but this guy
he might have been a follower of Shabtai Zvi, possibly.
I'm feeling like it smells like it, and that's why the British Empire installed him in 1919 as the lead rabbi of Ashkenaz Jews in Palestine, and and they also co-installed Haj Amin at the same time.
Exactly,
which was opposition.
It's classic British policy of picking the radicals on both sides to control the argument.
Exactly. And if in my mapping of things, when I look at these different, like Jabotinsky was brought in first. He was working with Trotsky directly in Ukraine and Russia as part of this whole Wall Street, color revolutionary operation to undermine Russia and the Romanovs and the broader global dynamic that Russia was participating in, as far as like setting up the stage for a world of cooperation based on American system practices of Russian versions of greenback, state banks, protectionism, building rail industrial corridors to elevate people from being serfs to becoming like active participating citizens with minds. So that was going on in Russia. That had to be undone. So
That was
Jabotinsky
already.
was
You're right. Let me just interrupt. I mean, you're
yeah, yeah,
right that under the last Romanovs, Russia, there was a middle class emerging, and that they were
yeah.
moving, I think, rapidly toward a truly great sovereign state, and it was
No.
undone by this conspiracy to,
Yes.
by the Bolsheviks, so called. There
Yes.
was.
So all that to say, like looking at the different, so you had Parvis, Alexander Helfand Parvis, who on the one hand was one of the trio working with Trotsky,
Mhm.
setting up things like the Young Turks operating through a Mazzini lodge run by Mazzini's grandson at the time in Cyprus, which managed a big chunk of the Young Turk operation to destabilize Russia's underbelly before World War I even started, and
Yes.
set the groundwork, utilizing as well what became Muslim Brotherhood operations, which is a Freemasonic lodge as well, and
Right.
fusing money and drugs from his controllers down into that zone. Then on the other hand, you had Jabotinsky doing something kind of similar, trying to like model himself off of a fascist structure of Mussolini's Italy.
Mhm.
Which what's his name? David Ben Gurion called Jabotinsky Vladimir Hitler for a reason, because he was, you look at what the Irgun and the was doing,
Right.
along with Rabbi Cook's operatives. They were pushing a very Ubermenschen mode of organizing society, and at different times would carry out mass atrocities against the Arabs who've been living there, and at different times Haj Amin
Mhm.
was inducing
Yeah.
useful
It
idiots to
was like a
carry out
civil war.
massive atrocities against Jews. And
Exactly.
again, they just wanted to incubate eye for an eye type of baggage,
Mhm.
which they've been able to successfully do for a century. So we've been played a lot. And that's my whole point, is that whenever I speak to an Arab audience or a Jewish audience or a Christian audience, I'm always trying to get people to appreciate how we've all been played by the same satanic force of ancient mystery cults at the end of the day that we have to be
Indeed.
aware of.
And
Have that
identified.
conversation first, and then it'll yeah, exactly.
No,
And then
I
look,
make the same
yeah.
point in my book, and I just would note that Zionism itself is an organic, dynamic movement. I mean, in the same way that the American movement, the Patriot movement, was such, and that you always have these people, and as you point out, that are at very high levels, who are involved with interconnecting secret societies all around the world, who try to manipulate it for their own agendas, and all sides are hurt by that. Obviously, certainly that's the case with Israel and Palestine.
Mm.
So,
Well, love God, love your fellow man, the golden rule. I mean, to the degree that we live our lives that way and we organize our laws, then I think that whatever nations we create gain legitimacy in what the Chinese call the mandate of heaven.
mhm.
To the degree that we're defiant of those principles of God's law, and then we lose the mandate to have validity to our nation and ourselves. So if we uphold those principles, we're good. We're good. We
Yeah.
can fight the oligarchy, and whether it's Israel or the USA gains authenticity and a legitimate right to be a true nation in the Brotherhood of Nations, and if not, we can all become corrupt as well. So
Yes.
it's the moral mandate is on all of us to maintain that morality in our worlds.
It's
So
indeed,
that's my position on the whole
no,
thing.
and I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's our job to try to use our agency to expose and identify the nature of this general conspiracy, this evil conspiracy, what Whittaker Chambers called this conspiracy of gentlemen. Basically, it's not
Mm,
necessarily that
mm,
they're not all sitting around in a smoke-filled room somewhere plotting. They all don't necessarily agree with each other. In fact, some of the biggest wars have been between the rivalries within this conspiracy, but
mm.
they all possess and they advocate an unnatural agenda, one that undermines the idea of man as created in the image of God and answering to God. Anyway, Matt,
You're
Eric,
right.
I want to thank you for joining me. What a great conversation.
Hey man,
Please
thank
let
you.
listen, this is amazing. Please let my listeners and viewers know where they can find out information about you and about where you do your thing.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Okay. So they can go to CanadianPatriot.org for my more geopolitical history stuff. It's not just me. I mean, it's a web platform I've made back in 2012.
Mhm.
Also, all of my books are available for purchase, easy to find on there. And our new videos, we've been doing documentary films now for about a year and a half, and that's going well. So we always make those free for people to watch and share. The risingtidefoundation.net is more educational, cultural warfare stuff that I I set up with my wife, who's the president back in 2019. So that's what we do: weekly meetings, seminars, study groups of original texts. We just did Rabbi Philo of Alexandria's
Oh yeah, sure.
on creation,
Excellent.
and now we're currently reading some Plato. So if people want to get involved with that, send us an email at info@risingtidefoundation.net. And lastly, Substack. So sort of what's saved us financially speaking, since a lot of
Since the
our
demonetizing, right?
revenue's been, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we've all had
has
that.
been Substack.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, we've all experienced
Absolutely.
that. So Substack's good, and there's free and paid upgrades, and that's matthewarrett.substack.com.
All right, Matt, listen, it's been a great pleasure and honor, and I hope you come back. And thank you for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz. I'm going live on Instagram, I think. Stay on the page. Are they letting me go live on Instagram? I don't know. Yes, they are. Welcome to the program, Charles Moscowitz. My guest, I'm having a little technical problem getting him up with sound today, so we're going to try again tomorrow. He's the author of a book about Franklin Roosevelt and his involvement in promoting this, what we now have as the surveillance state. And certainly that is something that I have tried to overcome, as have many people since the great crackdown of 2019, which is a real thing, as most of us know. Let me just go. Let me see. This is. I actually can take calls on this program. If you'd like to call in, you're welcome to do that at Skype. Let me just get my Skype thing. You'd think I'd be more prepared, but here we go. Skype. All right. So the Skype number. Oh, they want me to sign in. Great. Okay, there it is. Is no, I just is 617-396-4958. 617-396-4958. Now, I'm just mainly testing out the system right now, but I want to talk briefly about an issue that I care deeply about: the Israel Arab conflict as it is presently unfolding in Gaza. And last night I'm listening to a live stream with Stu Peters, who I think is one of America's very best talk show hosts, but he's just off base on this issue of the Jews and on Israel. And I wish I could reach him. I wish maybe he'd have me on to talk about this. But he has imbibed a lot of the left-wing jargon that has come out and that has been promoted by the Arab and Muslim side, at least the radical side, which is that Israel is committing a genocide, and that they're somehow, the fact that Israel is defending itself, and I think rather mildly. Every time they do, they're horrible, they're evil, they're genocidal. And while I'm not here to claim that Israel is by any means perfect, and not that there aren't mistakes made in the course of a war, and there is a certain amount of jingoism and ratcheting things up. Oh, I've already gotten a warning. Oh my God. Flag for personal information? I don't know. Did I say something personal? Whatever. That there's a lot of ratcheting up of war kind of morale boosting things. For the most part, Israel has conducted itself appropriately in its own defense. War is hell. There are innocent people being killed, men, women, and children. And the solution is to end the war by stopping the enemy that started the war, namely Hamas, and that seeks to destroy the state of Israel. Now, I'll just a brief background on that. The Gaza Strip was handed over to the Palestinian Authority in 1994, 1995. The Prime Minister of Israel at the time, Ariel Sharon, who is known to be a hawkish prime minister, is did so under really no preconceived conditions. In fact, the Jewish residents, the Israeli residents of Gaza at that time, were forced to leave. They were stripped out. The region was made Judenrein, as the Nazis used to say. It was ethnically cleansed of Jews. Something like, I don't know, 10,000 Jews were evacuated, some at gunpoint. They didn't want to go. They turned over their properties, they turned over their businesses, their farms, their greenhouses, their small manufacturing places to the Palestinian Authority. And in that capacity, they turned the region over to the Palestinian Authority. So there was no occupation. Money was pouring in from around the world, including from the US taxpayer. We should note that Gaza is beachfront property. It's beautiful. It's like the French Riviera. They could have turned that into another Hong Kong had they wanted to. But instead, they took all the money and they invested it into weapons so that they could attack the state of Israel. Eventually, the Palestinian Authority lost an election and then they were purged, including the killing of hundreds of Palestinian Authority people by Hamas.
I'm here to ask you some questions.
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
You said,
Yes. Speak up.
yeah, I was something is bothering me about the Israel. So I need to. That's why I said let me join your live so I can ask question about more about Israel.
Go right ahead.
Okay.
What's your
I
question?
think I'm from Nigerian.
Yes.
So and I'm a devoted Christian in Nigeria.
Okay.
So and my mother have been in Israel once.
Yes.
So that I think then I was still small. They tell us about a beautiful story about Israel. So, but when I need more details because I wish to come to Israel, I wish to come to Jerusalem. So and I want to know more about Israel. So that's why I said, okay, let me join your life so I can ask. Can you tell me more about Israel? Can you tell me how Israel is more beautiful? Can you tell me why every Christianity loves to go to Israel to know about the Jesus Christ, they know about the disciples and the other things. So that's why I said, okay, let me ask.
Sure. I mean, first of all, I don't know if Israel is necessarily more beautiful than any other country, or Nigeria, which is also quite beautiful. It's the holy land for the three major religions: Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And for that reason, they all compete for it because each of them derives a sense of legitimacy from owning it. There are conflicting claims to Israel, and they have to do with very fundamental and even existential elements in all three of those religions. And those are claims that are never going to be resolved. Not until the Messiah comes will there be any resolution to those claims. So I expect there's always going to be some level of conflict between the three faiths over that tiny little speck of land that is known as Israel, the land between the river and the sea. Presently, the Jewish claim is operative there because the Jewish people have established a society there that is in control of it. And I would argue that all three claims are legitimate. All three claims make their case. But with due respect to my Christian and Muslim brothers, I would suggest that the Jewish claim to Israel is the better claim. And
Yeah.
for a lot of reasons, and I could mention several. And for that reason, and also the fact that there will be no reconciliation, um, I think that Israel needs to assert sovereignty over that entire small country. And that sovereignty is reasonable and proper. Having said that, I respect Muslim holy places. I respect Christian holy places. And I think that Israel needs to welcome Muslims and Christians who want to make a pilgrimage to Israel. And as long as obviously they're willing to come to the country with good intentions and to obey the laws of Israel, which of course would be the case when anyone visits anyone's country. But as long as those basic conditions are met, Christians and Muslims should be able to visit their holy places and should be able to control their holy places. And in fact, they do in Israel. Muslims control the area around of the Temple Mount and the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Christians control the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and all of their and their church in Nazareth and in Bethlehem. And that has to be respected. And I think Israel has done that. Israel has also respected the rights of its non-Jewish minorities, whether they be Muslim or Christian Arabs. They have all the rights of citizenship that Israeli Jews have, with a few minor exceptions. But I would argue that those rights are creating a society that is probably a lot more prosperous and a lot more democratic and a lot freer than most Muslims and even many Christians in the Middle East enjoy in their own countries. So,
But because in Nigeria, yeah, we Muslim and Christian, the Muslim brothers and the Christian brothers, we always have an argument between ourselves that the best religion is Christian. The Muslim brother will say the best religion is Muslim. But because when I did my NYC, my service course, I did it in Muslim school. So people are always against me when I said about Jesus Christ. So most of them engage me because they are all Muslim brothers and sisters. So they always tell me the Islamic religion is more than better than the Christianity. So always have an argument with them time to time. But what I don't have a proof, or let me say I don't have a confidence when I've never met some things, when I've never seen some things to encounter them, that the Christianity is better than the Islamic religion. So, and I have a great opportunity. I'm so happy to have you here now. So I can ask you the question: between the Christianity and the Islamic religion, which one is better?
well, I mean, I think that whichever one works for you and for your family is the better one. I don't think that I'm not going to come in and judge Christianity or Judaism or Islam as better. How can I tell a Christian that they should be a Muslim or a Jew, or a Jew that they should be a Muslim or a Christian? I mean, all three of them have created incredible societies. All three of them have enormous potential for individual redemption and holiness. All three of us worship the same God as the creator of the universe and as the giver of the law. We are all of the Abrahamic faith. And yet, we have irreconcilable differences, and there's no reason why they have to be reconciled. We're just not going to see it the same way. It's just that simple. It doesn't mean that we're anti. Because I'm a Jew, that doesn't make me anti-Christian or anti-Muslim.
The reason why I was trying to ask this question is that my first employee, I was employed in the Muslim secondary school, the Muslim nursery and primary school.
Right.
At Nigeria, yeah. So I was employed from the ordinary teachers. Mm-hmm. So when the HOD came and asked of my name, I've been working there after some months before the owner of the school, because it's a private school, before the owner of the school came back. when he asked the proprietor that he have assigned a new teacher to teach the student. It was like, okay, I should come for another interview. So when I get there, he asked me my name. Because I was bearing a Christian name, it was said I cannot work in a school because the school is an Islamic school, and
Right.
I cannot work because I'm a Christian. I'm from Christian family, so you cannot employ a Christian to his school because his school is a Muslim school.
Right.
So I was very so ashamed of myself. Like I was very, very depressed because that is the only job I can secure then. But we thank God. I thank God for today.
Well, look at it. I mean,
That was why I guess I know to the Muslim brothers and Muslim sisters. Like when my first employee was with them, they terminated my employee because I was a Christian, which is not done.
Well, look at. I mean, I have to respect people's right to do that. You know, if it's a Muslim school that is having Muslim teaching and Muslim values, they have a right to have Muslim people. I have no problem with that. You can apply and become a teacher at a Christian school if you're a Christian, or at a Jewish school if you're a Jew. I mean that's part of freedom, you know. I mean, I don't think you need to feel that that's a personal assault against you. You know, if you had a Christian school and you were the principal, you may not necessarily want Muslims to be there either. I mean, you know, look, in America, of course, we don't have those kinds of lines drawn quite that way. I mean, we have Christian schools that have Jewish teachers and Muslim teachers and vice versa. I mean, I don't really think that that's so much an issue here. But in Muslim countries, maybe some Christian countries, it is an issue. It certainly is an issue, frankly, in Israel. And that's part of freedom. I mean, that's their right as a sovereign nation. Israel, unfortunately, because of this present war they're having with Hamas, something like 70, 80, I think 90% of Muslims and Christians who are indigenous to or who live in Judea and Samaria have said that they support Hamas. And about 25 to 30%, I think, of Israeli Jews, Israeli Arabs have said that they support Hamas, which has led to suspicion among the Jewish population. Can they trust them? Let's not forget, Hamas came in and slaughtered over 1,000 Israelis, and in the most vicious ways, and in a way that goes back to, you know, like medieval times. So, you know, there is some concern about separating people because of that. That's just how it goes. You know, I don't really think that should be a problem for you, you know. Anyway.
Yeah, because I was feel assault then. I was not really, really happy because for me to secure a job then,
yeah,
it was properly big to me. So, but we thank God today. I'm the one of the Nigerian police force.
Okay.
So I'm into police. So I'm one of the Nigerian police force. But then I was, look, the thing is really, really, really inconvenient to me. Like I was feeling ashamed after serving there for some months. You know.
I understand. Look, and it's not pleasant to be told, well, we're not going to hire you because you're Christian, but you know, that's just how it goes. I mean, you need to work, therefore, for a company that wants to hire you because you're a skilled man. You're a family man, obviously. You got a child there, and you know, I would say go to a company where they want. You know, there's plenty of companies that would want you. You know, I mean, it's just that's just part of freedom. I wouldn't take it personally. Work for a Christian company. You know, you're a good man. You're obviously very skilled. You're very articulate. So I wouldn't take it personally. You know, I just go where you wanted, go where you needed. Don't try to impose yourself on someone who doesn't want you for whatever reason. They're it's their loss, right? I mean, anyway, yeah.
I really appreciate for the advice.
Okay.
I really appreciate for the elderly advice you gave to me.
Thank you.
I'm happy. Really appreciate.
And I appreciate you joining my show. And thank you very much. All right.
any other time I need to ask some things about the Israel, about the United States, the UK. So I'll try to communicate with you, join in your live,
Thank you.
give you some messages. And I would like to be in your country to come and visit you one day.
Well, I hope you can. I mean, look at it. I mean, we have actually in my own city of Boston, we have a pretty large Nigerian population, and they're highly educated and skilled people. I mean, it's an incredible group of people. So if you came here, you'd find a lot of friends.
Yeah, sure.
So
Well, you'll be the number one friend.
okay, very good.
Um,
All right, well, be well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I
Okay,
really appreciate it.
my pleasure.
Yeah.
So I want to get back here to my thesis with regard to the Israel-Hamas war, and note that the Israelis handed Gaza over, frankly, on a silver platter. And once again, the Arabs did not. They turned it into crap. I mean, they turned it into firing something like 6,000 or 7,000 missiles at Israel. They started to try to ship heavy weaponry from a ship that had tried to land on the beach at Gaza called the Kerine A. Israel intercepted that ship, and since then they had to put on a blockade. They started building an incredible network of tunnels. Can you imagine if they had used that money to build their economy? If they had used it to create a successful sovereign state, which they had every opportunity to do. Instead, they used it to build these tunnels so they could get into Israel to kill as many Israelis as possible. And then they started floating in the gas balloons to burn Israeli fields. Every time there was a ceasefire, they ignored it and they continued firing. And the final straw was October 6th, when they decided to fly in on hang gliders with machine guns and attack the music festival, and various kibbutzim, killing as many people as they could, raping women, beheading people, engaging in all sorts of barbarities as much as they could. The only reason they were stopped was because Israelis responded as individuals by taking up arms. The army was not so wonderful. I mean, there's some major problems with their response and their lack of knowledge, and I think that hopefully there'll be some kind of an investigation, and Israel will learn from these mistakes that were made. But either way, it was a brutal, horrendous attack, and Israel is responding by stopping this enemy on their border. There's no other way to go about it. I wish if somebody could show me, if Stu Peters could come up with a better way to go about this, then we all would welcome that. But there isn't. And then, of course, it's the old story that they hide behind their women and children. They put their tunnels in most residential neighborhoods. And then when Israel responds, they use the stereotype that the Jew is evil and that we're cruel. And it's an ongoing cycle. And now that the United States is pressuring Israel to basically stop the war and surrender, which we've done many times, unfortunately, Israel is stuck between a rock and a hard place. I think that Israel has to finish the job. They have to completely and utterly destroy the Hamas infrastructure, or else it's going to come back and kill not only more Jews and more Israelis, but more of their own people. So that's my position on it. Hello, how are you? What's on your mind? Would you like to contribute to the show? You're welcome to comment. Well, whatever. I'm going to turn the volume down because he's not commenting. Furthermore, I would suggest that Israel in this long and internecine conflict is going to have to assume complete sovereignty over that tiny country. This dream of a two-state solution is dead. It has been tried, and it has been tried, and it has been tried. And it's not going to work. There's no reason to think it would. And I think that Israel needs to move on and develop a means by which they can assume control of their own country. The whole Palestinian Arab nationhood is nothing more, never was anything more than an agenda to destroy Israel. I think that's obvious. Israel is a dynamic, organic Jewish state. It is modest and proper in the context of the Middle East. The Arab and Muslim nations have sovereignty all the way from the Cape Horn to the Pacific. They have oil-rich and vast nations. They would benefit by living peaceably with Israel and entering into a more peaceful paradigm. And Israel has to take that position. I would argue that Israel should offer citizenship to the Arabs of Judea and Samaria and Gaza. You know, the liberals in Israel say, "Oh well, that'll be the end of Israeli citizenship." No, it won't. First of all, those who don't accept citizenship and those who insist on engaging in war against Israel, I would suggest that they should be, let's put it this way, encouraged to leave. You know, they should be, you want to say ethnic cleansing? Fine. You know, it wouldn't be the first time in history that this has happened, and there's a lot more legitimate reason why this could happen in Israel than it might happen in countries like Turkey and Greece or Germany and Poland or India and Pakistan, which had vast wealthy countries that really didn't need to do this. It's not based on hatred. It's not based on the ethnicity of the Arab. It's based on ideology, strictly. They have an ideology that seeks to destroy Israel. They are competing with Israel. I would compare it in a certain way to the American Civil War. I was thinking about this morning. There was a great deal of ambivalence at the beginning of the American Civil War. There was a lot of sentiment on both sides that the two countries just should separate and form separate nations, and that of course would have eventually devolved into each state becoming a separate nation. And that was an agenda, I think, that was being imposed on both sides from internationalists at the time. Who knows? But the point is that the decision was taken around 1643 by General Ulysses S. Grant, who delivered a speech where he said that the South we would have to have unconditional surrender of the Confederacy. There would be no negotiation. There would be no recognition, that the Confederacy would have to completely and unconditionally surrender in order to end the hostilities. There would be no Confederacy. That was it. That was a hard decision. And by the way, that same term was repeated in 1943 at Casablanca by President Roosevelt, who said that about Nazi Germany. There would be no negotiation. There would have to be a surrender, because it was decided by the United States in both cases that they could not live and coexist with this other ideology. Now, for right or for wrong, and I would say it was right, that was the decision that was rendered, and that was the decision that was carried out. And shortly after Grant delivered that speech, Abraham Lincoln completely embraced it and promoted him. And his very close friend, General William Tecumseh Sherman, enacted it with his burning of Atlanta and his march to the sea. That was the general that coined the phrase scorched earth as a policy. Now, it was cruel, it was certainly inhumane, but he did it because he felt that it was necessary to break the Confederacy. It was the only way that they would lead to a surrender. And so that's what happened. And they did surrender, and the country reconciled with the spirit of Appomattox, as at the Appomattox Courthouse in Virginia, General Lee and General Ulysses Grant came together. They shook hands and they agreed to bring the nation back together and to end hostilities. And the Civil War was over. I would suggest that this is also the only solution to the Israel-Arab conflict, because in many ways it is also a civil war between two people. It is in a way a more deep civil war because you don't have people who ever likely could have lived together in that tiny land. You were going to inevitably have a conflict between those two faiths and those two peoples because they are very different, both in a surface sense of religion, linguistics, culture, but also in a more deeper sense in terms of the way they look at the world, in terms of their outlook. And so ultimately, in that tiny land, only one is going to survive and the other is not. I would argue that the Israeli Jewish position is the better position, not just because I'm a Jew, but because objectively it is the better position. And I would argue that on many, many different levels. And thus, I believe that Israel has to completely win and end this fantasy and this agenda that seeks to create and carve another state west of the Jordan River. That has to end. And if they want to say ethnic cleansing, fine. I don't think it is ethnic cleansing. I think it's ideological cleansing. Ethnically, I think Arabs could be fine there. They should be offered citizenship if they want it. With conditions, perhaps there should be a 1-year period of education, and then there should be a loyalty oath and a test. By the way, that's a condition for American citizenship. New citizens to the United States. I mean, you learn this if you go to a naturalization ceremony. They study American history, American politics, American culture, and they're tested. And then afterwards, they take an oath of loyalty to the United States. So those basic conditions should be in place for Arabs of Judea, Samaria, and Gaza who seek citizenship. And if they do that, and they get the education for 1 year, and then they take the oath of office, or they take the oath of citizenship, then we expect that they would become and remain loyal Israeli citizens, which means, of course, that an oath is an oath that can't be broken. If it is discovered that they have broken that oath by engaging in disloyal activities, subversive activities, then they should be dealt with accordingly. And that should basically mean expulsion. This country would never tolerate, no country could tolerate people operating within its borders who are trying to overthrow its government, who are trying to destroy openly its way of life. Our country is much more tolerant of that, but we can afford to be. Israel can't. So, if they're willing to take that oath and they're willing to go through that process, they should be granted citizenship. If they are not willing to do it, then they should be shown the door, frankly. I don't think it would mean a major demographic shift in Israel. They're there now. I think that Israelis should not be concerned about that. And that to me is the only way forward. Anyway, on that note, I want to thank you for joining me today. My books are available, of course, on Amazon.com. Here's one of my books, The Anti-Semitic Imagination. I'll hold it up for everyone to see. There it is. It is available at Amazon.com, as are about 20 of my other books covering a vast number of subjects. Charles Moscowitz, you can get them there. And all right, thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Welcome to the program. And my guest is Robert Spencer. And Robert is the author of Empire of God, How the Byzantines Saved Civilization. Robert Spencer is the author of over 25 books, a prolific writer. He is the director of Jihad Watch, his Silman Fellow at the David Horowitz Freedom Center. Robert, thanks for joining me today.
Good to see you, Charles. Thank you very much.
Well, before we get into the topic of the Byzantine Empire as a very important historic issue, given your expertise on the nature of Islam and your best-selling books, I need to ask you, in the aftermath of the bloodbath in the state of Israel with the Hamas slaughter of over 1,000 Jews and Israelis, there has been this huge support for Hamas, and in the United States, that's translated in the form of people on the far left, including the Jewish left, I may add, coming out in favor of Hamas. And in Europe, even worse, more troubling, you have the rumblings of what looks like, Islamo Europe. I mean, it's like a takeover of entire zones and cities. I guess that for the first part of my question, is Europe to be saved for Christendom, for the West, or has it reached a tipping point, do you think?
It's going to be very difficult. The Europeans have been setting the stage for what's happening now for many decades. What's happening goes back to the 1970s, when the European Commission and then the European Union entered into a series of agreements with the Arab League that would encourage mass migration of Muslim Arabs and not require any assimilation. They would, in other words, be allowed explicitly by the word of the European governments to establish enclaves where Islamic law was enforced and the laws of the land would be ignored. These enclaves have only grown with the steady rate of migration that accelerated. As a matter of fact, in 2015, when Angela Merkel in Germany started her Wir schaffen das campaign, we can do this, to bring massive numbers of Muslims into the country, and many of other Western European nations followed suit. The European Union is completely on board with this initiative, pressuring Poland, Hungary, and other states that have been reluctant to go along into dropping their objections and opening their doors also. Poland is just about to do that now, as a matter of fact. And it seems as if they didn't realize that this would mean the Islamization and the Islamization of their countries and the subjugation of the native population. Now, of course, there are some groups that are waking up to it. Geert Wilders, who has long opposed this initiative, was just given the largest vote in the Netherlands, but even then, he just dropped his proposals that have been on the table for 5 years to ban the Quran and close the mosques, because he can't build a coalition or become prime minister while favoring those things. And so it seems as if Europe is in a very difficult situation. It would take major upheaval to reverse what's happening now. And if it's not reversed, then Europe will be Islamic by the end of this century.
Robert, we would assume by conventional wisdom that nations would act in the interests of their own futures of their own people. And obviously, it does not seem to be the case with regard to the welcoming in of a mass influx of Muslims from Africa, from Asia. So, what exactly? I mean, I could put on a tin hat here and think about some kind of conspiracy, but in conventional parlance, what exactly is their rationale for this? What exactly did Europeans, what did Germans expect to achieve by letting in 1 million Muslims? I mean, how is this marketed to the average German?
Yeah, Europeans have had a declining birth rate for quite some time now, and
Right,
it's below replacement level. And so it was sold to them on that basis that these societies are aging and they won't have people to make up the workforce. And so the migrants were sold, the mass migration was sold to the Europeans as a way to make up for that shortfall. The migrants would come in and do the work as the European native population aged.
right,
Now, the problem there is manifold. And one aspect of it is the fact that the Quran stipulates that Muslims must fight against non Muslims. And then it says in chapter 9, verse 29, until they pay the jizya with willing submission and feel themselves subdued. Now, the jizya is a tax. Historically, in Sharia societies, societies that imposed Islamic law, the non Muslims had to pay this tax for the privilege of continuing to live as non Muslims. And they were subject to various other forms of humiliation and discrimination and harassment that were institutionalized in these societies under Islamic law. Now, when the tax is not enforced, because it's in the Quran, because it's commanded to the Muslims collect it in the Quran, when it's not collected, there have been Muslim clerics, even in Europe, who have said, in lieu of the payment of the jizya, you can go on welfare. You can collect the benefits that these states offer. And this is why Germany is such a magnet for mass migration, because it offers more generous welfare benefits than the other countries in Europe. And so many of the new arrivals come into Italy or Greece, but they pass right through because those countries are relatively impoverished and they don't give great deals to the migrants compared to what Germany gives. So they were brought in
well,
to work and they're going on
well,
well.
that's what I was going to say. I mean, it kind of contradicts the original selling point for this, which was economic, that they would basically contribute to the economy. They would take jobs, as Bush used to say, that no one else wants, which is really not true. But they're obviously not taking those jobs. They're becoming a burden and a ward of the state, which means a further drain of an economy and a further burden on a dwindling population, thanks to policies like abortion. So you have this phenomena where large groups of people are taking over particular neighborhoods and areas in Europe, and they are not working, and therefore you have all kinds of social problems emanating from that. Like in Britain, you've got these gangs who are, rape gangs, as Tommy Robinson says, and he's just been put in prison, by the way, for even mentioning this. And similar situations in Sweden and Norway, and I think parts of Germany. So the situation there is pretty bad. But in the United States, I am told by my liberal left wing friends that American Muslims have done a great job of integrating, of being assimilated into the American culture. And they point to Dearborn, Michigan, which has the largest Muslim population outside of the Middle East, as an example of Americanism and people who are productive. And in a way, many of them are. What is the difference between the United States and Europe in this regard, if there is one?
The difference is really only in the percentage. About 10% of France is Muslim now, and the
Mm.
percentages all over Europe are almost as high. And so in the United States, meanwhile, you have like 2% Muslims, maybe 3. That's it. And so the situation, and also a much larger landmass, you're going to have much less of the kind of societal pressure emanating from people who want to see Sharia implemented than you see in Europe. But as that number grows, and it's certainly growing, that's going to change, and we'll go down the same road that Europe is going down now. That is proven by the historical record. There's never been a case where large numbers of Muslims move into a country and adopt its mores and assimilate and don't try to impose Islamic law. It's never happened in history. Why should it be different here?
Right. And if you want to understand what we mean, what you mean by Islamic law or Sharia, you can check out Robert Spencer's books. He's got a New York Times bestseller on the topic of Sharia. Also, the issue of jihad, which is unique to Islam. It's not something that exists in Christianity. I'm told by my liberal friends again that this is not what we think it is, other than maybe Al Qaeda. It's actually a personal struggle. It's an internal improvement. It sounds almost, they make it almost sound like a Western value. Is there an element of that? I mean, there are portions of the Islamic world that embraces this sort of westernized peace, love, and freedom version of jihad, or are they all believers in the bloody version?
Well, there is a tradition within Islam. It's not just a westernization or a Western influence. There
Okay.
is Islamic tradition of jihad as spiritual struggle. And the famous statement of Muhammad that he was coming from a battle and said, "We're leaving the lesser jihad and going to the greater jihad," which is often quoted in the West to show that fighting is only a secondary aspect of jihad at best. Now, this is actually quite misleading, and there are many Muslim authorities who will point out and have pointed out that that statement is considered of dubious authenticity by Islamic scholars, and that statements involving jihad as warfare are much more common, much easier to find, and much more central within the Islamic texts. And so the idea that there is some sort of a benign understanding of jihad that rejects the violent aspects is just an uninformed view that does not take into account what Islam actually teaches. The teaching of jihad is very clearly primarily warfare against unbelievers. The easiest proof of this is the fact that in chapter 8, verse 41 of the Quran, it says that when you fight, you should give a fifth of the spoils of war to Muhammad. He gets his cut like a mafia don. And the thing about it is, Charles, that the spiritual struggle, if that's what jihad is, there's no spoils of war. So it's very clear that the Quran, when it's speaking about fighting and struggling, which is what jihad is all about, struggle,
Right.
then it means warfare, that kind of struggle, and not any other kind.
Right. It's warfare and a looting operation, and the very word booty comes from Arabic. And the word Islam means total submission of the entire planet in order to match a complete and one Almighty God in the Islamic understanding. It's a physical, military subjugation of the planet. It's in a way the world's first world order movement. Um, the what should be done? I mean, my own thoughts are that Muslim minorities in the United States and in Europe and in elsewhere, they ought to take an oath of loyalty to the country that they reside in, and if they violate that oath, then they should have to go. As far as Islamic countries are concerned, let them do whatever they want. I mean, respect their sovereignty within reason. I mean, if a country is going to be so evil in terms of human rights, then the world will have to respond to that. But for the most part, if they want to be Islamic, be Islamic. But if they want to engage in aggression against their non-Islamic neighbors, they have to be met on the field of battle.
Well, yeah, this is exactly the kind of thing that we should be doing if we had a sane administration in Washington that took into account the real meaning, the real history, and the real understanding of jihad that prevails among Muslims today. The nation's mosques should be put under surveillance with the understanding that if they teach something regarding the overthrow of the government, regarding the imposition of Sharia in the United States, then that will be considered to be seditious. In other words, all we really need to do is enforce laws that are already existing. But nobody wants to do that because to do it would be Islamophobic or would appear to be discriminating against Muslims. There was talk of monitoring mosques 10, 15 years ago, right after 9/11, and the Muslim groups objected, saying, well, then you should monitor synagogues and churches. And I thought, well, in the first place, synagogues and churches aren't producing terrorists. They don't have texts that teach warfare against unbelievers as a cardinal element of the religion. But if you have terrorist activity in a synagogue or a church, then yes, certainly it should be monitored. And there are plenty, for example, the Dar al-Hijra Mosque in Virginia or the Islamic Society of Boston, they have many jihad terrorists who attended there.
Indeed.
And that ought to be an occasion for saying we need to take a look at what's being taught at these places.
No, exactly. Instead, they're spying on Catholics because they're pro-life. You say Islamophobic. I don't think there's anything phobic about concern over what we're talking about here. There's some genuine issues that need to be brought up if we are to secure our future in this world. And to get back to history here, the book in question is Empire of God: How the Byzantines Saved Civilization. Robert Spencer is here discussing this most recent book. Robert, the Byzantine Empire, or the Eastern Roman Empire, existed for almost 1,000 years, from the time of Constantine the Great, who was the founder and who moved the Roman capital to Constantinople, which at the time previously was known as Byzantium, right up till the 1453 final sack of Constantinople by the Seljuk Turks. You have, as you say, a bulwark against this advance, which of course busted out of Arabia in the 7th century. What was Byzantium like? I mean, what kind of a civilization was it?
Well, this is the civilization really that was the foundation of Western civilization. People talk about the ancient Greeks, Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, and so on, as being the source and really the standard for all political thought, philosophical thought, even theology in some ways, ever since then. But we would not even know about those writings were it not for the Byzantines having preserved them and then taken them west at a time when the empire was imperiled and then later when it fell. In Western Europe in the 15th century, they only had 2 books of Plato and very little understanding of his philosophy. And it was Byzantine teachers traveling to Italy who began to teach about Plato and introduce the other books that had been lost or never known in the West to the thinkers in Western Europe, which sparked the Renaissance. So that's one great, tremendous way in which the Byzantine Empire influenced Western civilization. Really, we wouldn't be even having this conversation now had it not been for the Byzantines holding off the forces of jihad for 800 years until they fell to the Ottomans in 1453, because they would have overrun Europe. The Byzantines were the ones who were holding them back. And if they had not been there, then Europe would have been conquered and Islamized. Western civilization would never have developed. In the United States, if we were here at all, it would have been a vastly different place.
Right, and as it was, the Ottomans reached the gates of Vienna and the southern outskirts of Poland, and were beaten back in the famous Battle of Vienna by Sobieski, the Polish general. And but again, not to echo a liberal historian who's a very close friend of mine, when I mentioned that I was discussing this, they claim that it was the Byzantines who destroyed the great library of Alexandria, when in fact my understanding is it was the Muslims who destroyed it. Who destroyed that library?
Yeah, there's an old story about the Caliph Umar, the second successor rather, of Muhammad as the leader of the Muslim community, going into the Library of Alexandria, ordering it to be burnt. And they said, "What are you doing, burning the library?" He said, "If the books in it agree with the Quran, they are superfluous. If they disagree with the Quran, they are heretical. Either way, we don't need them."
Mhm.
And that is many people question the historical accuracy of that story, but it's much more likely that the Muslims, who many of whom did have that kind of attitude, burned
Yeah.
the library than that the Byzantines, who revered learning and knowledge and books and so on, would have done so. But it
Right.
surprised me that you've heard this, or that
Yeah.
your friend would say this, because this is one of the reasons why I wrote the book. The Byzantines have a very bad rap in the popular culture today, insofar as people know about them at all. And there are all sorts of things told about them that are patently false. But there is a concerted effort on the part of Muslims to whitewash the history of Islam, which is one reason why I wrote another book a few years ago, The History of Jihad. And they have created and circulated various stories about notorious incidents in order to deflect the blame for them from Muslims onto non-Muslims and to protect Islam from criticism. There's the adherents of no other religion do this kind of thing. And it has created the fact that there are all sorts of people who know very little maybe about the Byzantine Empire, but what they know is inaccurate because it's part of this PR. I'll tell you another one. For example, Robert Kaplan is a noted historian of the modern day. I've never met him, but I read his book, Balkan Ghosts. And at one point, he's talking about, in Balkan Ghosts, he's touring around in the Balkans, and he goes into an Orthodox church and he sees several Orthodox churches. He sees that the icons, the holy images that are revered in Orthodox Christianity, all have their eyes scratched out. And he asks, "What's up with that?" And somebody tells him, "This is the old ladies come and scratch the eyes out of the icons and use them in potions to try to cure people's blindness and eyesight difficulties." Now, when I read this, I was ready to throw the book at the wall. This is ridiculous. It shows a manifest misunderstanding of many things. One of them, Orthodox Christians, these pious women in the Balkans, are not going to deface icons. The people who deface icons are the enemies of the Orthodox, and they are reviled by the Orthodox for doing so. It was the Muslims who destroyed the eyes of the icons when they occupied Eastern Europe. Why did they do that? Because in Islamic theology, the human image is not to be represented. It's a temptation to idolatry. So you don't have images of human beings in Islamic art. It's all calligraphy and so on. You don't have any representations of forms at all. And in order to destroy the power of the image to incite idolatry, you take out the eyes or break the nose or something like that. And so if you go into museum after museum, you'll see statuary from the Middle East, from Central Asia, and the noses are broken.
Right.
And why is that? Is it because there are appendages that are sticking out? Probably in some cases, sure. But in other cases, it was done to ruin the idolatrous power of the image, done by Muslims. But of course, the museums would never dare to tell you that.
Maybe that's why the nose in the Great Sphinx is blown off.
Oh, yeah, that's another good example.
Although I always heard that it was Napoleon's troops when they occupied Egypt in 1899.
It's another fake story.
Okay,
Napoleon
1879.
shoot off the nose of the Sphinx. The proof of that is drawings of the Sphinx that predate Napoleon's presence in Egypt and show that the nose was already gone. There is also, I forget the guy's name. It was Muhammad something, but it's in my book, The History of Jihad. There was a Muslim leader who had the nose removed from the Sphinx in order to destroy its power as an image to incite idolatry. And
Sure.
so it's exactly the same thing. It was a couple hundred years before Napoleon got there. But even now, tour guides in Egypt will tell you that because they're trained. It's a cultural habit, really, to deflect the blame away from Islam in all cases.
Well, I mean, the more recent examples of that, with the destruction of the great Hindu statues in Afghanistan that were carved into a side of a mountain,
Yep.
and also the destruction of Palmyra, which is, of course, an ancient Roman era city in Syria, was destroyed by ISIS, so largely destroyed. So, you've got this kind of I don't know, culture, anti-human. I mean,
Mm.
component. This idea is almost a nihilistic approach to anything that has any value, any beauty, any authenticity. It's seen as a threat, I suppose, to the cult.
Well, the Quran says in chapter 3, verse 137, to look upon the ruins of of pre-Islamic cultures, and you'll see the power of Allah in judging the non-Muslims. And so the people like ISIS and the Taliban, they like to create ruins of non-Muslim cultures because they think this shows the power and judgment of Allah, and they are the executors of that wrath, as the Quran also says, chapter 9, verse 14 to 15, that the Muslims should fight the unbelievers and Allah will punish them through their hands. So they are the wrath of Allah. And
I
so when
see.
they blow up the statues or destroy the ancient city, they are enacting the wrath of Allah against the unbelievers.
Right, and they also engage in major cases of mass psychological projection, as they are doing now regarding Israel allegedly engaging in genocide, which is very insulting, putting that aside, because they're trying to find and locate the Hamas enemies that are firing missiles and digging terror tunnels and floating, hang gliders with machine guns. Um, and yet, that particular line of reasoning has been embraced by so many left wingers in the United States. They're not Muslim. Why are they siding with that? What's going on with that?
Leftists hate Israel, which is paradoxical since many Jews in the West and in America in particular are leftists. But I don't think they've thought it through with respect, because the fact is the left is a collectivist impulse. The left wants uniformity. It wants everybody to be the same and everybody to be on the same economic level, everybody to have the same culture, the same perspective. There's a great hostility to dissenting views every time.
Mm,
Excuse me. Every time the left takes power, it crushes dissent and it enforces a kind of uniformity. I think most vividly illustrated by the fact that in Mao's China, you had everybody wearing the same clothes.
right.
Because if I wear different clothes from you, then yours might be nicer than mine, or vice versa. And then there's inequality. So,
Yeah.
to enforce the equality of all people, everybody wears the same clothes, everybody's in the same cookie cutter house, it's all the same. Now, the
Yeah.
Jews are the fundamental group of people that resists uniformity and collectivization because they have resisted assimilation and being drawn into the wider culture all over the world throughout history. And so they're quintessentially anti-left, even if
Exactly.
they don't
Even if
realize.
even if they think of themselves as on the left. I mean, the reality is that the way the belief system, the way they conduct their lives, even the atheist Jews, they are, as you say, they're nonconformists, they're individualists. They've embraced certain values of education, of family, of success, both material and spiritual, that do set them apart and that also make them targets.
Mhm.
Um, so you have a situation where um, Byzantium was in place, as we said, for 800 years, and it was the world's first Christian empire. The regions that were conquered by the Islamic forces were Christian lands for many, many centuries. Egypt, North Africa, Palestine, Syria, eventually Turkey, or what was Asia, Anatolia. These had long settled Christian populations. I think that they finally did in the last influential Christian population in these occupied lands when there was the genocide against the Armenians and the Greeks in the early part of the 20th century. And they continue to attack the indigenous Christian people of these countries. I mean, these are people who were there long before Islam came in with the sword and imposed itself. I just think that's something people don't seem to realize, especially people who think there's something trendy about being indigenous.
No, they don't have any idea. The people who think it's trendy to be indigenous are completely ignorant of history. And they have no idea that if they are going to be consistent in claiming, and I don't believe that it's a true claim or an accurate claim, but they claim that Israel is on stolen land, then they should be saying Turkey is on stolen land. And, I myself, my grandparents lived in the Ottoman Empire and were exiled during
Right.
World War One. So, do I have a right of return to Chesme in Asia Minor? Nobody says that, of course, because Turkey is not a target for the global left and the global jihad. But it's exactly the same kind of, actually, it's much more accurately called stolen land situation than Israel is. So you have these people being indoctrinated and propagandized and essentially lied to, and then they're going out and acting in increasingly militant fashion upon those lies.
Oh yeah, I mean, indeed, as you point out, I mean, Turkey, what's called Turkey, had ancient Greek communities. The Pontian Greeks come to mind, which were completely ethnically cleansed in the early 1920s, and Turkey was made. It was de-Christianized in the literal sense. I mean, the Coptic Christians of Egypt go back. It's the world's first Christian church. They go back to the time of Christ. I mean, it's not. We're talking about the very cradle of Christianity that is now occupied by these occupiers, if you will. So, Robert, where can people get your excellent book?
It's at Amazon, at Barnes and Noble, anywhere fine books are sold, and it's available
All
now.
right,
Also, go
Robert
to
Spencer. Yeah, I'm sorry. Where?
oh, you can also go to jihadwatch.org, and you'll find links to order all my books.
Oh yeah, and I would urge people to subscribe over at Jihad Watch if you want to get the real news that's not covered by the mainstream Mockingbird press. Robert Spencer, I want to thank you for joining me.
Hey, a pleasure, Charles. Thank you.
All right, take care. Thank you.
Okay, we are live. Charles Moscowitz. Thanks for joining me, everyone. My guest is Dr. William Makis, MD. Dr. Makis is with the University of Alberta in Canada. He is what I would describe as a whistleblower. He's a doctor of conscience. Dr. Makis, this is I can't describe it as anything other than a depressing and a very frightening topic, which is the possible consequences of the mRNA vaccine, so-called, the spike protein, and all the rest. So before we go there, could you talk a little bit about your practice and how you got to where you are?
Certainly. Thank you for having me. I'm a Canadian physician. I did all my medical training in Canada. I have an undergraduate degree in immunology. I have a 4-year MD and then a 5-year specialization in nuclear medicine, radiology, and oncology. My practice has been mainly oncology for the last decade. I've diagnosed about 20,000 cancer patients with cutting edge diagnostic tools like PET-CT, positron emission tomography, CT. I also was a primary oncologist for several hundred end-stage cancer patients that I treated with targeted radionuclide therapy. So I have a background in oncology. I'm not a medical oncologist. It's a specific branch of radiology and oncology that deals with radiation for diagnosis and treatment.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've been reporting sudden deaths and injuries related to the COVID-19 vaccine since late 2021. So I've been doing this for over 2 years. I started because I realized there were many red flags with the COVID vaccines, and I saw it in my colleagues. I saw it within Canadian doctors who, in late 2021, were mandated to take the COVID-19 vaccines. If they hadn't been mandated, then my path might have taken a very different course. But what the mandates did was they forced everyone to produce evidence of having at least two vaccines, or they would be kicked out of work. They would not be allowed to continue practicing medicine. And these mandates occurred across Canada, that the deadlines were October 2021. In some provinces like Alberta, the deadlines were pushed back because there was a huge outcry from healthcare workers. Approximately 30% of healthcare workers in Alberta refused to submit proof of vaccination status. They were threatened repeatedly until a lot of them submitted, and the rest either retired or left medicine completely, or simply, refused and were fired. So we had tens of thousands of healthcare workers in Canada effectively fired at the end of 2021. And so what you have, or what I saw, was a cohort that was 100% vaccinated because of the mandates. And once
So
they were
that's more than
100%.
a casual sampling of that would be required for any statistical analysis. And there are several things that strike me as significant here. Firstly, the vaccine mandates came after the actual COVID virus was pretty much gone by the end of 2020. And yet, all of a sudden, there comes this mandate both in Canada and the United States, and it's a very heavily handed enforcement. I mean, in the United States, for example, military men and women were required to get the vaccine or they would be court martialed and they would lose all their benefits. I mean, you weren't even allowed to resign. You were told you get the vaccine or you're finished. And there was this whole business of the vaccine mandate proof of vaccine cards that suddenly we're being told that if you don't have this, you can't go to a restaurant, you can't go to a store. Right here in Boston, for example, the new mayor, the first thing she did was sign a bill saying that you had to show a vaccine mandate in order to go into a restaurant or store. Now, the people that saved the world, frankly, and I thank God for them, were the Canadian truckers. If it hadn't been for the Canadian truckers bringing the economy of Canada almost to a standstill, because that's the power they have, and that was spreading to the United States, to Australia, New Zealand, France, even Israel, and it was becoming a worldwide thing. The entire establishment that was pushing this experimental jab backed down. They can't have everything stopped. The mayor of Boston backed down, and we at least got a reprieve. But the broader question is, why wasn't the medical establishment consulting such respected figures as yourself and as many doctors in the United States? Such a Dr. Peter McCullough comes to mind, Dr. Robert Malone, Dr. Reish from over at Yale University Medical Center. They were denounced. These were men who were, and women who were they had their careers threatened and in some cases ruined for questioning the efficacy of this so-called vaccine. So what's going on here? Before we get into the horrors of the vaccine itself, what is going on with the politics of this, at least in Canada, which I think is a reflection of the world?
Well, it's important to note that before the mandates came, they tried every incentive imaginable to get maximal uptake of the COVID vaccines. And so, initially it was just, save grandma and protect the healthcare system. It then moved to all kinds of perverse incentives, such as, here's a donut, Krispy Kreme donut for a vaccine, or fries or burgers or ice cream.
Sure.
for kids and so on. It actually the incentives progressed to $1 million lotteries. We had, I think, two $1 million lotteries here in Alberta, and this is a conservative province. And so there were all kinds of incentives to maximize the uptake. And I believe the uptake probably was already in the region of 70% or so with the two doses by the time they came with the mandates. So really, the mandates were to hunt down the remaining 30%, of which they probably knew they could never get at least 10 to 15% they would never have, no matter how much they forced. So it really was, to get sort of the most hesitant individuals
Right.
and to really put pressure on and maximal pressure on them and force them into this. I always felt that vaccine mandates were illegal. They were not only unscientific, they were unethical, they were immoral, but they really were illegal. And the courts have failed. They failed, certainly in Canada, to address the illegality of the mandates. The United States had much more success
Mm.
in getting mandates overturned. And, I think because a lot of the damage I see is in vaccine mandated professions. The damages being suffered by individuals, for example, at the universities and colleges who were mandated the vaccines and might have otherwise not taken the vaccines. And so that is where the bulk of the damage is and was caused,
Right.
was by mandating these shots. And of course, people who didn't abide by the mandates had their lives destroyed, utterly destroyed.
Yeah, I
Uh,
mean, in the case of the Canadian truckers, they had their bank accounts shut down. They called
exactly.
them Nazis, and this sort of very vicious, denunciations that seem to have accompanied the incentives, sending the message out that if you didn't play ball with a vaccine, you could lose your career, you could lose everything. And the other irony is that we now know, I think, quite definitively that there were a lot of very big lies told about the vaccine. The first one that comes to mind is that the vaccine gives you 95% immunity from the virus, and that our vaccines in America are superior to the Russian vaccine and the Chinese vaccine, which only gives you 85% immunity. That was a complete lie, and they must have known that. Then they changed the story to say, well, it doesn't give you any vaccine. Even the CDC admitted this, but you won't die from the virus if you take the vaccine. And then the Cleveland Clinic came out with a survey that was very definitive, and that was more than a sample. It was everyone who had ever entered into that world-renowned clinic, showing that 70% of the people in their hospital had the vaccine. So, it's just lie after lie. What is going on here? I mean, is it a matter of money? Is it a matter of politics? Are they trying to kill us off? Or what the hell is this about?
Well, that's a good question. I just wanted to address also the Canadian truckers. I believe the Canadian truckers absolutely changed the game and really changed
Oh, yeah.
potentially the outcome of where this was all going. Got the mandates removed
Indeed.
and probably put a big wrench into this uh, plan, really, to put pressure on everybody to get vaccinated, or people would be completely locked out of society, which is what 6 million Canadians were. 6 million Canadians experienced communism in the sense of we had an iron curtain. They couldn't travel, they couldn't get on a plane, they couldn't get on a train. They were locked out of government benefits. I mean, this was full blown communism with the censorship
Mm.
as well. And I think that's one thing that maybe gets forgotten, is that during that time, the medical establishment didn't listen to us because we were censored. We were banned off social media platforms. We were not given a platform.
Right.
On Twitter, there were over 11,000 accounts that were suspended, terminated, censored due to COVID-19 misinformation. And a lot of
Sure.
these were doctors, PhDs like myself, like Dr. McCullough, like Dr. Robert Malone, There was a wave of terminations of accounts around this time. I lost my account in March of 2022, and the reason I lost my account was I had posted a study. I had actually reposted a study that had come out about children 5 to 11 years old who had the vaccine, who were showing evidence of negative vaccine efficacy after a certain time, which means that they were getting sick more often than unvaccinated children, which means that their immune systems were being damaged. I said in my post that the vaccine should be taken off the market. That is all I said. That was my
That was
only
enough to have you
commentary.
banned. I mean, I
And
was
that
watching
was
you on
enough
YouTube
to
when
have
that
me
was
banned.
done. There was a massive censorship. It was declared, quote, misinformation, unquote, which, of course, as you say, it was very communistic. It was extremely authoritarian to be able to not discuss by people who are qualified, such as yourself, a medical issue. It's very anti science, I would add. These are people who love to talk about anti science. I mean, how much more anti-science can you get than this? There's also, I believe, I'm not mistaken when I say that VAERS, which is a federal agency, it's part of the CDC. It was created in the early 1970s as part of OSHA that keeps track of vaccine damage, and they issue reports annually, and I even think quarterly, on any vaccine that enters the market. I think it was the summer of 2021 they stopped doing this. They just censored it. They no longer issue that information. It's no longer public. So, you have a situation where there's a real blackout on information. And as far as the vaccine card goes, I don't think I'm wandering off the reservation by suggesting that the World Economic Forum had already talked about a digitized card, which means that you would have to present a digitized card that ultimately, quite frankly, could be implanted under the skin. Alex Jones talked about that. I know he's very controversial. I know how criticized he is, but he's been right about a lot of this stuff. But even so, this digitized card could potentially have any information on it that they want to put on it about you, and
Yeah.
you could end up having to. You can't eat. You can't go into a buy. You can't do banking. You can't get into a car without it. So this would be essentially the end of freedom. This would be it. It would be
Well,
it.
we were very close.
Yeah.
If people will remember, Europe, for example, had a vaccine passport that had 8 vaccine spots on it. And this was at a time when people only had 2 vaccines. And so it seemed ridiculous that we would get to a point
Right.
where you would have to have 8 vaccines, noted on this vaccine passport. And yet, right now, this is where we are. The CDC is about to recommend the 9th dose, I believe, in the
Right.
fall. And so we are at the point where if someone followed the recommendations, whether issued by the public health chief in Canada, Dr. Theresa Tam, or whether issued by CDC, you would have had 8 vaccines at this point, which is exactly what the European vaccine passport had back in early 2022. And so I think we were headed in that direction. As I recall, Israel also had a vaccine passport that I guess was called like a green card or something like that, or would be
Right.
green if
Yep.
you were up to date on your vaccinations. A number of places around the world had this plan to implement vaccine passports, and even for a while in Canada, for example, they were forcing people to show proof of vaccination, whether to get into a restaurant, whether to get into sports facilities. So I believe this seems to have been the plan from the beginning. The
Yes.
goal to vaccinate. You asked what was the purpose to try to get everybody vaccinated, and I do believe I'm not big on depopulation theories per se, but I do believe that there is strong evidence that based on how the pharmaceutical companies are positioning themselves right now, that there was certainly a profit motive, and there may have been a motive to at least disable a significant segment of the population, significant enough that now all the pharmaceutical companies are positioning themselves to profit off vaccine injuries that they themselves caused.
Oh yeah, I mean, so they cause it's like the poison and the antidote in the same laboratory. They cause myocarditis in young men in particular. Now they're coming out with a heart treatment to deal with the myocarditis
Yeah,
that they caused. And just briefly, again, the business with the electronic passports. George Gilder, who's one of America's most respected scholars, he spent 3 years in communist China back in the 1980s, and he talked about um, I heard him interviewed in an NPR program here that China was implementing this program of social score.
yeah.
If you didn't have a high enough social score in China, you didn't get to leave your community. You were basically living under house arrest. And he predicted that this would come to this country under the guise of the high, the social media, Google in particular, that every American ultimately would have this score. And now that's kind of admitted. I mean, you've got BlackRock and you've got Fidelity basically scoring investments based on what they call the what is it, environment EKG score, rather than whether or not they're making a profit. And so there's no reason to think that it's certainly not even speculative that these bio passports would be used to keep that kind of information about you ultimately as part of this world control. Now, I want to talk about the actual vaccine itself a bit here because I know a lot of people who have gotten the vaccine, including members of my family. I've gotten the vaccine. I didn't want to do it, but I was put under my frankly my wife and my daughter let me know I had to do it under no uncertain terms. So I and I actually looked to Israel, which I should not have done. And I said, gee, if they're doing it, it might be okay. They're not going to kill their entire population. So I went ahead. I'm fine. I didn't have any reaction. And recently, someone suggested to me on my show, actually Michael Shaw, who's a regular guest of mine and who's a medical researcher, that there's a likelihood that the vaccine companies, a percentage of the vaccine's a saline solution. And the reason they did that is because they didn't want us, because there would be such an outcry, it would be so obvious the amount of harm this thing was doing that they reduced that by simply not putting it in the vaccine. And that I probably got the saline, although a very close friend of mine now has cancer. And in this case, I don't think she did get the saline. She got the real toxin. Do you think there's anything to that? Do you think that this portion of these things are saline?
It's very possible. There is tremendous batch to batch variability. And I think this has been confirmed. People can go on howbadismybatch.com, put their serial number in, and see how many serious adverse events, and deaths have been reported to theirs for that particular batch. And
Mm.
there's tremendous variability. And so I have seen, I think it was Danish researchers that had analyzed the batches and made a conclusion that probably 30% of the batches were saline, although that this hasn't been confirmed, but at least that's what it looks like based on the adverse event profile in theirs. And then there's another 60-65% that have a variable rate of injuries and deaths, anywhere from very few to quite a significant amount. And then there's approximately 5% of batches that look to be what are called hot lots, and they have a very high rate of injuries and deaths. And
So,
the cancers now that are showing up are really extremely aggressive. And it remains to be seen what percent of the population is eventually going to be affected by cancer. What's interesting is that Albert Bourla, Pfizer CEO, when he does interviews, he confidently states that 30% of people will get cancer. And that is
incredible.
which is
And he
which is
was under
shocking.
controversy for not getting the vaccine right away. And he said, "Well, I want to make sure that people in need get it first," which seems a little fishy to me. But either
Yeah.
way, he eventually did get it. Do you think that these people got the saline?
Well, here's an interesting thing when we're talking about Pfizer employees and so on. They had special batches for their own employees
Mm,
that nobody else got. So they had their own
lovely.
batch, which may just be saline.
Yeah, maybe a non-batch.
Exactly.
And also, I think Congress gave itself an exemption from the vaccine, which
Yes. And
so
even there have been now Canadian politicians that have come out and said that, oh, none of the public health recommendations actually applied to the Canadian politicians. And so some of them have admitted this on the record. So,
so the
um,
vaccine was for the rest of us lumpen proletariats. I mean, it's for the us chumps.
yeah.
Um, what can we do if we have had the vaccine? I mean, it's. I know this is a very depressing subject, and I know
Mhm.
people don't want to hear about this, but there have been. I mean, I've interviewed Ed Dowd a couple of times. He's a researcher who has shown that actuarial charts for insurance companies are through the roof on both life and health insurance, where
That's right.
they are reporting, and they don't want to report this because they lose money. It's not like they're part of any conspiracy here, but they are reporting an increase in sudden death, in myocarditis, pericarditis, and blood clots, and not to mention that there are questions of infertility, particularly for pregnant women. I mean, it's horrible that they would give a vaccine like this to a pregnant woman. But what can we do if we've had the vaccine? Is it too late for us? Are we going to be dead within the next 5 years, or what?
No. So I had discussions with Ed Dowd about this. We were together at CPAC. I was also with him at Senator Ron Johnson's hearing.
Right.
I saw the data that he presented at the Senate, and it's very very stark numbers. 1.1 million excess deaths since the rollout of the vaccines, 3.5 million disabilities, permanent disabilities, and about 28 million injuries of some kind that didn't necessarily lead to disability or death. And so this is the data that he presented based on his analysis of like you said, insurance information and missed time off work and so on. So that is over 10% of the US population has been really significantly adversely affected by the vaccines.
Mm.
Now, I'm not the type of person to panic or to make wild claims like, everyone who had the vaccine is gonna die in 5 years or something like that. I don't believe that. I don't think the data is showing that or suggesting that trajectory. What it is suggesting is that the deaths and injuries continue. They're not slowing down. They're continuing at roughly the same rate as last year, and so that is concerning over the long term because as I report the sudden deaths of individuals, I could see people still coming down with myocarditis, still coming down with blood clots at a very steady rate, even though people have stopped taking booster shots. So these are
Right.
long-term effects of the
And these are
vaccine.
young people too, by the way.
Young people, exactly,
Athletes, people in top
exactly.
health. This
And so
isn't.
it's still happening, and most of these people are not taking booster shots. Booster shot uptake is about 10% only now. So, but really, there's a bigger tsunami of neurological injuries and cancers, these turbo cancers, as they're called. So the question is, what does anybody do? I think you have to be, if you've taken the shots and you haven't had any issues, you haven't had any side effects, you still have to assume that you've been effectively poisoned to some degree, at some level, that there may be damage happening that you're not aware of. And people who are proactive, I believe, will do much better than people who are reactive, meaning reactive means you wait until you have the heart attack, you wait until you have the stroke or develop the cancer.
Right.
One shocking statistic I can tell you about the sudden deaths that I've reported is that about 80 to 85% of people who've suffered a sudden death in the past year did not have a warning sign, did not have health problems, did not have blood clots and myocarditis or anything that would have given them a warning sign. That is why so many of the reports say family and friends are shocked, completely unexpected, sudden and unexpected, right? And so being proactive is extremely important, I believe. And it's there's very simple things you can do.
Yes.
I'm a big believer in fasting, in a long fast, like a 3-day fast, a 72-hour water fast, which brings your body into a state of ketosis and then initiates autophagy, where your body itself starts clearing damaged cells and removes them, destroys them. And this may be the only way to deal with some of the damage that's been done, whether by the mRNA or by the spike protein, because of course the mRNA is artificial. It's a pseudouridine modified mRNA that lasts much longer in the system than it should and causes problems. And of course the spike protein lasts even longer than that. People are still producing spike protein sometimes a year or two after taking their last shot. And this suggests that there may have been integration events where either the mRNA or what we are now learning, the DNA contamination in the vaccines, may actually be integrating into our genome. And so fasting may be a way to remove some of these things, some of these transfected cells, and have the body simply destroy them. Because if they're producing the spike protein on the surface, that's a foreign protein. The immune system may be attacking it. The body may recognize it as a damaged cell, and then during a fasting, it may actually destroy or remove those cells. So that is the cornerstone for me in terms of approaching. And you could do a 3-day fast. You could do it, you could do it once a month. You could even do it twice a month. It's quite doable. I've done 3 of these myself, just to see how it would be, and it's very rejuvenating. It's a very fascinating thing to try.
And by the way, if you do it, make sure you have plenty of liquid, right?
Absolutely, plenty of water. You could even add black coffee or plain tea to it. It's supposed to stimulate the autophagy without stopping the actual fasting process.
Now, I'm not a
And
biologist, but what is the deal with the mRNA altering the DNA structure in the helix? Is that something that can become a permanent restructuring? I mean, this is the CRISPR technology, and
yeah,
is that an issue that once that's introduced and it basically interrupts the code of the DNA, is that something that can be done permanently? And what do we have any idea about the long-term effects of that?
well, so this is the big issue. I actually believe that this is the big topic right now. Um, Geneticists like Kevin McKernan, Philip Buchholz, they've confirmed that there is DNA contamination in every single vial of Pfizer and Moderna. Every single vial that they've tested, and whether it was the original vaccines, whether it's the boosters, or even the newest booster shot, all of them have contamination of billions of copies of either DNA plasmids or DNA fragments, which are there because of the mass manufacturing process that Pfizer and Moderna employed. So initially, they apparently handmade these vaccines for their clinical trial under very controlled, very specific conditions. But when it came to making these vaccines for the general population and mass manufacturing them, they actually changed the manufacturing process to make it easier and cheaper for themselves. And they used E. coli and DNA plasmids grown in E. coli to make this process easier, faster, cheaper for themselves, and of course to be able to mass produce, hundreds of millions of doses. And unfortunately, it seems that because of this manufacturing process that has never really been employed before, there are remnants of these DNA, E. coli, DNA plasmids and fragments that have remained in the vaccine vials. They were supposed to get rid of them. They were supposed to purify the mRNA after making it and get rid of all the DNA that served as the template, and they didn't. For whatever reason, they didn't. Some people think it was intentional. Some think it's a quality control issue. But these contaminants are there, and there was always a question of whether the mRNA can reverse transcribe and integrate into the genome, and this was seen as either extremely unlikely or impossible, even though it was shown in vitro by one research group who published it. But this was seen as a very, very low risk. However, now that the DNA contamination has been discovered, that completely changed the topic, because if you have billions of copies of foreign DNA injected into you with a delivery mechanism of the lipid nanoparticle, which delivers it very easily into cells, now you have something that can very easily integrate into the genome. And if it integrates into the wrong place, like a tumor suppressor gene, well, now you've astronomically increased the risk of getting cancer, which is what we're seeing. We're seeing extremely aggressive cancers, inexplicable in young people. So this is the problem, is that now we know that there's DNA contamination. Florida Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladapo has actually called out the FDA on this. He asked and demanded, have you done the testing to see if there are integration events from this contamination? And they refused to give him an answer. So he called for a halt of all these COVID vaccines. If there are integration events happening, and this is where the work is being done right now, I believe in the next few months, we will see paper after paper after paper confirming DNA integration events, which means that the genome of a vaccinated person has been modified, has been molested, has been damaged. And that will be, I believe, the big thing that probably brings down, Pfizer and Moderna as companies. We see their stock is crashing, relentlessly, despite the fact that the markets are setting new highs. There's something behind the scenes. Insiders know something very bad about these companies. And so I think this will be the next big scientific discovery, is confirmation of integration into the genome. And what do you do with that? Nobody knows. How do you clean that up, right? How do you get the stuff out of your genome? I don't think anybody knows. I don't think anybody has the answer to that. But, when we talk about,
the shocking
yeah,
aspect to it is that they're giving it to, I don't know, millions of children as young as 1 year old.
that's right.
And these are children that would not have caught COVID anyways. And
Yeah.
now that they've admitted that this vaccine does nothing to stop the spread of COVID or create immunity, what's the justification for it at all?
Well, there's no justification. I mean, there was never
I
justification
mean, what is their
to
marketing plan?
mandating it.
What are they claiming it does?
Well, so they're claiming at this point that it doesn't prevent transmission, but it reduces the severity of disease. So it reduces
In
hospitalizations and death
general or just with COVID?
for COVID.
Well,
So,
there
but the
is no
problem,
COVID now. I mean, it's
well, but that's the problem, is that the data, the excess mortality data in every highly COVID vaccinated country shows that there was no benefit, that no one benefited, from this
not to
vaccine.
mention the fact that several countries didn't have much COVID because they used ivermectin and
Yes.
hydroxychloroquine, which are
Yeah.
FDA-approved drugs that have been around forever as treatments for viruses. And of
Yeah.
course, in this country, that was denounced. Now I've heard that this mRNA research, this CRISPR research, they're going to be putting it into all vaccines. They're going to be putting it into meat. They're injecting it into cows. It's everywhere. How
Yeah.
are they justifying that? And is that true?
So, this is an interesting topic. The mRNA technology that was used in the COVID vaccine is not yet in the meat, although I believe the Australian government actually has a project that launched in 2022 where they are building facilities to have the capacity to quickly mRNA vaccinate all their cattle should there be some kind of an outbreak. And so there's been a stated intent by the government to vaccinate all the beef, for example, in Australia. There was an Israeli company that has just been given funding to pursue a project of mRNA vaccinating shrimp. And you may ask, well, how do you do that? You can't inject shrimp, right? So they have a new technology where they are putting the mRNA vaccines into the feed of the shrimp. So the shrimp are feeding on this, whatever form of it there is, and they're taking it up. And so now you end up with mRNA in the shrimp. And they said, we want to do this for all marine animals that are farmed for human consumption. And so there is this
So it's
push to get
everywhere.
this technology out and to
And
get it
also,
in.
what about the shedding or the shredding or whatever? I mean, if you're like, if you're near a person who's had the jab,
Yeah.
the bioweapon, if you will, I mean, can you catch it from them? I mean, just by being in their presence?
Well, you can't get vaccinated through shedding. At least I don't believe you can. I don't believe there's been any evidence shown that can happen. However, you can certainly be affected by it. You can be affected by transfer of lipid nanoparticles and mRNA or the spike protein from a vaccinated person. What's interesting is that this has been denounced as a conspiracy theory for a long time and still is. There are still physicians online that are saying this is a right-wing conspiracy theory.
Right.
However, Pfizer actually admitted to shedding, told us about shedding in their clinical trial documents. They don't call it shedding, but they call it environmental exposure through inhalation or skin contact of their product, of the lipid nanoparticle mRNA. And where they were concerned about this was pregnant women who happened to get pregnant in the Pfizer trial. They specifically state that if the pregnant woman is exposed to their product through inhalation or skin contact, you have to notify a Pfizer safety officer within 24 hours, and it has to be documented in the clinical trial. So shedding is real. Pfizer admitted to it themselves. What no one knows exactly is the extent of the shedding, how many particles are shed. Certainly, the maximum shedding occurs right after vaccination. That is when, about 75% of the dose ends up in the bloodstream. And then you can shed these particles either through bodily fluids or through exhalation. And what's interesting is that the content of the lipid nanoparticles, the mRNA, can actually, once they're dumped in the cell, they can be repackaged by the cell and sent back out in these particles called exosomes. And those you could breathe those out. So someone could actually be exposed to particles with mRNA or the spike protein once the spike protein is being produced by the body. Now, people have reactions to these things, and so there are people who will react to someone who's been recently vaccinated. They might feel sick, they might have a rash, they might even have bleeding. There have been reports of miscarriage just by being, in the surrounding of someone who's been vaccinated. I've had people come to me. I've had massage therapists come to me and tell me that they've been sick whenever they are massaging vaccinated clients because they're exposed to bodily fluids, all day long at work by the way of massage,
Right.
which
Yeah.
is their work. And so this is real. It happens. I don't believe it's a concern in terms of actually becoming vaccinated or getting an additional dose by being around someone who's shedding. But if you are a person who reacts, and a small percentage of people react to this external exposure, they should take steps that are somewhat similar to what the vaccine injured should take steps, or people suffering from long COVID, and that is take steps to mitigate the spike protein damage or the immune system reaction. And there's ways you can do that. Vitamin C, for example, or NAC, N-acetylcysteine. These are antioxidants that mitigate some of the spike protein damage. And you can actually try to address the spike protein itself. There are things that block the spike protein, like ivermectin. Ivermectin binds the spike
It's
protein. You can
available
use it.
now, pretty much over the counter. And what about nitokinase and bromelain?
Yes. So nattokinase is another thing you can use. This is an enzyme that breaks down the spike protein. Some people have had relief with nattokinase. Bromelain is another enzyme derived from pineapple. Nattokinase is derived from fermented soybeans. But like I said, ivermectin, quercetin, black seed oil, Nigella sativa, Artemisia annua. These are things that you can take to mitigate the damage of the spike protein, whether you're exposed to it by shedding, whether you're suffering from long COVID, or whether you've been vaccine injured.
That's right, and they're harmless if taken properly. I'm not here to recommend any of it. I mean, I've used nattokinase, and I've also taken a vitamin C, D3, and zinc and chloroquine formula.
Yeah,
And I would suggest that the listeners here look into finding some means. These are not expensive things
that's right.
that they can do something to sort of detox, if you will. And I think that your suggestion about the fast is one that I'm certainly going to take up, and it's a good one. Uh, Dr. Marcus, you seem optimistic that this whole rotten thing is going to be exposed in the next coming months. In spite of the censorship, we still have an ability to get the word out. And if you hear somebody say something's a right wing conspiracy, it means it's true, okay? But anyway, what do you think is going to happen in the near future with all this?
You look at Senator Ron Johnson's hearing, for example, and I was there, I was present in the room, and I've spoken to almost everybody in that room. We've discussed what's going on, and that presentation has gone viral around the world, something that wouldn't have happened even a year ago.
Mm.
And it's what I'm seeing is I am seeing a shift of the discussion of the vaccine injuries and deaths and the dangers of the mRNA platform, or the lipid nanoparticle mRNA platform. I'm seeing that shift from the corners of the web, or the fringe minority, as Justin Trudeau likes to call it, really into the mainstream. You're seeing a shift of this discussion into the mainstream. It's not considered taboo anymore. It's not considered extremely controversial. People might still disagree about many things, but you're seeing Steve Kirsch on Tucker Carlson. You're seeing Dr. Brett Weinstein on Tucker
Right.
Carlson. You're seeing Dr. Pierre Corey on Russell Brand.
Mm-hmm. And these guys have a
Steve,
following that's 10 times bigger than the mainstream media at this point. So
exactly.
the entire censorship regime has really failed, and I think that the reelection of Donald J. Trump will help matters, quite frankly, both in this country and around the world, in terms of getting to the bottom of this whole rotten issue, and how it's affected people, including our children.
And
So, yeah,
Yeah,
Dr. William
I
Marcus.
just want to say that I wanted. And you're absolutely right that the censorship has failed. There was an attempt to completely control the narrative on all the social media platforms and have a united sort of a consensus, I should say, to have a consensus on all the COVID propaganda points, including all the points around the vaccine. And we still see attempts to do this in the medical establishment. There are still attempts to completely silence and destroy all the dissenting doctors. This is happening in Canada. This is happening in the United States, UK, Australia. Doctors who are speaking up are having their medical careers destroyed. However, the censorship is failing, and it's failing because of a platform like Twitter or X, where you can get information that is not allowed on Facebook. It's not allowed on Instagram. I, for example, can only post images on Instagram. I cannot post commentary because I would lose my account. Whenever I
Right,
put out
same here.
articles,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's what's going on. Now, what's happened? I mean, a doctor's medical license is being threatened, and is it gotten to be that bad? What about the Canadian equivalent of the American Medical Association? Um, what's going on with them? Are they coming to bat for doctors?
they're suspending doctors' licenses, and when they do that, when they suspend your license, um, or they damage your license. And the way they do it is they'll say, well, you have complaints on your license for unprofessional conduct. And that makes you effectively unemployable anywhere else, because anywhere you go, let's say you go to a different province, well, they look at your record and they say, oh, well, you have unresolved complaints, we can't hire you. And this is what the colleges of physicians and surgeons in Canada have done in every single province. They're persecuting doctors who are speaking up. They are desperately trying to maintain this scientific consensus, which is completely fraudulent and completely artificial. But they have a consensus because they have effectively threatened everyone into submission and compliance. And the doctors who refuse to comply have had their lives and their careers destroyed. So this is still happening right now at a very aggressive level. However, those of us who are speaking up online, we have big audiences. Like I said, it's reached with Tucker Carlson, for example. You reach an audience much bigger than the mainstream media can
Oh
reach.
yeah, it's huge. And I mean, look, it takes a lot of courage for a doctor to speak out. You spend 8 years in medical school and internships, and you have all of this time invested. I mean, I've seen this. My own doctor totally changed her tune at some point and was no longer candid with me because they're afraid you're going
Yeah.
to lose everything. I get that. It's sad, and a lot of people don't have the courage to stand up like you do. But I think more and more people are, and the more doctors that do it, the more power you're going to have.
Yeah.
Anyway, William, where can people get information about you and about your work?
Well, thanks for having me again. People can find me on Twitter at MacusMD. I also have a very active Substack, macusmd.substack.com. And people can also find me on Instagram, WMacusMD. I only post images. These are, vaccine injuries and sudden deaths. I can't post commentary because I would immediately lose my account. But people can find me on those social media platforms.
Well, listen, I admire your work, and you're saving lives. You're doing what doctors we assume are supposed to do when you take the Hippocratic Oath, which I understand has been changed. But, you have a calling, and I admire that, and I appreciate what you're doing, William. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz, welcome to the program. We've got Tim Rivers here. He is the author of the American Gulag Chronicles. He's got a great article up on his Publius National Post. The more you arrest Trump, the more he will win. Tim, thanks for joining me today.
Oh, thanks, Charles. Appreciate you having me on.
So, Tim, this is an issue that I'm very concerned about. Right after the riots of January 6th in front of the U.S. Capitol building, you had the FBI sweep in over time, and they still are, and arrest hundreds of people and put them in prison, many of whom still have not yet had to face a trial. There has been reports of torture. In one case, I heard that somebody had one of his eyes knocked out. There have been people who have been denied prescription drugs. This is something that you would expect in the Soviet Union or Nazi Germany, this kind of horrendous abrogation of the basic rights of people. You've had some convictions of people who weren't even there at the site, including the head of the Proud Boys, who expressed some opinions, and for that he received a 22-year prison sentence. What the hell is going on here, Tim? What did you find, and what have you discovered from interviewing people?
Well, it's been almost 3 years since the event. We're really rolling the calendar back here and looking at what's happened. We've had a lot of time to uncover evidence that people have been very carefully trying to eradicate and obscure. The more trials that go on, the more evidence comes out, the more videos are seen, the more testimonies are entered into record, and you're beginning to see this narrative come apart. And it looks like a pretty naked power grab to me, an attempt to enforce a cultural and worldview change upon a country through sheer use of force and intimidation. It is all about get Trump, and I think everybody watches. Every time you indict him, and every time you do something, his poll numbers go up. And he's just blown away 2 primaries in 2 caucuses there. I think the trend is showing that the people are beginning to understand that it's really about persecution and not about prosecution.
I think that people aren't buying the agenda, and I think that the protest of January 6th was basically an attempt to support Congress's and the Assembly's ability to hear the testimony of 7 states that was scheduled to be challenged in terms of their delegation. That is something that is completely constitutional. It's something that's been done in many elections, going all the way back to that of Thomas Jefferson in 1800. And what was going on was that you had 7 states who had at least 1 representative and 1 senator jointly sign a letter challenging their delegation. Those letters were to be presented, according to Article 2 of the Constitution, to the President of the Assembly, who also happens to be the Vice President of the United States, that being Mike Pence. And once receiving that letter, Pence is required to have hearings that can last up to 2 hours, in which case the challenge to the delegation can be adjudicated, debated, and presented by both sides. At the end of the 2 hours, it is then up to the President of the Assembly, who also happens to be the Vice President of the United States, to either seat the delegation that originally been sent up or not seat them, based upon the evidence that emanated out of the hearing.
Right.
There were 7 states that had that kind of commitment. They included all of the so-called battleground states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and I believe Nevada. And then the 7th state was New Mexico. And the hearings were underway. I was watching them on television. Arizona came up first because they called the states in alphabetical order.
Yeah.
The media was there filming it. They had to. This was national news. And the testimony was incredible. It was substantial. They were showing where they believed that the election had been stolen in their state. And there was an alternative delegation there that was willing to be seated, something that's also been done in American history. And that something was done in the election of 1990 with Al Gore in Florida. So there was nothing going on there that wasn't completely constitutional. But then I had to be called away from the TV because I was broadcasting and I had a guest. So I interviewed my guest, and then I came back to the TV maybe about 10 to 15 minutes later, and I saw the horrible spectacle of people rioting at the Capitol and breaking a window. And when I saw that, like all Americans, my heart sank. I knew it was over. Now, I had warned people on my show in advance that there would be some kind of mischief. You'd have people, the Antifa people who have been brutalizing Trump supporters since day one, throwing acid in the faces of old ladies, that they would be there to create trouble, probably wearing Trump garb. But I didn't anticipate what happened. No one did. And unfortunately, it was, you had the guy with the fake Viking hat, Jacob Chansley, the so-called QAnon shaman, walk in, escorted, perfectly peaceful. And the result was that the assembly was canceled. And it didn't convene again until after midnight in the wee hours of the morning. No media present, no votes, no contestations. They just gavelled Biden through. Now, those are the facts of what happened.
Yeah, they are, but they're really there's some very serious context missing in those facts.
Okay.
What you described was what happened inside the building. I think January 6th, it's momentous because of what happened outside of the building. And it's very hard. I don't think you've really seen much of anything. If you've been watching and getting your media feed from mainstream news, you've been seeing a mosaic that is carefully selected pieces of a puzzle. You've never been shown the entire puzzle. You've never been shown how the pieces fit together. You've just been shown the little bits that are the juiciest and really, the most sensational for you to consume as that day's daily news. There's been a great effort by the people that are involved with January 6th that actually in some cases are January 6th defendants who are there as witnesses who may yet be defendants, because the FBI is obviously now deciding that if you stood on the grass within a couple of 100 yards of the building, you deserve to be swept up and indicted for this as well. These people have put a great effort into trying to put this story together. And we've kind of had the same experience through the letters of the prisoners that people have been sending us, so they get back out of these prisons from these people. And they tell the same story that you see now finally in the revealing videos. And more importantly, the timeline of that day. There's really an essential documentary that came out at midnight on January 1st of this year called J6, The Real Timeline. And it takes you through that day in chronology order, starting from before the ellipse and ending after all of the chaos at the Capitol and after the Senate and the House have been evacuated. And you're going to see things happening in parallel. So at the same time as Donald Trump is speaking at the ellipse, you're seeing what's happening at the Capitol. You're seeing violence breaking out before Donald Trump even says, let's go patriotically to say our piece.
Right.
And so you'll begin to finally see how this mosaic fits together, how all the puzzle pieces are plugged in. And again, you can find that at open.inc/J6. That's open, like open a door, .inc, like writing with a pen, /J6. About a 56-minute video. And I think very little narrative. Mostly you're seeing actual footage put together, and finally, so the puzzle pieces come together. Then when you add that to what you just enumerated for us, what was happening inside the building, you'll begin to see how those timelines coincide and how deviously engineered the whole thing was.
Well, when you say deviously engineered, that's exactly right. I mean, there was generally a peaceful assembly outside the Capitol, and then you had a couple of ringleaders like Ray Epps, who the day before had arrived, and he had regular videos, so like 6 or 7 YouTube videos where he arrived with his son from, I think it was Arizona, but he's going, we got to go into the Capitol, he's telling them, into the Capitol. Who ever thought of that? Nobody was going anywhere near the Capitol. They were just going to be there assembling peacefully outside the Capitol. He was only convicted recently and given a slap on the wrist. I don't think he's done any prison time.
No,
and there are several others like that. Apparently the guy that planted the pipe bombs at the Democratic and Republican National Committee headquarters, it's now been absolutely confirmed that he was some kind of a federal agent, possibly with the Capitol Police. There were the guys with the bullhorns up on the scaffolding, agitating, attack the Capitol, go into the Capitol. And you had the guy, the guy with the chain link fence, and all these other people. The guy, they call him Ginger something, like this redhead guy who had little headphones on. He was the only guy there with a gun. No one else had weapons. And you had these other agitators who basically were the ringleaders to get people to do this. It's obvious. It's obvious who benefited from it. I mean, any police investigation, the first question they say is cui bono? Who benefited? Who benefited was the Biden regime and all of their infrastructure. They wanted to stop that assembly because the assembly was revealing what had actually happened. That was the last chance to get to the bottom of what had happened on election day, and they did stop it. And then you had a phenomenon where the Capitol Police started firing live ammunition into the crowd. I mean, that's why there was a riot.
Yes,
and
you'll see that in that video that I'm talking about, and even in these letters in the book. These guys, these 2 books, the American Gulag Chronicles series, this is their letters from prison. They describe exactly what you're talking about. They tell how it happened to them. Peaceful people being attacked, who was sitting in some cases in a prayer group with their arms around each other, heads bowed, and live ammunition is fired into the area. Police officers come across the barricades with batons and start hitting them in the head. It's pretty horrific. I just warn you that documentary is going to show everything the way it happened. You're going to see the assassination of Ashley Babbitt in some pretty graphical film. But I think America needs to get educated because they've been lied to for 3 years. Now the lies are coming apart. When you say who benefited, well, obviously it's the party who seized control. But can you actually weigh that benefit against the viciousness of this hunt down of anybody who was there that day, peaceful or otherwise? Can you really kind of put that together with any kind of logic in the severity of the sentences? And you have people who burned down cities in the Summer of Love who not only didn't get put to prison, but won millions of dollars in lawsuits from the cities. And you have Erika Torrio, who wasn't even in DC, who gets 22 years in prison.
That's right. I mean, the people that were burning down, looting black businesses and burning black neighborhoods in what I would describe as an American Kristallnacht after the death of George Floyd, which itself is one of these things that was cranked up and appears something other than what actually happened. That those people basically got off with a slap on the wrist. You had this guy who firebombed the Hatfield Federal Court building in Portland, Oregon. And he got off with a slap on the wrist. I mean, there's really no consequences. Whereas this other case where, there was a riot after they got live fire in the audience, in the crowd, and Ray Epps moving in, go into the Capitol. Those guys are sent up the river and they're doing really hard time. You mentioned Enrico Tarrio. He wasn't even in Washington that day. He was the head of the Proud Boys. By the way, happens to be a man of color. Not that that matters.
No, it does, because everybody says the Proud Boys are racist, right? They're white supremacists.
No, there were more.
He's not.
There were more men of color in the Proud Boys than there was in BLM.
Yes,
and that's a fact. You had even somebody like Owen Schroyer, who was there as a reporter working with Alex Jones. He was just on the lawn telling people not to go in. He ended up having to serve 3 months in prison. I mean, this is like, this is what's going on right now in this country. And I think, as you say, Tim, people in this, are starting to become aware of it.
Well, that's why we wrote the American Gulag Chronicles series. We didn't really write it. It's actually a collection of letters and art and stories that are coming outside of the prison from these J6. And now we're kind of beginning to call them hostages, although President Biden objects. The purpose of calling them a hostage is to illuminate the fact that as prisoners, they have no rights. And prisoners in this country have rights. Even prisoners in Gitmo have rights.
Of course.
But these people are denied their basic rights, denied due process, denied access to the discovery, denied a fair trial, denied change of venue. The list goes on. And so you can't fairly call them prisoners anymore. They are hostages to a conservative view of thought. They are hostages to you speaking out and using your First Amendment. And they are hostages to the fear that this administration wants to use to rule. And we have to ask ourselves, is that the type of government we want? Or are we looking for something a little more in line with our Judeo-Christian ethic, with our founding concepts, with our ethos of fair and equal justice for everyone, regardless of whether you agree with the administration or not? That's what comes through in these books. And the damage that's been done to the individuals, which are now approaching 1,300, okay? Donald Trump was, by my order of count, it was 1,206 being indicted for January 6th. These people are suffering. Their families are destroyed. Their financial futures are gone, bankrupt. And many have lost their homes. Many have lost their standings in community, their businesses. And they pour that out to you in these letters from inside what I now call the new gulags of America. Because once you hear how these prisons are being run today, that will be your next priority should we win this country back, is prison reform.
They've definitely shined a light on it. And I mean, it goes even back before the events of January 6th. I had the chance to interview Paul Manafort, who talked about held in solitary confinement for basically doing something that had already been dismissed before he got involved with Trump. So this is a prosecution of people who support President Trump, including President Trump himself, who the FBI showed up and they rummaged through his wife's underwear drawer.
Yeah,
this is where we are right now in this country. It's really a very frightening phenomena. We have the day after the protest and the Capitol incursion, the media, almost lockstep and in a coordinated way, announced that this was, quote, a insurrection, unquote, which is a way of saying basically that this was a rebellion against the United States, which it wasn't. It was a riot. It was a riot after they were fired on. But did they really think that these people were trying to overthrow the government? I mean, this is ridiculous. There was no weapons.
Who was charged? Who was charged with insurrection?
Nobody.
Charles? Nobody. Nobody's been charged with insurrection because it's an unprovable charge.
And it's an untrue charge.
You know what it comes down to, Charles? I'm going to tell you, I fear this a lot because Americans have become lazy. They become one-click purveyors of news. If they see the first thing they see, it seems to imprint. And even if it's wrong, they don't seem to take the time to go to the second, the third, or maybe the fourth click to try and get an alternative view instead of just accepting what they see at first shot. And all the things that you and I talked about, from George Floyd, even back to the LA riots, all of these things have been manipulated by the media for maximum sensationalism and in some cases, maximum civil disturbance. And you have to ask yourself, what agents of evil are they that they consistently want to do this, that misrepresent the facts, omit the truth, and twist the actual circumstances to fit a narrative that has nothing to do with truth. But it's our fault if we don't look past that, if we don't go to the sources of truth, to the actual participants, like these people from January 6th. Go listen to their interviews, from jail at our website at j6patriotnews.com. You're going to hear some amazing and horrifying things. Go read their letters. We post all the letters out there. You can get to the books from there. All the proceeds from the books go to a nonprofit agency that's trying to keep these men and families alive through this persecution. Everything that these people do in these organizations is all volunteerism. It's this beating heart, this patriot heart of America that many people think is gone, but it's still there. It may not beat as loudly because we need more corpuscles. We need more people to awaken to the danger, not only to themselves, but to their children and their grandchildren and to the future of the republic, and get involved somehow, whether it be locally or if you're scared to be at the front lines, maybe you just support others who are through the book, through donations to organizations that are fighting. You got to get involved, or really this turns from a historical footnote to a monumental tragedy and possibly the end of the republic. But it's all up to America what happens in 2024, really.
No, and I think you're right about people basically watching only the Mockingbird mainstream media and Lester Holt to get all their news, and they don't look beyond that. The term insurrection meant that people could be detained indefinitely, as if these guys are like members of Al Qaeda or something.
Yeah.
Plus, obviously, besides stopping the assembly, which is exactly what they wanted to do, and which is exactly why Pelosi did not call out for securing the Capitol building before the event. It also set the stage for the massive campaign of censorship that was undertaken, where thousands of people were purged from YouTube. I lost my channel at the time, and other channels, and Parler was taken down, and you had the President of the United States, Donald Trump, taken off of Twitter, where he had upwards of 10 million followers, and they all basically controlled the media. I think they assumed that they would be able to sell this narrative of insurrection, and yet it didn't really work because you had alternative media step up, which is where I am now, and build back the audience. So, freedom prevails in that sense, but they used it to not only stop the assembly, but they then went on and impeached Trump again, even though he had already been out of office by the time they had the vote. And the charge was, quote, insurrection, unquote. And they lied about his speech at the ellipse, where he said, assemble peaceably and lawfully. That same lie would be used to by the special prosecutor, this thug, Jack Smith, in a video that he showed where he edited out that part of the
Sure.
speech, sliced it off of the camera, which is how they've done a lot of things. I mean, we could go back to Trayvon Martin and all these things. They edit and slice it so they can get the narrative they want. So we have a situation where they're comparing it to, the September 11th attack on the World Trade Center. They compared it to, the Civil War. I mean, it was
Pearl
they, they
Harbor.
they compared it to the crucifixion of Christ. I mean, it's like it was the worst thing that ever happened in world history, and they got away with it to an extent. They claimed that something like 6 police officers were killed, which is a complete lie. It's
Yep.
interesting how they're suddenly concerned with the welfare of police officers, but putting that aside, there was only one man who died. That was Officer Sicknick, and he died that evening in his sleep of
Actually, it was the
natural
next
causes.
day. It's actually the next day, and that was ruled natural causes.
Exactly, but they completely lied about that, and to the point where they put his body in the rotunda,
Yeah.
and they gave
In state.
these long, windy speeches about insurrection, and even like I think it was about a month later, they held a ceremony where they were doing like they do at 9/11, where they were letting off bugle blasts for each person who allegedly died. I mean, the whole thing was a lie. Just about everything you've heard about the January 6th event is a lie. It is completely manufactured. And this is why President Trump is ahead. And God willing, nothing happens, like a Kennedy solution, if you get my drift. He will be elected to another term in office because
Yeah.
the American people know that this regime is illegitimate, that they're installed, and that they've brought catastrophe to the United States and the world.
And how do you undo the damage that's been done? Okay, I mean, it's such a wide battlefield of damage. Let's just take the J6ers because that kind of happens to be my little
Indeed.
sphere of influence. The damage is done. How are you going to undo this? If the Supreme Court says that 1512C, obstruction of an official proceeding, does not fit and throws it out, you've undone all these DOJ sentences where people have already served their sentence. They've already been pilloried. They've lost their civil rights, their ability to own a weapon. They've been publicly outed. They've lost their. How are you going to undo that? How about the people that are still in prison? Do they get commutations? That doesn't remove their sentence, their backgrounds as felons. I mean, do you pardon them? That doesn't undo it either. How do you undo the evil that this administration has done through lies? What type of retribution is appropriate? Since you can't undo the damage in law, then that means there must be some type of reimbursement or retribution. In criminal law, that means jail. In civil law, that means money. So how will you reimburse over 1,200 people for this incredible assault under color of law and put their lives back together again? I guess it's going to come right down to what will you, person who's listening to this and watching your show, Charles, what will they do? What voices will they raise to their representatives and their senators? Will they be silent, or will they pick up the phone and call or write and express their outrage and demand justice? Because silence is complicit. That's all there is to it. There's so many people know this now, because we've had 3 years of ripping back the curtain until you can see that brick wall behind the scenery. And yet people are silent. Representatives are silent. Senators are silent. They play the game because they don't want to have January 6th interfere with their chances for an electorate. And this is cowardice. We can't be the land of the free if we are not the home of the brave.
I couldn't agree more. I think that President Trump has come out publicly and said that he intends to review and likely pardon most of them. And there are there are cases coming up, some of which will make their way to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
There are a couple of brave lawyers who have come up and stepped in, even though they're being attacked by the Bar Association, just like the lawyers who represent President Trump. And the beat goes on. I mean, there is a growing awareness. God willing, more people will become aware of this and the dangers that this poses to our republic. This is, we can't really tell the rest of the world that they, like we can't talk to Putin.
Yeah.
He's pointed it out. How can the United States wag a finger at Russia when we're doing the same thing right here in Washington? It's like
Yep.
this is unprecedented in American history that we'll have this kind of naked fiat seizure of power and abuse of people and the cruelty of it. I mean, I understand there was a man who was a former military man who was arrested because he refused to go undercover for the FBI.
Yeah,
And he refused.
he's here in my state. His name is Jeremy Brown. He's a retired Green Beret.
Yeah.
There's also another gentleman my wife and I supported since day one. His name's Jeff McKellop. He's a 22-year Green Beret Ranger, 3 Bronze Stars, and then worked for state as a contractor for over 10 years as a protectorate. And he's sitting in a Dallas-Fort Worth prison right now since March of 2021 without trial. A war hero, an American war hero.
Yeah, I mean, these are men and women who had unblemished records and who were, as you say, war heroes, but certainly stellar American citizens who were simply going to Washington to express their opinion. Now, Tim, I thought that all of the prisoners were being held at what they call the DC Gulag. No. Are you telling me that this is all around the country? I mean, what?
The way to do this, again, I'm going to point you back to my website because it's a wealth of information about this, and it's current about what's happening every day in this community and to these men. It's j6patriotnews.com, and there's a link on there at the top of the page. It's called Jail Updates. If you click on that, it pulls up a map of the United States, and you're just going to be surprised because the map is covered in push pins, and every one of those push pins represents a jail or a prison where a January 6th hostage is being held.
Incredible. Yeah, I mean, this is, we really have to get to that website. What can we do, Tim, as citizens to help these men and women?
Well, I think you can speak up. I'll give you a phone number real quick. If anybody's got a piece of paper or got your cell phone, you might even be listening on your cell phone. It's 202-224-3121. Again, I give it to you again. 202-224-3121. That is your switchboard in Congress at the Capitol building. You can give them your zip code, ask to speak to your representative, and then ask for them to do what you hired them to do. I'm not going to tell you what to say, but my message would be release all of the videos, release the hostages until you can prove that you've released all of the videos, and then begin to call to task the people who have dishonored their oath to the Constitution. If you're silent, you're doing nothing. If you can't do that, you can go at least educate yourself at our website there. Listen to the interviews, read some of the letters, get yourself educated at the trough of truth, where these people are the ones who are giving you first-person testimony. And if you're moved to help, you can donate or you can buy one of these amazing books. The first book, Letters from Prison, covers the first year from the DC Gulag. From September of 21 through September of 22. And the new book, The Art of Confinement, which is actually a bigger book, is their letters, their art, and their stories, picking up in October of 22 and bringing it right up to October of 23. So it's a very current document. It's historical in nature. And it's either going to be something that you'll want to pass down to your grandchildren as a memorial of what has happened in this country at this time, or it'll be one of the most banned books in America. I guess that's really up to everybody who's listening what those outcomes will be. It's up to us to get involved locally, or if you can't get on the front lines, at least support those who do, and try and save this republic before we have nothing left for our children and grandchildren.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And it's a frightening thing to even make a call. People are afraid that their name was going to end up on some FBI list or something, which is, it reminds me of like concerns that existed in Nazi Germany. It's like people are afraid when they're polled. Do they think the election was stolen or not? People are afraid to say yes because, again, they might end up on a list. These are very concerning times. I mean, it was like, it's sort of like what Fred Friendly said to Edward R. Murrow. If the fear is in this room, we got to go. We got to do it. And the fear is in this room, which is why we have to get out and do
That's right.
whatever it is that we're going to do. I mean, you and I do this media, that's our contribution. Everybody can play a role in terms of alerting the public to this crime. And if you're going to call Congress, be polite, be courteous, but make your points and make them carefully. Call your local uh, congressional candidates and ask them to take a position on this.
Yes.
And let them know that they'll be rewarded if they take the position, not punished. We have to deal with what is, if we don't deal with it, we're going to have an open police state, and we're going to have an FBI that is really going to be what we fear it could be, which is a Gestapo.
Yeah. So, the message from all these people in these books, and you can get the books, like I said, at our website, or you can go to lettersfromprison.us. It's pretty easy to remember. All the proceeds go to help these guys. Everything they tell you over and over again, it all comes down to just a few simple words. Don't do nothing.
All right, Tim. What is it again?
Lettersfromprison.us.
Lettersfromprison.us. It'll be listed here at this on this program. Check that out. Tim, stay in touch. We should keep up to date on this story as it develops, especially as the election year moves along. And God willing, we'll get the word out. And I just, as a fellow citizen, I really want to thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, you're really putting your neck out, and I appreciate it.
There's no we the people without me the people.
Indeed. All right, Tim Rivers, thanks a lot. We know Rumble, and also I want to be live on Rockfin, of course. Rockfin is the new kid on the block for me.
Oh,
All
I
right.
don't know even a thing about that one.
Oh, it's a good one. All right. So my guest is Larry Schweikart. He's the author of The Patriot History of Globalism, Its Rise and Decline. Larry Schweikart has won a wide acclaim for his number one New York Times bestseller, A Patriot's History of the United States, which, by the way, I read and I love. It's a great book.
Thank you.
Larry, thanks for joining me today.
It was my pleasure, Charles.
Larry, you talk about the rise of globalism and how that has impacted America. Of course, this is an interesting theory. I mean, various people have a lot of different takes on the origin of it. From a spiritual standpoint, I view it as going back to the Garden of Eden.
Mm-hmm.
When the serpent told Eve that she could be like God and she could know all things, good and evil, in the planet, and thus overthrow God. And I derive that from the introductory chapter, the letter to his children, written by Whittaker Chambers in the book Witness, which I think where he captured that. Your theory, which is amazing, goes back to the defeat of Napoleon and the rise of the great powers of Europe. So let's start from there, and we'll bring it up to today.
Sure. Well, I think one of the most important themes of the book is this is nothing new. As you say, it goes back to the Garden of Eden. Others would say back to the Tower of Babel. But it's always been around where some people are trying to control other people. But what we saw with the fall of Napoleon was, for the first time, large groups of people, in Napoleon's case, monarchs, tried to set up a new world order of the day. And just like they do with the post-World War I era, with the Versailles Conference, with the UN after World War II, it's always for the good of the people. We're always going to do this for the good of the people. That's what they say in public. But then, as you read in the chapter, behind closed doors, they're saying something much different. And many of the participants of the Congress of Vienna are going, this has nothing to do with the people at all. We're moving populations around to please kings.
Sure. Well, I mean, it's also part of the great, probably what I would argue is the greatest hoax of modern history, which is Karl Marx's communism. The idea that somehow this is a system that's going to be helping the working person, helping the little guy, that all you need to do is transfer your powers to this enlightened elite who will then take care of everything, and they'll make sure that everything is evenly distributed, and they'll create a one world ant colony. but we're talking here about the, the kind of the aristocracy of Europe, and eventually their clash and the collapse of their vision of world order, which led to World War I and then World War II.
Right. And you know what's interesting? One of the most famous globalists of all is Henry Kissinger. And he praised the Congress of Vienna. Oh, this is such a wonderfully preserved peace. I'm going, wait a minute. There were two major European wars between 1815 and 1900, the Crimean War and the Franco-Prussian War. Did I miss peace in there somewhere? I mean, it's a war about every 30 or 40 years, right?
Right.
So
right.
you get up to World War I, and Woodrow Wilson and his cadre of elites arrive, and they're going to fix things. They're going to make things all wonderful for all the people. They do exactly what the monarchs did. They start moving around entire blocks of people. Millions of people move from Germany into Poland, from Poland into Czechoslovakia, on and on and on, without ever once consulting the people. And so it gets to be quite a common reoccurrence of these elites just completely ignoring what the people want and moving forward with their own agenda.
Right, and it's the exact opposite of the American conception, which is that rights come from the people under God. Kissinger, I think, referred to Count von Metternich as his mentor, who was the Austrian count at the Council of Vienna. And, they basically, as you say, I mean, it led to the development of these super states in the middle of Europe, namely Germany, which was a hyper-nationalist, socialistic state. And this led to conflict, of course, with the Anglo-American establishment, as established by Cecil Rhodes, and as described by Professor Carroll Quigley of Georgetown University in his book, Tragedy of Hope. So you have this colossal international clash between and competition between these superpowers who sought to dominate world order. So here we are now after World War II and the collapse of Nazi Germany, the rise of the Soviet international entity, and then eventually that collapse in 1990. Francis Fukuyama, the social theorist, wrote The End of Time, where he says that now the United States is the last standing hegemony in the world, the last controlling power. But what he failed to talk about was who is running the United States.
Well, let me go, and I don't want to spend too much time on Napoleon, but there's some amazing stuff in that first chapter. And you mentioned Metternich, and Metternich was, he's a very shrewd politician, but he's also love struck with this woman called the Countess of Dagon, as was Alexander of Russia. And these two guys are vying for her attention the whole time. They're supposedly carving up Europe. And there's one great scene where all of the other people at the Congress of Vienna, the Castlereagh and Alex and some of the others, are all in a corner looking at maps. And Metternich's over in another corner writing love letters to the Countess of Dagon. And it reminded me of that scene in the 90s where Bill Clinton was on the phone, literally deploying troops in Yugoslavia and bombing missions in Yugoslavia. And he was, well, shall we say, being getting the attentions of one Monica Lewinsky, right?
Right. So it sounds like Helen of Troy, if you want to look at it historically, really? Who led to the war in the Iliad and the Odyssey, or even the rape of Lucretia, which led to the Roman Empire. Right. So you have these situations where this incredible woman steps in, and everybody goes berserk.
Well, let's get back to your Fukuyama comment, who's running America. Before we do that, what Fukuyama missed was that all of that was taking place under the Bretton Woods Agreement and the post-World War II financial globalism that was set up in order to control world trade. And for people who don't know, Bretton Woods did a lot of things, set up the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank. But the most important thing it did was it established an unwritten agreement in which the rest of the world would sign on to free trade protected by the U.S. military and especially the U.S. Navy. We're seeing some problems of that in the Gulf right now, where neither our Navy nor the Brit Navy can really protect all of these flankers from lunatics like the Houthis, right. Whoever they are.
and some kind of Iranian-backed proxy, I think. But but you're talking about the World Trade Organization, which was the third stool, the third leg in the stool of the, the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. And that was a kind of a world order institution that would basically transfer the right to regulate trade, which is a constitutional right for this American Republic, to this faceless body of international bureaucrats
Right.
that would then be able to penalize American companies and penalize the United States for trade imbalances or lack of agreements that they decide arbitrarily should be in place. And then, of course, the new stool in the chair, and you get into this in your book, Larry, is the World Health Organization and their hegemony over what constitutes health crisis. And they certainly flexed their muscles during the so-called pandemic, and I think that most people now know that there were elements of that were grossly overblown.
Right. Well, and I think most people today, if offered a chance of the Who, the rock band, or the Who, the World Health Organization, would gladly take the rock band over that.
Oh yeah, sure.
Let me go back to your earlier comments about the international trade and development and all that stuff. Bretton Woods was set up with this notion that the dollar would be the basis for all international trade. But that in itself relied on an undergirding notion that the dollar would be as good as gold. Now, we were not on the gold standard, but by and large, people, the dollar was pretty sound. The problem was that the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, all of these trade agreements, international trade agreements, required the U.S. to spend money on international aid, what we call foreign aid. And more of this spending drove up deficits, which made the dollar less and less and less valuable. So this was something called Triffin's dilemma. An economist recognized this early on, that there were contradictions built into the very Bretton Woods agreement that would cause it to unravel. And we are certainly seeing that unravel now. So then they had to turn to other things, which is, as you mentioned, medical globalism.
So you're talking about in your book, A Patriot's History of Globalism, Its Rise and Decline, a point at which, and you can't define it by exact dates, but there is a decline in this globalist entity. And I think that you seem to be tracing that to the inexact value of the American dollar, maybe the rise of the BRICS nations, which are now talking about depegging from the dollar as the international unit of currency that was set at the at the International Monetary Fund convention at Bretton Woods, and that and also, I mean, in 1970, President Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard, which created fluctuations that maybe were unforeseen. So you have essentially a demonetization or a decentralization of the world's monetary system. Is that
Right.
the point of departure where the globalist agenda is declining?
The departure from Bretton Woods begins to unravel really with the Afghanistan and Iraq wars. And you start to see the massive military spending, whether you agree with the premise or not. The result is that gradually the public came to say, we're tired of this kind of overseas adventurism and expense. And the US budget started to just explode, whether it was under Bush or Obama or Trump or certainly Biden, whom I affectionately call the rutabaga. It's just absolutely exploded under these guys. And the public is saying no more. I mean, I think the sentiment against war, certainly whether it's Iran or anywhere else, is very high right now, which makes it very difficult for Biden to do anything, because he's trying to slip us into a war through Yemen while we're all watching Iran. But I'm not sure how far that will go. So it's a twin path of moving away from globalism. One is the breakdown of Bretton Woods, which is really outlined very well by Peter Zehan in a number of books. And then the other is this growth of the U.S. debt and deficit, and an increasing reluctance of Americans to spend money on other people, since we don't even have it to spend on ourselves.
Well, okay, and the other leg of the breakdown is, as you mentioned, it was sort of implemented during the Wilson administration with the embrace of what was called by historian Charles Austin Beard perpetual war for perpetual peace, and that was a policy of the international establishment from that time right up through Kissinger and right up actually to Trump. Trump kind of put a stop to that to a certain extent, which is maybe at least one of the reasons why this international elite fears and despises him and seeks to put him in prison. And that is that he did no longer would engage in these adventures of nation building and intervention where we were constantly overseas fighting wars.
Right.
He wasn't an isolationist by any means, but he did begin to wind down these interventions. He demanded that the NATO nations pay for their own defense, which was the first time that that had happened, even though
Right.
successive administrations, both Democrat and Republican, gave lip service to that. Trump got it done. They're now dealing with their own defense. And at the same time, the nations of the world, particularly Russia and China, did not engage in adventures during his administration because he created an aura of uncertainty in terms of what we might do. Now we're back to the
Well,
old, rotten Anglo-American establishment policy of international perpetual war for perpetual peace. It's been a return to that.
yeah, he, of course, he made the famous trip to Korea, the only American president to actually meet with Kim.
Right.
And he said, I'll meet with anybody. I'll meet with Putin. I'll meet with Xi. I'll meet with Kim. We can talk this out. Now, the one exception to that was ISIS, which he crushed without hardly any American casualties. And one of the main ways he did this was he just ordered a drone hit on Soleimani, and that pretty much put those guys out of business.
Indeed.
So, did he want to move away from that? Absolutely. And I think you're absolutely right. That's why he is so detested and feared by the international elites, as he doesn't play this game. He doesn't play the perpetual debt game. He wants to bring businesses back to America. I'm sure you saw yesterday he met with the United Auto Workers in Washington, which I predicted he would cater to the unions. Huge. That's amazingly big.
And the rank and file, even the head of the UAW acknowledged when he endorsed Biden that the rank and file are major supporters of Trump, and that Trump as a businessman brought something different to the table, which was why he was able to get the Abraham Accords done. And that was moving forward at the time. Unthinkable, never done before, going all the way back. And of course, now Biden has thrown that right in the garbage with releasing billions of dollars to Iran, which is now they're using to help fuel the Houthis and attacking American bases in Syria and Iraq, and funding Hezbollah, which is attacking Israel on its northern border. So you have a complete instability, not to mention giving $1 billion to UNRWA, which helped fund the attack out of Hamas in Gaza. Right. So you have this return to this amoral, divide and conquer Anglo-American policy under Biden. And I think that Americans are aware of that. You talk about the overall decline, which is, I find very interesting, of the globalist order. They certainly are either taking their last gasps right now under Biden, or they're going to implement this. These people don't mess around. I mean, they're not going to give up quietly. We don't know what could happen between now and election day, or even if Trump wins, what could happen. What do you see? Do you think that they're on the way out, or do you think they're going to further consolidate their power?
I don't want to spike the football yet, but I think that they're on their heels like they have never been before. When you look at the Supreme Court, by the way, Trump's court picks haven't agreed with him on everything, but man, they've just been nailing it on rolling back the deep state. And I talked to Bannon about this. I said, what was going through your mind when you guys would present a list of names to him? And he said the number one question that they tested these applicants with was the Chevron doctrine, that was even above the social concerns like abortion. And well, you're seeing that the EPA, West Virginia versus the EPA, you saw it in the Jarkizi versus SEC case, which has now been appealed. There were a couple of other of these cases where the court is consistently ruling against the deep state and the administrative state being able to define its own powers. And so the Jarkizi appeal is coming up very soon. And all indications are that Gorsuch is leading the charge on overturning the Chevron doctrine. So that's a very important step against the deep state judicially and in terms of regulation. You look in terms of elections. I saw that 7 European nations have moved toward a more populist government here just in the last 2 months, and that doesn't include Slovakia, Hungary, Estonia, Italy, which had already had more populist elections, and then our friend down there in Argentina.
Oh yes, Malay.
Another guy who read him the riot act at Davos. That was pretty cool.
Oh,
But
incredible! And El Salvador, they basically cleaned up their drug cartel. So, and Taiwan has elected a pro-Taiwan prime minister who's standing up to China. So, yes, it is a worldwide movement toward a common sense nationalism, putting one's nation first. It's I think that there's moves in Canada for Poilievre as well. And so we're seeing this development and it's really moving on. What is this? You mentioned the World Economic Forum in your book. I got that in your press release. What went on there and what are they? I mean, as I say, these guys aren't sitting around twiddling their thumbs. I mean, they mean business. What do you think they're going to try to pull?
Well, their big push, and this is the next to the last chapter, has been climate change, which is nonsense. The climate always changes. It's changed for thousands of years.
Right.
And this whole push for electric vehicles, which I think is really interesting. They kind of put their eggs in the electric vehicle, the wind and solar baskets, and those are all coming unraveled. We saw 2 big wind power companies pull out of contracts on the East Coast in the last month. Every day, new news surfaces about how bad the electric cars are.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of weight. I had one in my today's news, for example, that Canada is figuring out because they're heavier cars, their guardrails won't hold the cars in. And so they're going to have to replace.
Didn't Ford Motor Company just cancel the development of an entire line of electric cars and that they don't work well in very cold and very hot climates?
Right. And they don't go well with water either. You don't want to get those batteries wet.
Plus the batteries themselves. I mean, that's they like to wrap themselves in ecology. That's a disaster waiting to happen 5-10 years down the road. Those toxic metals are going to be creating landfills that are going to be a world problem.
And the same thing with the wind turbine blades are equally not biodegradable. They're a huge problem. The lithium mining that's using child labor, a huge problem. Every place they turn, my point at the end of the book is that any path they go down right now, they are in trouble. They are on the defensive and they're, I think, fighting a rear guard action. And to go back to Napoleon, the only question is whether Murat's cavalry can encircle them and outrun them and get to the main body before it escapes.
Well, that brings me to my final point here, which is that they are openly running against President Trump, not on any issues because they know they'll lose those, and they are losing them, but on an effort to basically put him in prison.
Right.
God forbid they may even consider the JFK solution.
Right.
What do you see? I mean, I think these are very perilous times, especially since Trump is now clearly, has the Republican nomination in his grasp and he's ahead in all the polls, particularly the battleground states.
Right.
We can get into the question of the 2020 election. Let's leave that there. But either way, we know that they can't steal it this time, even if they did. I mean, because of the overwhelming attention and light that's being shined on that, and because of the great growth in numbers, particularly among minorities, Black men in particular, and younger people. What do you think they're going to do? I mean, are they going to get him? Are they going to get him that way? Are they going to? mean, they seem to be twisting the entire system of jurisprudence out of proportion in order to do it.
Right. They launched a two-pronged attack, one civil court with this E. Jean Carroll and the whole attack on his assets in New York, and one in criminal courts, the 3 cases. All of my court sources, including my friend Zen Master, a federal court guy who's never been wrong yet, say that none of those criminal cases are going to come to fruition before the election. And so basically they shot their wad on that. They knew it when Smith wanted a quick resolution from the Supreme Court, and they said, "Niet." And, you know, what's interesting is that I think a guy named Shipwreck Crew wrote that the Supreme Court is going to rule in favor of Trump, but they're not going to leave their fingerprints on it. And they're just going to do it by delaying it past the election when it will become moot. Now, as to the other civil cases, those will probably be overturned at some point. So they're not going to get him out by lawfare, or as I call it, indict fair. That's not going to work. But something else is happening, and I call it the 2 Democrat civil wars. One is Israel versus Hamas, Jews against Muslims. And Biden cannot take a position on that one way or the other because he'll lose the other group. And he can't afford to lose either of those groups. So he's just got to shut up. Trump is already on record as saying, you know, let us have peace. U.S. grant, let us have peace, right? The other one,
Trump, by the way, is picking up support among the Muslims of town. So because they're more conservative on social issues. So there's different ways. The other thing, I mean, that the Democrats, one of their last gasps, of course, is Taylor Swift. But, you know, I don't know, your young girls are going to, I mean, it's sad, but, you know, it says a lot about the electorate today, but that's one of the things they're trying to pull off. Anyway, Larry, let my listeners and viewers know where they can get your excellent book.
Okay, so you can get A Patriot's History of Globalism, Its Rise and Decline, at Amazon for pre-order. It'll be out in 2 weeks. You can also soon find it on my website, thewildworldofhistory.com. And, you know, that's my general website. If you want to talk politics, I have a political site called thewildworldofpolitics.com.
Excellent, Larry. Listen, thanks so much for joining me. We should do it again, certainly before the election.